We also have the washrooms, just as you leave the door, turn right, and you will see the sign for the washrooms. Karibuni sana.
I remember when we used to sing in the government yard in Trench Town. Over observing those hypocrites, mingling with the good people we meet. Great friends we've had and great friends we've lost along the way. Yeah. In this great future, you cannot forget your plan. So dry your tears, I say. No woman, no cry. No, no, no. No woman, no cry. Ain't it cool, darling? Don't you shed no tears. No, 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 no. No woman, no cry. Oh, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Be alright. Everything's gonna be. Kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Woman, no cry. No woman, no woman, no cry. Woman, no cry. Woman, no cry. No, don't you cry. No, don't you cry. No, don't you cry. Don't you cry. Woman, no cry. Woman, no No, 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 no. Oh, yeah. No, no. I'm in chains. You're in chains too. I wear uniforms and you wear uniforms too. I'm a prisoner. You're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I have fears, but you have fears too. I will die but yourself will die too. Life is beautiful, don't you think so too? Mr. Jailer, I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast us down. Mr. Jailer, Mr. Jailer man, you suppress all my strategies, you see. You oppress, oh, every part of me. But what you don't know, you're a victim too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, you don't care about my point of view. If I die, oh, another will work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast us down, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast us down, Mr. J, Mr. Jailer, man. Oh. Mr. Jailer man, Mr. Jailer man. You see, I heard my baby say, I wanna be president. I wanna chop money from my government. What you don't know, what you can't know, what you will know. Jailer, jailer, jailer. The good world, the good world, the good world. What about the good world, the good world, the good world? What about the good world, the good world, the good world? What about the good world, the good world, the good world? Mr. Jailer, 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 jailer. Mr. Jailer, man, 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 man. Mr. Jailer, man. Mr. Jailer, man. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast us down, Mr. Jailer, jailer, Mr. Jailer, man. Oh, Mr. Jailer, 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 Mr. Jailer, jailer, Mr. Jailer, man. Meta utakuyo nini, wallet nimeleta, hinyako yoteke imeweza, ukisuka chini unatetemeza, atetetni, ayayayemi, atetetni, unatetemeza, atetetni, ayayayemi, atetetni, unatetemeza. Adogopa kwenye wegi, atuchimora kikiti, kakikelo na sheri, chunyako na naweri, atetetni, nikitinyonga kichwechi, atetetni, nikitinyonga kilabi. Unataka nini mama, kana gwambola nini, okinyole timorita, aderiteka gidendi ase tetni ikitinyonga gichweshi ase tetni ikitinyonga gilabi maijabe unametameta utakunywa nini wallet nimeleta hainako hiyo teke imeweza ukisuka chini unatetemeka ni mama atetetni ni mama aye ni mama atetetni unatetemeka atetetni ni mama aye ni mama atetetni ni mama unatetemeka kuja karibia ringa wakuone hema idia kutoka Kondele find me by the left side got baby by my side tena hiyo design nimekamata you behind fungulia Depe Mr. DJ nimejinyakulia liga namba 8 tonight is tonight hey Scarlet polite nimejinyakulia wacha nijibambe maijabe unametameta utakunywa nini wallet nimeleta ainyako hiyo teke imeweza ukisuka chini unatetemeka ni mama atetetni ni mama aye ni mama atetetni unatetemeka ni mama atetetni ni mama aye ni mama atetetni unatetemeka unatetemeka ukiteremuka unatetemeka na ukiinduka unatetemeka nyako ezunguka unatetemeka atetetni ayeni atetetni unatetemeka atetetni ayeni atetetni unatetemeka
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the People Dialogue Festival. We on stage are One of Okali. We are One of Okali, and we are proud and happy to be entertaining you this bright morning. This bright morning, this early day. Thank you so much.
hapa tulipo, siku yetu my sweetie, muhimu my love ya harusi. Cheza, 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 cheza. I'm sure you have a loved one in the house or at home, your sweetheart, anyone. It could be a family member, anyone. This is a song to celebrate your loved ones. Let's celebrate and have a good time. See you. Sweetie, sweetie, sweetie. It's a dedication to all your loved ones. Twende, cheza, 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 Sweetie, sweetie, sweetie,
All right, Wanavokali. Let's give a big round of applause to Wanavokali band. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a little bit of break, all right? Kidogo tu. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna, allow me to remove this. We are going to get the signal. I told you we have a virtual audience. That is, of course, we have everybody out there joining in through the link, but we have specific audiences that will be joining us, and we want to see if they're getting the signal right or they have a signal. Now, you will help me. So, whom do we start with? Let's start with huko nje, kama unanipata tafadhali. Let's start with Nakuru. Nakuru, mko tayari? Nakuru, karibuni sana Nakuru. Let me hear your voice. There's the moderator. Nakuru, karibu. That is Nakuru. Let's see if we can hear them. Nakuru.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Nakuru Satellite Council activity. We're excited to be part of the People Dialogue Festival 2021. I am joined by a team from political parties, from youth serving organizations, and also just members of the public from the Nakuru County. I think given the discussion, I would like to take at least a few pointers from them on what the expectations of these meetings are. So I would like to start at least with one volunteer. Karibu. Karaga. Morning, my fellow brothers and sisters from Nakuru. My names are Grace Karuga, aspiring leader for Nakuru Town East, 2022, God willing. So me being here, I'm a representative of the party KANU, and as a politician, as a woman leader, I'm looking forward to more deliberations, especially from the good people of Nakuru, considering Nakuru is a metro cosmopolitan, and it's usually known as the hotbed of politics. So my expectations for today is that move forward and having 2022 in mind, gonna listen and hear what you have in store for us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Maureen. Maureen from Nakuru. Maureen is the moderator in Nakuru. We can get you live and clear. Nakuru, asante sana. I'm going to move on. In the meantime, Kakamega, please, you're having a technical challenge. Please don't activate the main queen thingy so that we can have whatever we are focusing on. All right, moving on. Kakamega County, if you can hear my voice, please. Kakamega, karibu sana. Let's hear your voice. Kakamega, the moderator, please. Kakamega, asante sana, welcome. All right, I can see they're now off. All right, we'll give them time to come back in. Moving on swiftly, Mombasa. Mombasa mpo, Mombasa, if you can hear my voice, please. Mombasa, uwanjani wenu. Let us hear you guys. Do you get us? Mombasa, karibu sana Mombasa. Yes, Mombasa? I don't know if they're getting me. Mombasa, sorry. They are muted. Mombasa, please unmute. Unmute your side. Mombasa? We're testing the signal if they can, if all of them have a signal. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on to Alliance Boys High School. Let's move on to Alliance Boys High School. Let's have Alliance. Alliance, if you can get me, please. Good morning, and let us hear your voice. Can you get the signal clearly and tell us about your expectation? Alliance, karibu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thorn Barasa from Alliance High School, and I bet I speak for everyone when I say we're more than just excited to be here today, and we're looking forward to this session, or rather all the sessions that we're going to have. And what we've based most of our proposals and debates on will be problem solving. So going forward, we are looking forward to solve problems. We know we are going to have a couple here and there. It's a dialogue. And at the end of the day, we're looking forward to solving a couple of issues here and there. So we're looking forward to making our voices heard. We're looking forward to listening to what our leaders have to say. And majorly, we're looking forward to having fun. So we get you loud and clear. And yeah, see you on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Talking of having fun, I'm still on Alliance Boys. Alliance. You're gonna have fun? Let's see if you're gonna have fun. Alliance Boys, let's see. I want you guys to stand up. Alliance, simameni. Simameni kidogo, Alliance. Simama bwana. Simameni. That is Alliance Boys High School. Hey, you guys look smart. When I went to high school, I was not wearing shorts, but hey, man. You guys look okay. Let me see if you guys can have fun. I want to give you a song, Alliance. And this is a special education from us to you as we start the program. Are you guys ready? Wana Vocali are going to give you a song. Wana Vocali, take it away. Let's go. Ucheze. Alliance. Alliance, you cannot clap. You cannot be clapping, guys. You cannot be clapping, man. Come on, dance. I want you guys. Kama mwalimu yuko hapo. Yes, you're saying something. You're saying something. Dude. You're saying something.
We have a special request. If we can have rumba from Wana Vocali, then we like to dance. Yes.
All right, take it away. Alliance, this one comes out to you from Wana Vocali. Let's go.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know, Rumba is our song. Wana Vocali.
Let's go.
nataka kucheza. Kuto nishazoea kesha. Sakata rumba, achilia presha. Hatujui kama tutaonana tena.
High School.
Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana Alliance.
Yes,
Mbona
and just a small clarification.
Buka Academy. Buka Academy is a primary school in Mumias in Kakamega County. Buka Academy, if you can hear me, Buka Academy, please. Let's, good morning, and let's get what your expectations for this dialogue festival. Karibu Buka Academy.
Good morning. My name is Terry Motaroki, and we are very happy to be part of this event. We can hear you clearly. Yes.
Thank you very much, Terry. I want you guys to stand up. Buka Academy, hebu simameni. Alliance kaeni chini. Alliance kaeni chini. Okay. Give me a good shot of Buka Academy students. Get some space, guys. Buka Academy, get some space. I want you guys to dance kidogo. Get some space. Get some space. All right, sawa. Buka Academy, I'm gonna give you a song, but if you have a request, we're gonna play for you the request that you want. So let's see if you know this song. Wana Vocali Band, are you ready? Let's go. Mudance, Buka Academy.
Ukisuka chini unatetemeza. Atetetni ayeyeni atetetni unatetemeza. Atetetni ayeyeni atetetni unatetemeza. Majabe unatetemeza. Utakunywa nini? Wallet nimeleta. Ainako yoteke imeweza. Ukisuka chini unatetemeza. Atetetni ayeyeni atetetni unatetemeza. Atetetni ayeyeni atetetni unatetemeza.
Thank you. Give a big round of applause to Buka Academy. Thank you very much, Buka Academy. We can't wait. Lakini mwalimu wewe umekaa tu. Mwalimu wa Buka. Si hata wewe unasimama kidogo. All right. We'll be touching base with you guys once again. Kakamega, I had not touched base with Kakamega. Kakamega County. Mandela, if you can hear me. Mandela, Kakamega. Kakamega. All right. Kakamega still seem to be getting some technical difficulties. Mombasa. Pwani. Mombasa. Can you hear me, Mombasa?
Hello, Mombasani.
Mombasa. Mombasa, sijui waambaje hao.
Mombasa. Hello.
Mombasa. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the audience here has been minimized. So
hi, everyone.
Hey, Mombasa. Mombasa.
Jambo.
Karibu sana.
Asante. Mombasa tuwapata vizuri sana. Tulikuwa na technical issue lakini tuko sawa kwa sasa. Tumeweza kukusanyika mahali hapa na tuko na participation kutoka kwa vyama vya kisiasa, vyama vya mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali na pia wanajamii. Na siku ya leo wahusika wetu wana matarajio makubwa. You know, you have a lot of expectations from the people, and allow me to just say some of the expectations that we have from this end. People want to understand what really dialogue is, and another thing, they need to know what steps we have taken as far as democracy is concerned, kwa sababu leo ni siku ya kusherekea demokrasia katika ukanda wa kimataifa. na pia wangependa kujua, je, vile vyama ambavyo vinavyoanzishwa kwa sasa hivi, the new political parties, what is the sustainability? Are they just there to act as a vehicle to take them to the political offices, or what is their sustainability? So that is one of the expectations that you're getting from the participants from this side. And then another thing that I got from the participants is, what is the place of women and the young people in the politics? So ndio baadhi ya matarajio ambayo tuko nayo kutoka kwa wahusika wetu hapa Mombasani. Tuwapata freshi na tuko tayari, fomu ni dialogue.
Haya, usiende bado Mombasa, msiende. Cameraman, nipatie room nzima basi. Cameraman, nipe mahali watu hapo. Cheza na focus. Cameraman, cheza na focus tafadhali. Focus. Focus ya camera iko off. Cameraman. Cameraman. Mombasa, nataka kujua kama mnanipata vizuri. Wacha niwape muziki mnione kama mnanipata vizuri. Are we ready for Mombasa? Wacha tuone. Twende kazi. Mombasa, simama tafadhali. Mombasa, kama mnanipata. Simama.
Katikati haya twende basi. Nianze na wapi, nimalize na wapi? Kando katikati haya twende basi. Cheza na mimi.
Mombasa, cheza.
Chini. Kando katikati, vurugu sitaki. Cheza na mimi, twende mpaka chini. Kando katikati, vurugu sitaki. Kide kide, cheze wote. Kide hapo ni sawa. Kide cheza sana. Tucheze wote. Kide hapo ni sawa. Tucheze wote. Kide cheza sana. Cheze wote. Kide hapo ni sawa.
Hey, thank you very much, Mombasa County. Asanteni sana. Kakamega, I don't know if they're now, they can get us well. Kakamega, mnanipata? Let's have Kakamega. Are they there? Kachmega. And I know kuna watu wengi sana. Online. We have a lot of people joining in online, of course, because of Corona and stuff. So we appreciate everybody who is joining online. We welcome all of you who are here live, and of course, those who are around the counties and every other person who is joining online. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third edition of the People Dialogue Conference. We've done this from in 2019, we did it the first time, very successfully. In 2020, we did it just before, a week before Corona hit the world. We did the People Dialogue Festival in 2020. And of course, this year we were supposed to do it in March as well. The festival is usually held in March. But of course, because of Corona and its effects, we have not been able to hold it. But here we are. We are holding this particular one today. And we welcome all of you. We welcome all of you to this third edition of this festival. Ladies and gentlemen, the People Dialogue Festival is modeled after the People's Meeting, which happens, or rather which takes place in Denmark, which, welcome very much. I want to welcome the party leader of Wiper, Democratic Party, Karibu Sana. And other guests, Karibuni Sana, feel very much welcomed. Now, as I was saying, just a little background, the People Dialogue Festival is modeled around or after the People's Meeting, which happens in Denmark. The People's Meeting is a place where basically, in a short way, the leaders, the political leaders, meet the citizens and they discuss issues. They have a dialogue. And having a dialogue does not necessarily mean that you will get your answers. Having a dialogue basically means that you have your say, all right? So you speak to your leaders, you speak with your leaders, you air your views openly, without prejudice, without fear or favor. In a respectful manner, you talk to your leaders. You might not get the answer that you want, lakini kitu tunataka ni kwamba when you leave the People Dialogue Festival, you leave feeling that at least I was heard. All right? So that is basically what the People Dialogue Festival is all about. So, having given that background, I want us to start with special prayers. We're going to do special prayers in form of our national anthem and the East African anthem. So I'll ask everybody to stand so that we do the national anthem led by Wana Vocali. Wana Vocali, we're going to sing just one stanza of each of those anthems. We will start with the Kenya national anthem.
Ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na undugu, raha tupate na usawi.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the East African anthem, also led by Wana Vocali.
E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and have a seat. Now, as I said, my name is Papi Odek. I will be your host this day, today and tomorrow. As I said, this dialogue, we'll be having beautiful conversations with our leaders. We have moderators who will take us through the panel discussions. And this year, we have something special. We'll be having Alliance Boys High School students. We have students this time, Alliance Boys High School. And of course, we have also Buka Academy. Buka Academy is a primary school in Mumias. So basically what we are seeking to do is to make sure that the young people grow up being, number one, politically conscious, and also making sure that they also embrace dialogue in whatever they are doing. We know that schools, go through or are suffering from, students banning dormitories and schools and all these things. And one of the things that has come out clearly is that they're not having conversations with their school management and their teachers. So for students who are there virtually, please, this is for you. Learn what dialogue is. Let us teach the students what it means to have a dialogue. I do not want to take a lot of time right now. I want just, unajua tumekaribisha watu kule kila mtu, but we have not specifically watu wa Nairobi. I want to give you something to ponder about. So before I call back Wana Vocali, I will call you guys back, all right? To do your special number. I want to call a poet, very special person, Dolan. Dolan is a poet. Dolan has a very, very interesting story, a personal story, which I hope maybe later he will share it. But he is a conscious spoken word artist. I just want him to set for us the mood as we start this dialogue festival. I just want him to come in and, set the mood for us. give us something to ponder about, give us something to think through, even as we get to do this festival for the third time. So karibu sana Dolan.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Dolan, and it's such a pleasure to be here. And I think it's an amazing thing that we can get together to have dialogue, you know, as stakeholders of a country, because I feel like we're not just stakeholders of politics, but the stakeholders of this country, the citizens represented, there's the civil society represented, there's the politicians represented, and I'm an artist, they're artists, you know, we are represented also. And I hope by the end of the day or by the end of the festival that we're going to have made some milestones in terms of, you know, harmonizing our relationships as the stakeholders of this country, this great country. This is Ras Amor. I am Dolan. And we're going to start off on an aspirational note, you know, because we dream of many things, and these are some of those dreams that we have. This is Najua. Everybody can hear the guitar. Okay.
Najua jua litawaka, najua litatua, najua kuna kiangazi, na kuna time ya mvua, najua dua la kuku halimugusi mwewe, hata wakikushuku usijishuku wewe. Najua, 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 najua.
Naanche kwa. Niliambiwa nitakuwa nikikuwa, mimi nakwambia utakuwa ukitaka kuwa. Anza saa hii kutafuta 3 nje ya D, all out of fit dreams. Nakumbuka nikiwa mtoi na big dreams, hakuonekana sura kwa big screens, kwa notoriously big name kwa big teams. Nakumbuka nikidream mini king na live kwa palace, nikisorora dari na cheki my secret admiration kando na imagine niende queen pale pale. Leo vacation tuko kwa beach Comoros, tomorrow honeymoon tumeenda kutalii Paris, kuzinduka niko kwa Madrid utalii, naelekea tao. Saizo nilia kuka stage masaka 2 juu nipoteza mbao, ndo fair shuke at least na mbao. Nenda kuperform event organizer nilipia nadai kuni appreciate na hope afike at least kidao. Ndio ile time ya mwezi si unajua vile kuenda London na kishanza knock knock kwa milango za hao. Najua nimekanyanga landmine lishapitisha deadline na wisha mesahau. Najua rent ndalipa. No man sijui ni hao.
Jua jua litawaka, najua litatua, najua kuna kiangazi, kuna time ya mvua, najua dua la kuku halimugusi mwewe, hata wakikushuku usije usijishuku wewe, najua, 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 najua. Rush hour TikTok kwa city clock, bado TikTok mkononi kwa mbota. Tunawaangalia success kwa do bado haijatia nanga. But bila darkness siwezi ona nyota. So bado mina ota, bado tunaota, bado mina ota.
Bado mina ota. Atakaa jana kwa ndoto nimejiona mini star, only to wake up with the fact that jirani anijui jina. Isirani naingia nataka nikutii jani, but the star in me amelenga hawezi zima. Ananikumbusha distance haizidi kina, so bado mina ota. Ya bado mina ota na sitachoka kuwait. Na ota juu ya shibe time kila mtu atakuwa na reason ya kuingia gym kukata weight. Na ota juu ya ndamka nikosa news bila stories za ajali na vita. Na ota juu ya time ndakuwa napita mtaani usiku saa 4 na the same feeling ya kutembea mtaani mchana saa 6. Na ota juu wakati kila mtoto atakuwa na nafasi ya kukalia dawati na kuelimika, na siku enda kuchakura chakula kwa pipa. Na ota juu siku offense itakuwa tabu, hata game ya futa itakuwa inahitaji goalkeeper. Ya bado mina ota, bado mina ota na sitapoa, ndaota mpaka na kisha mina wewe sisi wote tumetoboa. Alafu mimi ndio ule mseo believe in commitment, na hii kwangu ni kama ndoa. Uliza mahali utasikia mahari nilishatoa. Najua nitatoboa, najua nitatoboa. Yupo ni kama Noah, na hii peace ni redemption song, imekuja kukomboa.
Najua jua litawaka, najua litatua, najua kuna kiangazi na kuna time ya mvua. Najua dua la kuku halimgusi wewe, hata ukikushuku usijishuku wewe. Najua, 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 najua.
Najua kila mtoto wana ndoto, ndoto za kuexcel kwa mkubwa anze kuvaa shati ya excel, ndoto za kupata pesa wa kuite sonko, ndoto za kuvusha familia msoto, kwanza vile wewe umia ukiona baba akipiga kokoto, ndoto za kushinda pia wewe hizo medali na tuzo, ndoto za kuendesha pia wewe hizo Ferrari na muso, ndoto za kuentertain kama Keynote ulipuliwa baruti kwa reso, ndoto za kupigiwa saluti kao rezo, ndoto za kuunganisha kama Martin Luther, watu wote waishi pamoja bila bugdha, ndoto za kuhamasisha kaje mikado, wacha mipango za kanda yenye watu. Najua hizi ndoto zitatimia na ushuhuda utapeana na viatu.
Najua jua litawaka,
najua litatoa,
najua litatua,
najua kuna kiangazi,
najua kuna kiangazi,
kuna time ya mvua,
na kuna time ya mvua.
Najua dua la kuku,
najua dua la kuku
alimgusi mwewe,
alimgusi mwewe.
hata wakikushuku,
hata wakikushuku
usijishuku wewe,
usijishuku wewe,
usijishuku.
Najua, 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 najua.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Dolan and Ras. So ladies and gentlemen, for those who don't understand that French, so what Dolan was talking about are dreams. We all have our dreams, but majorly we dream of people living together in Kenya, a united country. The children dream of so many things. And I told you we have children around. We have Alliance High School and we have Booker Academy. And for those who haven't seen them, let me take me Alliance High School. I'm gonna bring you guys back. Wanavokali, help me bring these guys. So Alliance, can we have Alliance? Alliance Boys High School, Buka Academy, mukae set. Halafu pia wale watu ambao wako Kakamega, wale watu wako Mombasa, wale watu wako Nakuru, wale watu wako, I also have guys who are in, where? I've named all of them. Nakuru, Kakamega, Mombasa Alliance, and Buka Academy. We just want to once again touch base with them so that when we start, we make sure that we are together. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get the audience up, I want to recognize the presence of all the leaders here. I can see Honorable Kimunya, Honorable Kalonzo, karibu sana. Mr. Edwin Sifuna, SG, ODM, karibu sana. And our partners, the Executive Director of CMD is also here, Franklin Mukwanja. If I haven't mentioned your name, is not by any, but feel welcomed. Karibuni sana. If, a lot of people are joining in virtually, just send the link out. If you're also here virtually, just send the link out so that more people can join in. Are we ready? Do we have Alliance Boys High School?
Loud and
The
clear.
principal
Yes.
of Alliance Boys High School was joining us. Do we have the principal? Every home has, All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very privileged to have the principal of Alliance Boys High School, who will just welcome us into Alliance Boys High School in a special way. Bwana Mwalimu Mkuu, if you can hear me clearly, please, karibu sana, and please welcome us to your school. Karibu sana, Mwalimu.
Yeah, thank you, Papi. But I want to clarify that I'm
We
not.
can't hear you. We can't hear you. Are they? I hope.
I'm representing the school, not the principal. I'm not.
Oh, you're representing. Sorry.
This is Mr. Ogada.
Mr. Ogada, karibu sana, Mr. Ogada. Please,
Representing Alliance High
you're
School.
representing the principal. Karibu sana, please.
Thank you.
Tukaribishe Alliance. Karibu.
Mumekaribishwa sana. We want to thank you for the opportunity. Our team is ready. As you can see, the boys are well set, and we are ready for this big event. Thank you.
Asante sana, Mwalimu Ogada. I happen to know Teacher Ogada is a history teacher. I happen to know him from other quarters. Karibu sana, Alliance Boys High School. Give me a shot of all the boys now. Boys, please stand up again. I want to give you na saimu dance vizuri. Sawa sawa, musiniaibishe. Hebu simameni tena. I want to give you a very, very good song from Wanavokali. This was their request. Alafu sipia sisi tusimame tafadhali.
Thank you.
Simameni kidogo. I know it's been a long morning, but this is the band here is Wanavokali. These are a hit song they're going to play for us. Their hit song together with Alliance. Let us help welcome Alliance Boys High School. So let's go.
Naomba nafasi mimi nicheze nawe, njoo karibu usinicheki toka mbali, hatujuani but tonight you could be my babe, songa nami before nimekubali, hata kama ni mara ya kwanza sisi kuonana.
Though, Papi, allow us to clarify one thing. Hello, Papi Odek.
Salia nami nataka kucheza, kucha kutwa nishazoea kesha, sakata rumba, achilia presha, tutacheza hata kama tuna pesa. Salia nami nataka kucheza, kucha kutwa nishazoea kesha, sakata rumba, achilia presha, tutatui kama tutaonana tena. When you're sad, you got me feeling things that I can't take. naomba vitu. I think I'm falling for you just hata kama ni mara ya kwanza sisi kuonana, usiogope nipe macho yako kwa ana. Hata kama ni mara ya kwanza sisi kuonana, usiogope nipe macho yako ana kwa ana. Komezalia na mina
Kila mtu mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu. Mikono, 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 mikono. Unazalia tafuta. One, two, three, four. Thank you very much. Give yourself a big round of applause. Asante sana Alliance. Asante sana Alliance. So moving on, I want you guys to see, you know, having children is a special one this year.
Allow me to clarify one thing.
Yes.
This is not Alliance Boys, it's Alliance High School.
Oh.
Not Alliance Boys, Alliance High School.
See, we are sorry. See, we are sorry, Basi.
Thank you.
Sorry. All right, all right. Alliance High School. Is there any Alliance alumni here? Hey, okay. We are sorry. We are sorry. Alliance is a very good school, has given us a lot of leaders. So I'm having feedback because there's somebody else. Thank you. Alliance is a very special school because they've given us a lot of leaders in this country. Moving on, I want you guys to see Buka Academy. Buka Academy. Buka Academy.
Yes.
Karibu sana. Once again, now I want the teacher to speak. I want the teacher to speak to welcome us, shuleni, halafu pia, and then I will have the girls and boys also do a jig haraka haraka. Karibu sana mwalimu. Let's hear your voice and talk to us about the expectations of the children. Karibu.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. My name is Tom Omohaka. I am the head teacher of Buka Academy in Mumias. Buka is a school that has a nursery, primary, and secondary with an overall principal and the head in charge of the primary section. Buka is found in western part of this country, particularly Kakamega County and Mumias West Sub-County. We are glad to be here, and with me is Terry, who's going to give a key address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. So, girls and boys, are you ready? Let me see you guys stand up. Stand up. Thank you. Get some space like we did last time. Thank you. Now I want you to shake. Let's give them chorus. Sindio. So let's go. Buka Academy. Turn it. You can always stand up and join us, you know. You can always stand up. Hanyako, teke imeweza.
Ukisuka chini, unatetemeza. Ate, tetni. Unatetemeza. Ate, tetni. Unatetemeza.
Ajabe.
Unatetemeta. Ukisuka chini, wallet nimeleta. Ainako, hiyo teke imeweza. Ukishuka chini, wallet nimeleta.
Thank you very much. Karibu sana Buka Academy. Thank you very much. Moving on swiftly, Nakuru County. Give me Nakuru County. Nakuru County are also here with us. Nakuru County wameingia. Also, as we get Nakuru County, I want to recognize the presence of the Secretary General for the UDA, Madam Veronica Maina. Karibu sana ma. Karibu sana sana sana. Welcome very much. Nakuru County, Maureen, if you can hear me, please. I know you had told us something about the expectations of the people of Nakuru. Now, I'm just wondering, can I get somebody else to speak about, Nakuru is a hotbed of politics in Kenya. Can you get somebody else to speak to what the politics look like there right now? Just kidogo tu, alafu tuendelee. Karibu sana. Nakuru County.
Thank you, Papa. I can hear you loud and clear. I will allow this gentleman to speak about what you just asked.
Okay, asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Ezekiel. Mimi ni mkazi wa Nakuru na nafurahi sana kuwa kwa hii kikao. Wangu kwa expectation yangu ama matarajio yangu ni kuangalia kwamba tunaanza mambo na voter registration. Yangu ni kuangalia kwamba despite tunaanza voter registration, tunaangalia vijana. Vijana wakiregister participation yao kwa politics ni gani? Kwa sababu tunaangalia the last time 2017, politics za 2017, tulikuwa na vijana wengi, especially hapa Nakuru County. Kati ya 55 wards, wale elected MCA, almost 90% ni vijana. Lakini tukiangalia mashinani mambo yamefanya, hakuna. Kwa hivyo tuko na challenge na vijana, kwa wakati huu sasa kuambia wanafaa gani wanafaa kuhusika na maendeleo gani wanafaa kuleta pale mashinani. Asante.
Asante sana Nakuru, tunawapata loud and clear. They've spoken about voter registration being a key component of being politically conscious. Young people have been encouraged to, register to vote once you get the opportunity. Nakuru, hebu simameni sasa niwaone vizuri. Nakuru simameni, Nakuru, hebu simameni bwana. You all look wonderful, munakaa vizuri sana. Wacha nione kama pia nyinyi mko present ama mko absent. Wanavokali, are you ready? Let's welcome Nakuru.
Muzuri mama, muzuri mama, muzuri mama, napiga yako kama ya chupa. Muzuri mama, muzuri mama, Nakuru, na sura zenu muzuri mama,
muzuri mama, muzuri mama,
napiga yenu kama ya chupa.
Muzuri mama,
muzuri mama, muzuri mama.
Hey! Thank you very much Nakuru. Karibuni sana Nakuru. Asanteni sana. Let me move on swiftly to Kakamega. Kakamega sijawapata. I have not had a signal from Kakamega. I don't know if we can now get them. Kakamega? Kakamega. Kakamega, thank you very much. I can get you very clearly. I see a good picture. Kakamega, are you ready? Talk to us. Tell us about the expectations of the people of Kakamega. Just under a minute. Karibu sana Kakamega.
Thank you very much, Papi. This is the team from Kakamega Ingo, the Green Jewel, the heartbeat of devolution. As you can see, I'm here with the team from Kakamega, and we are privileged to be a part of this People Dialogue Forum. And we believe that it's a perfect platform for us to share knowledge, experience, and network as a country and as leaders. And particularly because it's talking about electoral accountability and stable political environment, we believe that this is the cornerstone of a unified country and a thriving economy. And so our expectation as a team will be that we will be sharing knowledge and experiences and networking as we go forward. Thank you so much, and we are very privileged to be on board.
Thank you very much Kakamega. Hebu simameni wana Kakamega. Simameni tafadhali. Simameni bwana. Kwani iko nini? Cameraman, give me a good shot of those people. I want to see all of them. Cameraman, give me a good shot. All right, Kakamega. Sijui kama mko tayari? Mko tayari? Ulira kwanje bane mundo muloziwe. Kakamega shikilia. Ngoja uanze kutoka juu. Kakamega mnaniangusha bwana. Hebu nisifuna bwana. Vipi bwana? All right, we're going to start from the top. Hey! Bila mapaka. ulira kwanje bane mulemereziwe baina yasingambe ulira kwanje bane Kakamega nana bungambo esira moshia mawanza umbu kule sena Asante sana Kakamega. Give a big round of applause to Kakamega. Asante. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, tunaenda Pwani, Mombasa. We have an audience in Mombasa. Can we get them? Can we get Mombasa? Mombasa wapo? Mombasa. Tumerudi kwenu tena Mombasa. Najua mlishatukaribisha nyumbani. Nataka the moderator kama uta invite huyo jamaa ambaye yuko kando yako atuambie tu na yeye matarajio yake ni yapi, what does he expect of this, what is his take on the politics of County 101. Please choose somebody, pick somebody to give us a view. Karibu sana Mombasa, karibu. Waiting for the audio from Mombasa. In the meantime, we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. If you go to the accounts of CMD Kenya on Facebook, CMD on Twitter, and CMD on YouTube, we are live. You can share the link, you can share the video on your personal account so that we have a lot of people joining virtually. Karibu sana Mombasa, karibu sana. Tuambie jina lako nani na matarajio yako ni yepi? Kiswahili.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony. Naitwa Boniface Ngonga. And we are glad to join you guys in this fruitful as expected event at the long run. And we will be one-on-one with you people, and we expect a robust and good conversation to us all. First of all, amongst us, we have got politicians here, aspiring candidates in various sectors who I think have got interest in their political quest. Maybe in one way or the other, they haven't found mfadhili, then to push them to those higher or to enable them achieve their quest, I believe. And since we are in also meeting concerning democracy, we are expecting you people to at least highlight issues on matters democracy, as we all know that our country currently has got political divisions. We are expecting that conversation to be highlighted to the latter about divisions in politics and the way forward for our young generations and a direction for these young generations that we have, as well as our leaders. We want to converse with them. We want to help them think as their think tank, to push them forward, to advise them on a way forward and a suitable way that will suit each and every citizen of Kenya, be it in school, be it outside, be it anywhere, even those who are those who are in diaspora. Our youths, we want to hear what you've got in store for the youths as far as democracy is concerned. What do you have for them in mind, given that we are headed to a political time? And most of the time our youths are used during these political times. What advice do you have for them? What way forward do you have for them? In Mombasa County, for example, we have a problem in drugs. Which are the issues you talk about? And women in general. Thank you, and we are expecting a fruitful conversation.
Thank you, Mombasa. Kwa sasa, nataka nione watu wa Mombasa. Hebu simameni tena. Mlikuwa mshasimama, lakini cameraman, nipe shot ya kila mtu, nipatie shot ya kila mtu. Asante, kila mtu simama, pata nafasi, pata space. Hatutacheza taarab kwa sasa sababu tunataka energy, lakini wanavokali tuelekee Mombasa, tuwakaribishe in a special way. Mombasa, hello.
Nianze na wapi, nimalize na wapi? Hapo katikati, haya twende basi. Nianze na wapi, nimalize na wapi? Kando katikati, haya twende basi. Cheza na mimi, twende mpaka chini. Kando katikati, vurugu sitaki. Cheza na mimi, twende mpaka chini. Kando katikati, vurugu sitaki. Twende kide kide, tucheze wote, hapo ni sawa. Cheza cheza sana, hapo ni sawa. Cheza cheza sana, cheza wote, halo Mombasani, halo, cheza cheza sana.
Mombasa, asante sana, karibuni Mombasa, and welcome very much anybody else who is joining us virtually. I want us to move on, and as we move on, you know, it is not lost upon us that we are in that season we call the silly season in Kenya, the political season. So as we have this conversation, please let us have that in mind. Let us have conversations and dialogue that is going to move us forward. And as we usually say, when we stop talking, then we start fighting. I'm going to call the executive director of CMD Kenya, the organizers of this event, to give an opening speech and then carry us through the next piece of the program. Karibu sana, Mr.
Thank you, MC Papi Odek. Thank you very much, our guests. And again, our profuse apologies for starting late, but I hope that you can be able to catch up. My name is Franklin Mukwanja. I serve at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy as the Executive Director. I will be standing here to deliver a speech longer than 3 hours. So again, I plead that you please be patient with me. Thank you. Our chief guest, Honorable Amos Kimunya, the leader for the majority in the National Assembly, Mr. Olid Badawi, the representative of the UNDP in Kenya, His Excellency, the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, who's now a veteran of the People Dialogue Festival, comes in time and always sits through with us. Thank you very much. The political parties represented, our own Vice Chair, Mr. Edwin Sifuna, and the SG of ODM, the SG of UDA, the various political party leaders that I can see in our midst, and member political parties of CMD, and particularly our young people who are tuning in. The captain of Alliance High School is here with us, who's going to speak to us shortly after, and a young lady from Book Academy as well, who are going to speak to us. And because they expect not just to be told about Kenya, but they also have their own ideas about the future and the current situation of their country. So they're keen, they're interested to engage in this debate. It is a great day indeed. I know for most of you understand that today is the International Day of Democracy. Please clap for yourself for making it here to be able to celebrate. Thank you. It is also a different PDF. We could be at the National Museum today in sneakers, in shorts, in polo t-shirts, moving around and engaging. But because of the situation we find ourselves in, we have to be innovative, we have to be adaptive, we have to be flexible due to the challenges of COVID-19 that demands us to strike a delicate balance between protecting public health while still safeguarding the democratic space. So you, the real bold ones, the real confident ones that we ask to come here in person. And I'm not really challenging those ones tuning in virtually, but they're also very keen and committed to this cause. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that freedom of assembly and association are the foremost tenets of democracy. With COVID-19, however, they remain under threat. So I thank you for your willingness and to adjust to the realities and the commitment to ensuring that we gather to hold candid conversations and about how to further improve our democratic culture, our democratic practice, and our democratic standards. Over the last 17 years, the Center for Multi-Party Democracy has forged strong partnerships to becoming a respectable platform for political parties, civic actors, and policymakers to engage in dialogue and cooperate in strengthening democracy, promote social justice, political governance best practices, respect for human rights, and fundamental freedoms. We are glad that this partnership is getting stronger with new collaborations involving a variety of local and international actors. The People Dialogue Festival is undoubtedly the epitome of our partnership. It is an initiative that you'll agree with me is timely as our country navigates through an important democratic process of fostering our governance and ensuring inclusive economic and democratic development. This process is among the greatest challenges since the country became independent, and it's not one that political leaders can face alone. That is why the political leaders, year in, year out, are agreeing to come out and have conversations, folks, in a way that moves this country forward together united. Ladies and gentlemen, if development in Kenya is to be sustainable and truly respond to people's needs, then the people themselves must play a key role. It is crucial that citizens of Kenya are involved in the process, have access to information, and know that their voices are heard by decision makers, especially politicians. That's why we continue to team up with organizations and individuals like yourself, both in person here and online, from across the country and globally, to organize the People Dialogue Festival. Through a series of interactive and structured conversations on a range of governance, social and economic issues, the People Dialogue Festival is an alternative space for dialogue that involves speakers from across the political, social, and economic spectrum, and offers an unrivaled opportunity for citizens to have a say in their country's democratization process. As we broaden the participation in the People Dialogue Festival, we are also keen to ensuring diversity and focus on issues. And that's why you're looking at us and looking at the program, going into conversations around the Sustainable Development Goals, going into discussions about technology and democracy, particularly in this COVID era. How are we going to campaign reasonably? How are we going to make sure that people participate meaningfully? How are we going to make sure that elections then do not contribute to a worse situation by being branded as super spreaders? I'll spare a few minutes to also focus on this subject that I think political parties need to look at. And what makes the SDGs unique is their cross-cutting nature. Achieving them will require dedication and active participation from groups across society. One of the many actors that must actively participate for societies to achieve these goals is political parties. As a basic institution of all democracies, of all modern democracies, political parties have a fundamental role in empowering citizens and ensuring inclusion and equality in societies around the world. That's why political parties are essential to achieving the SDGs. They guide the actions of government institutions and civil society organizations, aiming to establish effective measures to overcome structural inequality, which is what holds us back, in many cases, from more progress on development. What's more, political parties act as a resonating box for those who have historically been excluded. This is the key to SDG's promise to live no one behind. Despite the crucial role they have to play, political parties are often overlooked as relevant actors in pursuing SDGs. This is because in some cases, they have been instruments for perpetuating exclusionary practices. Take the example of Kenya. The topic of representation has been fundamental for the political and historic development of Kenya. Not everyone feels represented. Not all voices are heard. And some are even intentionally excluded to keep the country's political power in a few hands. This situation is recognized by citizens in general as one of the root causes of Kenya's inclusive governance challenges since independence. Dear guests and our participants, it is so important that parties play their role. They must have the skills and culture to act in the interest of the people they serve and amplify the voices of the marginalized. It is for this reason that as Center for Multi-Party Democracy, we are working to strengthen parties in Kenya, making them conscious of their fundamental role in pursuing equality and increasing participation levels. I urge partners who are with us here today, and I'll be mentioning each individually, and stakeholders who are participating in this, including Parliament, where we're privileged to have had representation from the first PDF, where the Deputy Speaker was our guest. We had the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Muturi, as the guest of 2020, and we now have the Majority Leader. That means Parliament is really key, a stakeholder in this. I urge partners and stakeholders to make the most of our being a multi-party dialogue platform and make sure our work contributes to building democracies in which all citizens feel represented and where parties provide a voice to those who don't have one. As I conclude, I wish to acknowledge and appreciate our partners, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Royal Netherlands Embassy, the Danish Liberal Democracy Program, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, which is represented here by the country director, Dr. Annette Schwanner, and will be speaking to us as well shortly. The 2030 Beyond, the team that is working with us as well to accelerate implementation of SDGs in Kenya, and also linking up with the political parties and the elected leaders because they have a role to play in that. The Kofi Annan Foundation, the ones that we're working with on improving the understanding of how to go about technology and elections, particularly how do we safeguard the digital space in an election that we're going in probably under the same circumstances, or even, let me not be a prophet of doom, but possibly a much better situation that we are in today. And our member political parties that are represented here, about 20 of them, always committed to supporting my team in the Secretariat. And the civic actors that are tuning in virtually, that are seated in here, I want to really thank you for making this happen under difficult circumstances. Finally, I wish to relay greetings from CMD Kenya Chairperson, Senator Abshiro Halake, who has been away on parliamentary duties in the US. Because of the technicalities in the timing, she had stopped midway at Doha to be able to speak to us. But again, because of her commitment to what PDF is and what is done, she's now airborne, but has recorded a message that we can be able to listen to her wishing as well right now as she travels. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Chair, with the recorded message. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. Happy to see you again at the People's Dialogue Festival 2021. This has been a very difficult year, just as it was last year, but I'm happy to see that this has taken off again. The People's Dialogue Festival is a premier event that brings all of us together, our civil society, our party leaders, our party politicians, our legislators, and everybody and our citizens. So we're very happy to be holding this and to providing this platform. Please enjoy it. It is the place to be. It's the place that we dialogue, we make sure we strengthen and consolidate our democracy through accountability, through discussing key issues that are affecting us, and through preparing ourselves for the political process. Especially this year being the year before the 2022, we are very happy to be able to do this. In fact, even when we were supposed to postpone this, we thought we cannot do it. We must brave the pandemic and ensure that we do a hybrid of this. As you know, democracy is about the participation of people. We are very happy that we have this platform which will help us to participate and to consolidate our democratic gains so far. So the People's Dialogue Festival this year is going to be one where it's going to be all inclusive, leaving nobody behind and listening to everybody's voice and ensuring that everybody's voice is heard, is discussed, and some solutions found. So I'm happy to participate, but I'm on travel right now, but we'll make sure that we're together and I will pop in whenever I can. Form ni dialogue, karibuni, democracy ni dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Please clap for my boss so that she's also happy and I may get a promotion. Please, you can do better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to move us to Western Kenya at Buka Academy to listen to one of the students, one of our young people, and she will be speaking about my future Kenya in the eyes of children. Over to you, Buka Academy.
Good morning. My name is Terry Motaroki Clotilde. I'm from Buka Academy. I'm 14 years old and I'm in standard 8. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to give a keynote address in the event. This is how I see my future Kenya in relation to sustainable development goals, which aim at first eradicating poverty. We can eradicate poverty by ensuring that when we are done with our education, we can get jobs so that we can be able to we are able to sustain our families and also to give them the basic needs like food, shelter, clothes, and also basic education so that there is no poverty. It also aims at ensuring that there is no hunger. It's bad that children in the dry areas and semi-arid areas don't go to school because of hunger. Children die because of hunger. The government can ensure that there is enough food security by improving its feeding programs and also establishing irrigation schemes. Through this, children will be able to go to school and also they can concentrate in class because they won't be hungry. The government should also promote agriculture and encourage many children and the youth to farm and to have a positive attitude towards farming, because it is through farming that we'll get food and all the children in the dry areas would be happy and go to school. The government should also ensure that there are better health services. Like we don't want to hear that children are dying of diseases that can be prevented or can be cured. It will be good if the government trains doctors and also equips the hospitals so that it can save the lives of many children who will make a better future. The SDGs also aim at promoting quality education. The government has provided free primary and also secondary education. It has also donated books, textbooks, and now children have enough instruments to enable them learn well and acquire education. And also the government can aim at improving it. And for us to achieve all these objectives, there should be peace. There should be peace. If there is peace, children will go to school. If there is peace, doctors and teachers will go and work without fear of insecurity. As children, we have our roles as citizens. One is to go to school and acquire education. When you go to school and acquire the education and skills, we'll be able to make a better Kenya. Kenya will be developed with good and trained doctors, teachers, and farmers. We also need to stand for our rights and the rights of others. We need to be assertive and our voice needs to be heard. All children in Kenya should enjoy their rights, including the right of proper sanitation, education, and also adequate food and proper housing. We should also volunteer to work where we are needed. We as children need to embrace values like honesty and also solving conflicts without violence. And when we solve conflicts without violence, Kenya will be in peace and everyone will be happy. We should also shun the bad virtues like dishonesty, which will lead to lack of peace. I believe that as children, we learn a lot of things by seeing and hearing what, especially from the adults. I'd like the adults to be good role models and to pick on the bad ones. And that is the only way we can learn and improve our Kenya so that it can be better for everyone. Thank you.
Meet his high aspirations. Thank you. Strong to serve. I want to invite the school captain, Alliance High School, Ted Nyale, to speak to us. Welcome. Please encourage the boy child. Please, please. Thank you.
People are marching. Their painted cardboard signs push towards the rough sky. Their songs, raw and sweet, move thousands. Time is of essence. It is an emergency. Their songs say, life, children, homes and families are waiting. They chant. We shall not be moved. Everything is at stake. We want a different kind of society. They scream. This is our democracy. Our voices must be heard, they say, as they move along with difficulty and hope. Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, former Vice President and Wiper Democratic Party leader. Honorable Dr. Amos Kimunya, Majority Leader, National Assembly. Honorable Abshiro Alake, Chair, CMD. Honorable Edwin Sifuna, Vice Chair, CMD. Honorable Veronica Maina, Secretary General, UDA. Mr. Walid Badawi, Resident Representative, UNDP Kenya. Dr. Annette Schwander, Country Representative, Conrad. Chief Principal, Alliance High School, Mr. William Wangi. Political leaders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ted Nyale, School Captain, Alliance High School, and President of the school's Model United Nations Club. I'd like to appreciate the Center for Multi-Party Democracy for organizing such an event and for granting me this opportunity. I'm honored to stand before you all today, hoping that you're well and excited to dialogue about democracy and sustainable development goals. My school has staunch traditions such as the Principal's Talk, where we get to dialogue with a principal every Saturday morning. Hence, we understand the importance of this event. Moreover, we exercise democracy. I had to run a campaign for more than 3 weeks so that I can be elected as a school captain. It was an exhilarating experience, to say the least. I mean, convincing a diverse population, it's not easy. It's quite hard. So I think probably some of you understand that. And I must point out that I didn't have any financial machinery. So you are at an advantage, some of you here. I want to pose a question to all of you, especially the leaders. As a leader, ask yourself if you're committed to ensuring a stable political environment come 2022. Just ask yourself. Can your actions justify your answer? Now, ask yourself if you're a leader or a politician, because I believe there's a difference between the two. Noticeably, since 1963, when Kenya gained independence, each of the 4 presidents has risen to power based on support of tribal coalitions. The trend has been for political parties keen on securing control of the government to form multi-ethnic political party coalitions. They then seek the support of the supposedly smaller tribes. We don't need to deny it because it's quite evident, do we? Do we? No, we don't. A majority of the youth considers political parties as a collection of people craving power for the sheer joy that it provides, and we are yet to be proven wrong. Also, the shifting web of political alliances, which are often informed by ethnic considerations, among other reasons, remains a key feature in the next year's election, a worrying trend, to say the least. While Kenya is blessed with rich cultural ethnic diversity, paradoxically, this is the same diversity that has been the trigger of conflict. The manifestation of conflict in Kenya, the manifestation of conflict in Kenya does not only affect millions of its citizens, but has a strong impact on the neighboring states, considering the fact that Kenya is an economic giant and an economic hub in East and Central Africa. Owing to the fact that election-related violence has featured prominently in Kenya's recent history, and that its root causes, which include manipulation of ethnic identity by politicians who are here, have not been adequately addressed, there is a potential for such an occurrence in the future. As George Bernard Shaw said, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Today, the stakes in Kenya are very, very high. And I fear that the irregularities which could impair Kenyan institutions from delivering a credible election process have now grown in complexity. A similar occurrence in 2022 election might just be the catalyst, especially if the results of the elections are close and subsequently contested. The buck now stops with you, the politicians. But are you really up to the task? Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we have to admit that the leaders voters elect are the consequence of our mindsets. We grow wary when we see that the Kenyans on Twitter have taken the space as the country's unofficial opposition, though they are a force to be reckoned with. We are very concerned because national policies affect us now, and they will continue affecting us even more after we graduate from high school. Elections have become a time to test the resilience of involved institutions, and the forthcoming 2022 elections are no exception. The government must support the independence of and avail adequate resources to the IEBC, as this will strengthen its ability to organize credible, free, fair, and transparent elections that represent the will of the people as expressed through the ballot. The government should also support the IEBC in its communication to the public. This would ensure that the information has a clear format and timing to both the public and party officials to build confidence in the process. The active and meaningful participation of citizens in public affairs is the distinguishing feature of democratic societies. They are judged by the extent to which governments open up to citizen involvement in issues to do with public affairs. I am extremely proud, so to say, of Alliance High School's heritage and the impact our alumni had in the quest for multi-party democracy. Just to mention but a few: Honorable Anyang' Nyong'o, Honorable James Orengo, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi, the late Honorable Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the late Honorable Kenneth Matiba, among others. No wonder we like to remind people that we went to alliance, don't we? The return to multi-party democracy in the early 1990s was an important milestone in this respect. It ushered a new beginning in which citizens could participate in public affairs, question leaders, and hold them to account for their actions. Ironically, multi-party democracy reproduced certain negative tendencies that arrested the very change it was meant to foster. Article 10 of the 2010 Constitution in particular identifies accountability, public participation, and the rule of law as some of the core values and principles of governance by which state officers should abide. Yet, evidently, there's limited adherence to these provisions, and the culture of the rule of law itself is not the strongest. Civic engagement of the youth is an important building block, given that education for active citizenship is most effective if we, the students, not only read about it in textbooks, but also try it out ourselves. Youth-led organizations and their network can be important means of participation for many young people in Kenya. They make our voices heard in parliament and government as a whole. It is equally important to bridge the digital divide with mobile phones and radio by using online platforms for knowledge sharing and networking among politically engaged youth. Social media, blogs, and other tools can give us a voice for political activism, and open channels for direct feedback between us and the government officials. I serve as the president of the Model United Nations Club in my school, as I said before, and I take it as my responsibility to sensitize our members on the current affairs. This includes the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thoroughly support the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as each is geared towards the betterment of our lives. It is a very comprehensive call, if you analyze it, and all-inclusive of the people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. In line with SDG 17, we need to enhance policy coherence for sustainable development as a means of implementation. The need for synergetic actions and inclusive approaches also addresses one of the underlying principles of the 2030 Agenda of leaving no one behind. Our government at all levels can accelerate transformative actions towards the achievement of the SDGs through collaborative efforts. We need to take diverse approaches to inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower the public through our efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda. But would they really be our efforts? Or would it just be the doing of a select group of people who sit down in some room, have some coffee, deliberate on issues that barely affect them? Would it? I present this as a challenge to the distinguished leaders seated here, to the distinguished leaders watching us from wherever they are. You ought to create local policies and programs that work towards achieving sustainable development while increasing public participation. This process, for a fact, would enhance ownership and political commitment to accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In conclusion, my future Kenya is attainable, where everyone is included and there is no discrimination, where people can express themselves and not be judged. This is a future that I personally desire, but I ask myself, is it even nearly in the present? It's quite sad. My future Kenya has active and knowledgeable citizens. Democracy is not about ticking a box every 5 years. Democracy is about being an active and involved citizen at all times. Furthermore, opinions are of no use if they are not based on knowledge. My future Kenya has more equality for all, transparent government officials, more leaders, fewer politicians. She has citizens that have honest self-awareness as individuals and as a nation. and it is peaceful. Most importantly, my future Kenya has a citizenry who are involved in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I urge you all to make a better tomorrow, starting today. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, the Alliance High School. My good friend and elder brother, Joseph Kimani, who's an alumni as well, tells me it is actually in capital letters. So please say the Alliance High School in capital letters. All right. The other thing my elder brother has taught me is about focus and discipline. And he has deliberately held my hand in my responsibility at CMD. I have learned something from Alliance, staying focused, staying disciplined from my elder brother. But this morning, as I invite Dr. Annette to speak, the captain of Alliance High School has also taught me pronunciation. Initially, I either avoided to pronounce the name of Dr. Annette, the surname, or my dialect of Dr. Squandana would then come out. But now I know that you are Dr. Annette Shwana, courtesy of the Alliance High School. Welcome, Dr. Annette, and speak to us.
Senator Alake, Honorable Koronto Musoka, Honorable Dr. Kimunya, Mr. Madavi, students, school leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody, and best regards from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. We just name it Konrad to make it easy. Who of you knows Konrad Adenauer? Okay, so maybe I can explain. Adenauer was the first chancellor of Germany after Second World War, and he was the founder of the CDU party and her party leader for 20 years. So from the end of the Second World War, 1945-6 to 1966. The reconstruction of our country and the reestablishment of democracy after the totalitarian Hitler regime, likewise the upswing in the 1950s and 1960s years in Germany are very much connected with his name. But let us look more than 2000 years to one of the most famous and influential democrats and philosophers, Aristotle, of course. Ever since Aristotle, it was clear that a stable state and a solid democracy require a very strong middle class. The rich will always be able to support themselves, and poor people have nothing to lose, so they are prone to revolutionary seduction. Adenauer stressed during his entire career the importance of policy to support middle classes. He strictly warned that too many poor people or some people who get too rich are a concrete danger destabilizing democracy. Political gains in Kenya should focus on economic and social policies and foster the enlargement of middle-income classes. Politics has various tools to support economic growth in order to build up a strong middle class or strong middle classes. But how to improve economy and therefore create a more growing middle class? What Kenya and Africa mostly needs is a much better cross-border infrastructure between the countries here. One of the greatest weaknesses here in Kenya and in general in Africa is that interregional trade is by far too less developed. In all regions of the world, especially in the well-performing regions like Europe, Asia, and North America, trade with the immediate neighbors is contributing the lion's share of the economy. So my recommendation and our recommendation is Kenya should stress more joint projects with European and Asian partners. In addition, trilateral projects would be even better as expertise and experience can be bundled together. More joint projects can also lead to a more relaxed stance on geopolitical frictions. In short, if you work together, you don't fight against each other. Kenya should also be very careful in any kind of negotiating new bilateral trade agreements. The strength of the European Union is exactly that not individual countries are negotiating, but the European Commission, the European Union as a whole. That's the reason why the European Union has a much greater bargaining power for obvious reasons. Let me just add some simple idea to boost Kenyan economy. Tourism, which is in many countries in the world a big part of the GDP, and Kenya is barely making it into the top 10 African destinations. Kenya right now has a very huge potential to grow. More tourists means more hotels, more souvenir shops, more restaurants, with many, many additional jobs for people to build up their lives. What can politics do? Make travel easier, get rid of the visa for European and Asian tourists. That was, by the way, the recipe of Thailand. In short, if democracy offers Kenyans the chance to lead a life in dignity, this is the best chance for political gains to develop Kenya into a full blossoming democracy. And the rest of the world? Just invite the rest of the world as tourists to this wonderful country with the great people, and let people talk about positive development here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annette. Again, because of time challenges, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka has a commitment, but he has assured me that once he arrives where he's going, he will tune in virtually. And because he's a gentleman, I have no doubt that he will keep his word. But he cannot leave before we listen to him, so that he can transition to his virtual location, so that he can continue the dialogue. Your Excellency, please speak to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, frankly, I'll do my best. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just be short on protocol and say that after listening to this wonderful son of mine, the captain of the Alliance High School, I really have nothing useful to add. I can see a leader in the making. If only, my son, you keep at it. Not a politician in the making. You know, you speak well, and I could see you. You know, there are some who are coached to say it. And even if your head teacher, the principal, the chief principal had something to do with it, your delivery is first class, phenomenal. I listened to my little granddaughter also from Western Kenya, and they made it clear what the expectations are. We're in another political season in this country. And I have made a personal commitment that I will do the best that I can to make sure that this country remains united, that elections will be peaceful, but somebody else has to assure me they'll be fair and credible. Therefore, I join with the Catholic bishops who have actually said expeditious appointment and recruitment of a substantive IEBC CEO is a must, and it has to be done expeditiously. I also hold the view that the matter of IDs, national identity cards, is a critical matter. And I would want to urge all of us speak with one voice to make sure that youths whose future we are talking about, first of all, are given in a timely manner their national IDs, and that they're going also to register as voters. We have seen in the past incidences where even issuance of national identity cards takes into account regional political interests. I want to believe that even the Huduma Center registration, if indeed there's a national conversation about it, and we end up with a credible voter registration, I'll be the happier. Therefore, on behalf of Wiper Democratic Movement, we give our pledge that we will do whatever is necessary to make sure the next elections, as far as you're concerned, will not be witnessed by hooliganism, because youth have to now take into account their destiny, refuse to be used for money, because that is a form of corruption. Corruption can be all-encompassing. You are bought corruptly, and then your very DNA becomes corruption invested. That is a country we're running away from for the sake of these future generations. And therefore, Franklin Uganja and CMD, I thank you. I congratulate you. I'm a big fan of CMD and PDF. Not the PDF we see on the computers, people's dialogue. And therefore, my final shot, I am depressed this morning. Because what is it that has necessitated this high increase in fuel? Kerosene plus 12 shillings? Somebody has to stand up and speak for Kenyans. I want to urge, even if the regulatory authority has to do these things, somebody has to explain. You know, we've had it from a young man here. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals is elaborated by the UN. Moving from the Millennium Development Goals to SDGs, eradication of poverty is key. How are we eradicating poverty when, as a result of this high jump in fuel, is going to necessitate now bring with it inflation? We know times are difficult, but this is a matter that also requires consultation so that nobody is left behind. I'm sorry, we are leaving millions and millions of Kenyans behind if we continue with this trend. May God bless Kenya. Congratulations again. The festival, I hope next year we'll go back to Museum Hill and there'll be no wearing of ties and things, knickers and talk. My brother Amos Kimonya is the chief guest. And thank you for allowing me to do this and really to see all the collaboration. Center for Multi-Party Democracy has become solid. So Senator Bishiro, travel safe. Edwin Sifuna, the Vice Chair, take charge. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ted Nyale's father and scholar's grandpa, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. I want now to invite our partners, UNDP, represented here by the country representative, Mr. Walid Badawi, to speak to us on this International Day of Democracy, which is a UN Day, and as well as the custodian of the Sustainable Development Goals. Please welcome. Can I have this sanitized, please? Thank you.
Hamjambo. Good morning. Some energy in the room. We had some beautiful music that really livened up the whole day. So let's get back to it. Let me thank you so much, Franklin and CMD, for inviting UNDP to be here. But first, let me acknowledge the presence who just left, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, former Vice President and the party leader for the Wiper Democratic Movement. Honorable Dr. Amos Kimunya, Majority Leader in the National Assembly and our chief guest today. Honorable Senator Abshiro in absentia. It really was great to hear her, and look forward to interacting when she's back. To our distinguished representatives of political parties here with us today, Honorable Veronica Maina, SG of the UDA, Mr. Edwin Sifuna, who is the SG of ODM, but also the Vice Chair of the CDM, Dr. Annette. I'll take Annette as the license to say Dr. Annette, country representative of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation, and all the other political party representatives that are here, representatives of state and non-state institutions, members that are joining us virtually also, and to the 5 locations where we're all booming in from. And to the captain of the Alliance High School, thank you for your inspiring words. I am always amazed in this great country to listen to you, the young people of Kenya. And as I hear you, I am so proud of this country. So let me dispense with all of the protocols and to say that as we commemorate the International Day of Democracy today, I really want to extend a warm appreciation to the Center for Multi-Party Democracy here in Kenya for actually inviting us as UNDP and myself to deliver a few words. Because as others have said, this is a great opportunity to reflect, dialogue, and debate on how our democracies can be transformative, inclusive, and resilient enough to ensure that no one is left behind. Firstly, let me also acknowledge the strong partnership between UNDP and indeed the UN system in Kenya with CMD that dates back to our support to electoral processes in Kenya program, which we implemented between 2015 and 2019, and your collaboration very closely with UN Women to build women's political leadership. Secondly, also let me acknowledge all of the partners that have supported and made today's event possible. And Franklin, you've acknowledged all of them, and it's a pleasure to be among them. Now, I was asked to speak to the topic of democracy and sustainable development. So indeed, let us take advantage of this diverse dialogue space that we have here today to first reflect perhaps on the state of democracy in Kenya and identify opportunities that we can work together to improve them. But this dialogue is also very timely, not just because of 2022, but it is also happening just a few short days after our UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, just launched on Friday a new roadmap for the next 25 years of multilateralism, which is entitled Our Common Agenda. This new common agenda was proposed by the Secretary General during the presentation of his 2021 report, which was, by very nature, highly consultative. This agenda is above all an agenda of action designed to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the SDGs. But before I get into the details of our common agenda, it is important, as I said, to reflect a little bit on where Kenya stands in terms of democracy. So according to the Mo Ibrahim Index for African Governance, Kenya ranks 14th out of 54 countries with an overall governance score of 58.5 out of 100, showing a slow improvement with an increase of 3.7 points in the last 10 years. In terms of participation, rights, and inclusion, Kenya currently scores 51.6 out of 100 and scores the same 51.6 out of 100 for security and rule of law. According to another assessment, a recent public opinion poll published by Afrobarometer in Kenya, only 23% of young people interviewed believe that the government has performed fairly well or very well in addressing the needs of young people. Also, putting it into a wider context, 24% of young Kenyans interviewed did not vote in the last elections, and 47% indicated that they were close to a political party. As part of the same public opinion poll in Africa, the young people interviewed indicated that they are not at all, not very satisfied with the way democracy works in their country. Now, these are important expressions that we need to embrace and take into consideration to shape our efforts to engage in a meaningful and peaceful manner with the youth of Kenya. So while these statistics point out certain improvement, for example, on enabling opportunities for peaceful participation of youth during elections, we see that Kenya is generally moving in the right direction. Kenya has one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, which instills a sense of pride for many. Under the umbrella of democracy in Kenya, the country has been able to carry out crucial processes that are examples for others to follow. Devolution is a key part of that democratic process and the development process. Kenya has established many robust institutions that uphold democracy and human rights. Let me refer to the National Youth Council, given the focus that we have here on youth, comprising more than 75% of the population of this country, as another institution that is going to be undergoing elections in the coming months, and young people are encouraged to take up the mantle and vie for those political offices. I would also like to applaud the separation of powers that we have witnessed in this country with the recent BBI ruling, both in terms of the independence of the judiciary, but also of the maturity of the executive to respect these rulings. These are indeed very, very promising signs for a country. Coming back to our common agenda, I'd like to mention some of the cornerstones of this promising approach outlined by our Secretary General, and many of them have been underlined in the discussions earlier. First, re-embracing global solidarity. Second is renewing of the social contract between governments and their people and within societies. Third, ending the infodemic plaguing our world by defending a common empirically backed consensus around facts, science, and knowledge. And this was indeed a very important point raised by Captain of Alliance High School. And fourth, working to build a stronger, more networked and inclusive multilateral system anchored around the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is intrinsically linked to a renewed social contract referred to by the UN Secretary General, as I just mentioned. And it is important to highlight the prominence that this agenda is giving to the active and equal participation of women and girls and the promotion of updated governance arrangements for better service delivery by the state, including the universal access to internet by 2030 as a basic human right. This is also complemented by an invitation by the UN Secretary General to all countries to conduct inclusive and meaningful national listening conversations. And this event today, this People Dialogues Festival, is indeed a people listening event. so all citizens can actually have a say in envisaging their country's futures. So in summary, this new social contract is based on three foundations: trust, inclusion, protection, and participation, and three, measuring and valuing what matters to people and the planet. And this brings me to the leave no one behind principle, which came up strongly by other speakers. This is indeed one of the cornerstones of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. And the leaving no one behind principle sets out a vision for sustainable development grounded in international human rights standards, putting equality and non-discrimination at the center of its efforts, and encompassing not only economic and social rights, but also civil, political, and cultural rights, and the right to development. The 2030 Agenda, for which Kenya has led the global preparations and adoption, has become the universal framework of the international community to foster a more coherent, efficient, and meaningful support to member states and their citizens in the search of prosperity, equity, and peace. And while all the SDGs, all 17 of them, are relevant as we speak about democracy, it is critical that we focus very explicitly on SDG 16, which promotes peace, justice, and strong institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the very notions of democracy are today under threat as we face a global crisis brought on by the global pandemic, COVID-19, that is fundamentally changing the very way we live. Poverty has risen for the first time in decades, with the vulnerable or marginalized populations bearing most of the impact. Horizontal societal distrust and distrust in government has been recorded across the globe. Suboptimal public participation and civic space at a time when citizens demand accountability, and the rising problem of information pollution, disinformation, misinformation, hate speech are but some of these manifestations. To this list, one may also add climate change and its impacts, armed conflict, social unrest, among the development challenges that are exerting a lot of pressure on governments, populations, and democracies around the world. So our reflections in this open dialogue must therefore conclude with a strong call for action, a call to the youth, to leaders, to political actors, to institutions, to civil society, to us in the international development community, but more particularly to the people of Kenya. This call is for active and meaningful participation in renewing that social contract and deepening democracy based on peaceful coexistence, compassion, and empathy that must prevail despite the difficulties that we witness every day. In Kenya, UNDP and the UN system are working closely through different initiatives with support from our international development partners, as well as with state and non-state actors, with the main purpose of ensuring the maximization of resources and alignment of interventions with national needs and strategies, including the Big Four Agenda, Vision 2030, and the Medium-Term Plan 3, and as the country embarks now on the fourth Medium-Term Plan. Through these interventions, principles of national ownership and accountability are the foundations for us in these multi-stakeholder mechanisms. Let me just mention some of the specific programs around democratic governance that we're implementing here in Kenya currently. The UN Joint Program on Devolution, our civil society democratic governance facility called Mkeni Kenya, which is upholding human rights and access to justice, our Transcending Foundations of Peace program, but very relevant to today's discussion is our recently launched Deepening Democracy program as we lead up to 2022. These initiatives together seek in the short term to contribute to national efforts to foster a conducive environment in the lead up to 2022 elections, But in the longer term, they seek to contribute to consolidating democracy, building social cohesion, and sustaining peace in Kenya. We do acknowledge that the challenges we face are great, yet they are not insurmountable. The hope that we can do better together is the main catalyzer for the international community and for us at UNDP and the UN system. For this reason, and among others, we are constantly looking for new and more effective ways to support the people in need under a collaborative approach where both multilateralism as well as national ownership are strongly promoted. However, we live in a dynamic world that requires us to adapt to change, to be resilient. For that reason, we continue to reinvent ourselves, to use innovation and exploration, to take advantage of big data and artificial intelligence to develop disruptive but effective approaches, and to explore new alliances to strengthen and expand this architecture of human development. These are some of the bold commitments and aspirations contained in UNDP's recently approved strategic plan that was adopted by UNDP just last week. We shall continue working together for a better present and a better future, giving particular attention to the youth of Kenya, who constitute the diverse, vibrant, and capable segment of our population that is full of hope, energy, and desires of peace and development and larger freedom, as per the preamble of the UN Charter. As I said earlier, I never cease to be inspired by listening to the young people that spoke to us today. And it is for that reason that last year, UNDP Kenya established the Youth Sounding Board, a multi-stakeholder platform where we have given an entire table for selected youth leaders in the country to advise us and advise me on everything that we do to ensure that it is responding to youth and their needs, not what we think responds to their needs. So we are walking the talk to put youth at the center of everything that we do as UNDP, and we encourage many other organizations to establish similar mechanisms, because it is only when you have youth at the table making decisions that things will change for them. As I close, let me remind us once again of the intrinsic link between democracy and human rights, which is captured in Article 21, Paragraph 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, "The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage, and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures." Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is a beacon of hope and stability in a region that is facing multiple and overlapping challenges. There is a golden opportunity presented by the 2022 elections and the roadmap leading up to it to once again have Kenya demonstrate to the world that this critical link between democracy and sustainable development and how integral these are to achieving our common agenda that the Secretary General outlined. So let us not miss this opportunity. Asanteni sana, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Badawi, for honoring us with your attendance. And indeed, we need trust, we need inclusion, we need effective participation, we need empathy, and we need compassion. Thank you for those words. To bring us to the official part of opening of the PDF 2021 is the leader of majority in the National Assembly, Honorable Amos Kimunya. Welcome.
It's still morning, so I'm safe. Distinguished supporters and guests, I'm trying to just cut a bit of that. Mr. Badawi, Annette, CMD leadership, both virtual and physical, and everyone who is here as a supporter of democracy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The good thing is I've been here for the last 3 hours. So I've listened quite a bit. I'm not sure whether my speech is still relevant, but I'll deliver it anyway. And thanks very much, Teddy, for, giving us some issues on the youth. But it's not all that bad. At least I can tell you, in the elections of 1963 and 2002, I'm not sure you were born at any of those. There was no ethnic voting. So at least we know on 2 elections in this country where ethnicity was not a factor. The first elections in 1963 and in 2002. And I believe it's still possible even into the future. Now, the unfortunate thing, obviously, is that if I decided today to vie as a presidential candidate, and I believe I'm qualified, what will people see? Will they see Amos Kemunya the professional? Will they see Amos Kemunya the scholar? Or will they see Amos Kemunya the Kikuyu? Okay? And I think that's something I want us to, we'll be looking at that in terms of what your solid, voter perceptions, voter ignorance. And it's the same thing globally. You see nationalist parties gaining traction in Europe, in US. And again, it's basically that nationalist movement is more of ethnicity rather than issues. Yeah, rallying people around, us versus them. And we saw that happen in the US. I'm not sure whether it's reversed or that. But let me come to what was before you said, or people mentioned these issues here. And I want to take this opportunity, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, to commend the organizers for this Noble and Timely People's Dialogue Festival, and most importantly, for recognizing the pivotal role that the National Assembly of Kenya plays in anchoring democracy. And it's something that has been, the partnership has been there for a while. I believe this forum gives us leaders an opportunity not only to make a case for what we've been doing, but also to listen and to be held to account by the very people we represent. Personally, I'm delighted to share my thoughts on the role of the National Assembly and what it does in advancing our democratic ideals. Again, figuring out that the National Assembly and indeed Parliament is one of the critical institutions in this our great republic. However, before I tell you the obvious of what Parliament does, what's done, allow me to start with what I consider as the major impediment to the growth of our democracy and which also affects the work of parliament. And that is the voter ignorance, and which I hope stakeholders in this, and I did listen to Mr. Badawi as you talked about deepening democracy. I hope it's something we'll be addressing in the coming months. I talk this from my own experience. I've participated in 4 elections as a stakeholder, 2002, 2007, 2013, and 2017. I've also participated in 2 referenda in 2005, 2010, and I've also participated in several by-elections. So I have personal experience with voters. And obviously I've been in parliament for 15 years. I've lost 1 referenda. I've lost 1 election in 2013, and I've won 3. So, and won 1 referendum. So basically, there is some things that I've captured from that experience. Now, as a scholar, because I believe I'm a professional scholar, then I find myself in politics. I'm not a politician. I find myself in politics. So let me wear from a scholarly hat. I want us to start putting it in a context of this voter education and from a funnel approach. And most of you will be familiar with the origins of democracy in Athens. I don't need to go through that. Those who haven't, Google will help. But generally, what happened those days is all decisions were made by people in a referendum, in the city of Athens, in the streets, and people will be told what to do. It still happens in Switzerland, it still happens in some other areas. And this mode of decision-making attracted the philosophers of the day, Aristotle, Plato, and all that. And they all had their own reservations or contributions to it. And particularly Plato expressed himself so vividly in terms of doubting the capacity and ability of masses to make the right decisions for themselves. And he advocated for what he called the just society, which he believed comprised of the producers, what he called the auxiliaries, and the guardians. And according to Plato, in his just society, what he said is the guardians, also known as the philosopher kings, would be chosen from the ranks of the auxiliaries and would then be made responsible for ruling the city. So that you don't end up with all this amount of people coming to make decisions on matters they don't even understand. And he claimed that democracy was a danger due to the excessive freedom. And in that kind of system where everyone has a right to rule, all sorts of selfish people who do not care for the public good are able to attain power for their personal desires. Does that sound familiar? Okay. And this, he said, was basically facilitated by voter ignorance. And hence, what Plato did advocate is said, let's get this group of people who are carefully educated guardians and take them and put them in some monasteries or some, kind of shielded areas where they'll be shielded from contamination in terms of their morality, in terms of their thinking, by interacting with the regulars, so that they'll think independently for the common good without looking at personal issues. This is rather a Byzantine approach, was an extremist thinking, and it didn't go far. But again, now moving into the UK, because we have a bit of our history from Britain. I don't know how many of you may know that in the 19th century, one John Stuart Mills advocated for a system in the UK that gave extra votes to citizens who had university degrees and or those who are deemed to be in intellectually demanding jobs. And what this system allowed is some select universities would actually have allocations of own constituencies. And hence, for example, an alumni of Oxford would vote twice. Once in their home constituency, whatever it is, and also at their university constituency, which was basically to improve the quality of the votes by ensuring that those people who are educated and can think of where they are voting can determine the overall vote. And you'll be surprised that this system continued in UK until 1950, yeah, from the 19th century. And this did not stop because it was deemed, but at that point it was deemed that the populace was now educated and could make the decisions. But it's just around the same time that you remember the famous quote by Winston Churchill, where he described democracy and said the many forms of government, I quote, have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and war. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all lies. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So despite all its bad things, it's still the better one. And surprisingly, for those who remember your history, after this remark, within months of making this remark or this observation, despite Winston Churchill winning the war, he was actually voted out from his position as prime minister, which basically tells you that perhaps voters are looking for different things when they go for voting. If we go across the Atlantic then to the US, the issue of voter ignorance became very apparent, especially with people migrating who into some areas, for example, into Connecticut, and who are deemed that perhaps they don't even understand the local issues. And hence, a law was passed, I think, in 1855 in Connecticut. A similar law was passed in New York in 1921. Basically, legislating for that voters needed to have a certain level of literacy to be allowed to vote. And you can imagine what happened, especially now after the emancipation of the slaves, people who are now going to school, and including the universal suffrage, including the women who did not even know what to do. And this law seemed to have been in contradiction with the Constitution of America that allowed everyone to vote. And hence, in 1975, not early, it's only in 1975 that this law was actually abolished by Congress. Yet, even in the 1776, at the founding of the US Republic, and Kenya is a republic, so I'm trying to remember those things so that we can see where we're rating. Voter ignorance was recognized, and certain, between the various founding fathers, if you look at what Madison advocated for, what Hamilton advocated for, what Jefferson advocated for, the overall compromise was, since we can't trust all these people to vote, people who govern them and all that, why don't we agree on a compromise? Let the people elect directly their House of Reps, and only for 2 years. And then also into the state legislatures. And then the state legislatures, who are now people who are being elected and who are deemed to probably think better than their electors, were given the responsibilities of electing the senators. And this continued since 1776 until 1912, when the 17th Amendment was passed to allow for direct popular elections of the senators by the people in the states. In terms of the executive, again, they came up with perhaps the solution would be to have, let's have an elected executive, but not allow the executive to be contaminated by politicians. And that's why you ended up now with the cabinet secretaries and the executive would all be drawn from outside the political circles, which is something we embraced in 2010, but perhaps for different reasons. Because I can see the clamor for having ministers back in the House building momentum. Yet the whole point was to sanitize government by ensuring that you insulate it from politics by having people from outside. And also the timings of the reps at 2 years, senators at 6, and the president 4. So you allow for checks and balances along the way. We can get into that deeper. But around the same time, within the 1776, like I said, Thomas Jefferson, who is considered the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, became the earliest advocate of this enlightened citizenry. And I'm glad that, Captain, you mentioned about it. Because for him, in response to the Plato's challenge that the masses will never be able to make a decision for themselves, and hence they need this, young group of people who are philosopher kings. Kind of say there's no way God would have created all these people, yet to just be joyriders in a situation where they're only led by a few talented guys. And according to Jefferson, he said that he argued that this enlightened citizenry would be indispensable for the proper functioning of the republic, basically enabling the citizens to exercise oversight. And what he did is he then promoted, let's have lots of people who are knowledgeable and who can take part in elections at the local level, what he called the ward republics. And he is credited for having really started the whole issue of democracy at the local level. And to just achieve the dream and create the version of these philosopher kings. These philosopher kings were born, it's more hereditary because of where you're born. But he said we can create men of virtue, men and women of virtue through education. And that's how he started the University of Virginia. But despite all that, the US is still tinkering with its democracy. And you've seen changes being proposed over and over again in terms of how they do it. Coming closer to Kenya then, for historical reasons, we seem to have adopted a hybrid of both the parliamentary from UK and presidential democratic system, the Washington model. And we appreciate that democracy is obviously a universally recognized ideal as well as a goal, which is based on common values shared by peoples throughout the world community, irrespective of cultural, political, social, or economic differences. This is thus a basic right of citizenship to be exercised under conditions of freedom, equality, transparency, and responsibility, with due respect to the plurality of views and in the interest of the polity. And I have heard these words here this morning. In Kenya, we've even adopted a very inclusive and progressive constitution in 2010, which seemed to sort out some of the issues that bedeviled us in the past, between 1963 and 2010. And this came complete with devolved structures, democratic structures, enabling citizens to participate at the national and local level. And those who are familiar with the Kenyan system will know before 2010, for example, the mayors or the chairmen of the council would be elected by a small group of councillors who are now referred to as the, members of the county assemblies. So in a typical county with 25 councillors, all you needed is get 13, lock them in a hotel, okay, and make sure that none of them moves. And on the appointed date and time, they will go and elect you as their boss. And the people of Kenya said, no, we want to elect the head of our county now that we're devolving resources and not just decentralizing. We want to elect the person direct. And hence the elections of governors became by universal suffrage with the county. So deepening democracy and ensuring people take part in electing the people who will take care of them at the local level, just as at the national level. We've also enacted the enabling legislation. We have the Elections Act and particularly the Political Parties Act. I think these are the most critical for our electoral purposes. Now, I must also say, as part of what we did, because Article 38 of the Constitution basically says everyone has a right to elect a person of their choice and to participate in the elections. So we couldn't legislate for minimum voter education for purposes of voters. However, our Constitution also recognized that education has a role to play in terms of the leaders that will be elected and obligated Parliament to set such qualifications. And hence, within our Elections Act, we have now set up the minimum qualifications for people seeking the different offices. I know there's controversy about it, but Parliament has done its bit in terms of rising up to the occasion and saying that, yes, for you to be elected a leader, to understand the issues in leadership, you need a certain minimum level of education. Now, coming to the elections, one of the key features of a democracy is the opportunity afforded to the citizenry to participate in free and fair electoral process through that right to universal suffrage, both at national level and at the county level. And it's just in this sense that when we look at the constitution of the National Assembly, the Senate, the county assemblies, they are all population-driven, an exercise that takes place every 5 years, where members return to their constituencies to seek fresh mandate to represent the people. We have even gone further and defined what almost a job description of these representatives, and say their role is, we all know this, representation, legislative, and oversight. But do our voters interpret these roles in the same way? Let me just look at the issue of representation. When my voters in Kibiperi look at me, what do they see? I represent them in Parliament, yes, but they expect I'm the problem solver, I'm the agent of development, I'm the chief fundraiser in every fundraising in the village, I'm the social worker, to be there, shoulder to cry on for everyone. You basically, nobody looks at what you do in Parliament, right? They look at, you are there on the ground with them, empathizing with them, doing the things, helping them to do things. But is that what the member of Parliament is supposed to be doing? And this invariably obscures and affects the choices made. First of all, because they only look at the one who has been closest to them, who has been attending most funerals, who has been fundraising most of the issues, rather than a person who is telling them about the domestication of the Kyoto Protocol or the attainment of the SDGs. What do they care about SDGs? They want to know you are the funeral, right? They want to look at who gave the most persuasive campaign pledges. Water is devolved. Local roads are devolved, right? Agriculture is devolved. But you will hear members of Parliament, even senators saying, when you elect me, I'm going to make sure all these roads are sorted out, that every home has water. You know it's not your role, but that's what the electorate want to hear, because they're ignorant in terms of what the job, the person they're giving the job is supposed to be doing. And it further negatively impacts on the contribution towards the legislation and oversight that voters seem to pay little attention to or factor into their voting. When you're talking oversight, we know we're supposed to be summoning or calling government, the executive, to account in Parliament. So you'll find the committee, a certain committee, let's take, for example, on security, we'll be calling the minister for security to come before and say what's happening in the country. But the same members of parliament, because they are the agents of development, they are the social workers, they are expected to ensure that there's a police station in the area, right? Will then be following the minister to ask, when can I have my police station done? So instead of being independent as a member of parliament to demand accountability, you end up being compromised because of the demands for your own people. And this is something, I'm bringing this because of the Kenyan context, it may be different. And if we don't look at some of these things, we will be looking at parliament and say parliament has failed. But there are some underlying issues, if they are not resolved at the community level, it doesn't matter who you vote for or what institutional frameworks you have in parliament, that people will still live in denial. As we don't appreciate in less than a year's time, we will be subject to electoral process. And the question I want us to think of is, traditionally we see around every election, there's a 70% attrition. 70% of the members of parliament don't come back, don't get re-elected. To what extent is this voter attrition related to the performance or non-performance of the members of parliament? You will find that some of the most vocal members of parliament who are there in every debate, who contribute to every bill, who will be there to ensure the law is perfect, when they go to out there, they are told, we did not vote you in to have that kizungu mingi. You know that, talking a lot of English in parliament. We voted you there so that you can be here with us, deliver us goodies, make sure there's a couple of handouts that we can all enjoy to see that you come. Now, to what extent do voters scrutinize the candidates and what they stand for? Or are they basically swept by political waves and material influences? And you can appreciate why members of parliament are obsessed with this CDF, the Constituency Development Fund. It's supposed to be by the executive. We are not supposed to be handling the money. But without it, what are you going to tell people you've been doing? And hence, even within the women reps, you'll find them with the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which basically is competing with the county assemblies, with the social workers in distribution of sanitary pads and giving some tents and all those things so that they can be seen to be working. Yet, they are not elected to be social workers. They are elected to agitate for women issues in parliament. But that's the dilemma that we find ourselves in. And unless we are able to resolve that, as we talk of the growth of democracy in this country, and as we work with political parties, if we don't resolve those fundamental issues on the ground, then we will not do much in terms of developing democracy in this country. Now, aside from voting, obviously, and on a good note, a further important element of our democracy is that we should be proud of is the opportunities that have been afforded, again, through our constitution to seek public accountability of our leadership. And for a member of parliament, the constitution offers an opportunity to exercise the people's right to recall an unperforming member. It's not been done for members of parliament. It's very difficult, thankfully. But for the positions of governors, the president and deputy, the Senate and the National Assembly have been bestowed with impeachment powers, and the Senate has exercised this, and the county assemblies have exercised this substantially. So far, we've had, I think, 3 governors, 2 are out, and others are at different stages. So in that regard, public accountability, an essential element of democracy, applies to all those who hold public authority, whether elected or non-elected, and to all bodies of public authority without exception. Accountability also entails a public right of access to information, which is again guaranteed by the Constitution about the activities of government, and the right to petition government and to seek redress through impartial administrative and judicial mechanisms. And in light of this, you'll find that in the National Assembly, occasionally, we have on our agenda several petitions by the members of public to consider matters that that are of concern to them, and especially where they've gone through the courts, where they've gone through all the other places looking for justice they can't get, they seek for it in Parliament. Now, ladies and gentlemen, other factors that ensure our inclusivity in the conduct of the business of the National Assembly include publicizing our business discussed in the Chamber of the House. And we do this within our website, with the papers. All of the debates are publicly conducted openly, unless there's a security issue calls for in-camera discussion. And often, always we have a live stream subject to availability of airwaves, so that any person can follow what Parliament of Kenya is doing at one point. And in fact, we have a plan now to actually get a more dedicated channel that we're broadcasting 24/7. Our legislative process is also open with various stakeholders and members of the public have an opportunity to participate and contribute on the substantive development of law and policies that are from time to time considered by the National Assembly, also known as public participation. So despite having members of public electing their representatives to go to Parliament to legislate, what the 2010 Constitution did, and which has been enforced very vigorously by the courts, is to ensure that no law will ever be passed without public participation, where the public will then come and give their views and all that. So inclusivity is also achieved through the opportunity for members of the public to also sponsor legislative proposals through an individual member of the committee. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hold the view, against that background, that democracy is to be pursued as a mode of government to be applied according to modalities which reflect the diversity and experiences and cultural peculiarities without derogating from internationally recognized principles, norms, and standards. It's thus a constantly perfected and always perfectible state or condition whose progress will depend upon a variety of political, social, economic, and cultural factors. And in our case, the 2010 Constitution represents a critical focal point and cures several challenges that stifled democracy in the past. And that's a past we are all abreast with for those who were there before 2010. Our democratic experiment, I dare say, is still getting better by the day. And as has been said by the others, by several others before me, democracy is a process. It's not an event. It is to be achieved through evolution and gradual evolution rather than through revolution. I believe we've all seen what the revolutions in the Arab world through the Arab Spring in search for democracy have resulted into. We're glad at least we are patient enough to let ours to evolve. I also believe that although democracy is an ongoing experience, ours holds lots of lessons for other African countries. And the advancement we have made so far is admirable, and we continue to strive to make it better. Furthermore, our democratic space is very accommodative of not only the individual citizens and their right to universal suffrage, but also to the existence of an active civil society, which is always questioning government. And this is without doubt an essential element of democracy. What we need to do is to actively build on the gains and work together on what I consider the missing link, developing that enlightened citizenry. Voter education, including, for example, on issues of SDGs, including the relations with the voters, including what happened, interrogation of all these policies is an imperative going forward, even to ensure no one is left behind. Having the wrong people voting for the wrong reasons ensures that all those who wanted to do the right things would actually be left behind. So we need to work on a combination of all those things. And ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me indicate and confirm that the National Assembly is an accessible institution with the will and the interests of the Kenyan people at its heart. We will do our best to nurture the democratic space in our country, appreciating that despite its challenges globally, democracy is still the best form of government. And this will include continuous review of electoral and political parties laws and ensuring adequate budgetary support to the electoral process. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this invitation and to wish you a happy and energy boosted festival and a happy International Day of Democracy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amos Kumunya. It's been a long opening session, but I think it's set the right tone. Having the wrong people for the wrong reasons, making the wrong choices is exactly what PDF is trying to deal with. Thank you for summarizing our vision, Honorable Kimunya. Asante sana. I want to thank all the speakers that have participated in this opening session. Mr. Badawi, the majority leader, Dr. Annette, Honorable Kalonzo, who's going to tune in virtually, and the other leaders that will be strolling in the course of the day as we continue now the dialogue, but more involving, engaging the counties again, and engaging the other people online. And the political parties particularly play a very important role in this. I want to individually thank the political parties. The Democratic Party, please, wherever you are, please just wave at us. NAC, then we have NAC Kenya, please, Jambo Sana, KANU, Watingize, UDA, we had already mentioned, the SGC are represented. KNC, Kenya National Congress, and as well, please, online, we appreciate your participation. WIPA, of course, represented, the party leader has just gone back. Ford Kenya, represented here by the SG, and the party leader will be joining us in due course. Amani National Congress, of course, represented by the executive director and the young people here. We're also waiting to see the party leader as well. The Frontier Alliance Party, who is also our treasurer, strongman Bwana Kanguchu. Sante sana. Jubilee as well. They were expecting the Secretary General, and the majority leader as well is here. Chama cha Mashinani, former Governor Isaac Ruto is tuned in online and will be part of the next panel. And of course, Vice Chair, I have not forgotten you. In the absence of the chair not listening that I have been a good boy today, you can weigh in a good word so that I can not be promoted outside. Thank you very much for being with us. I'll hand over back the program now to more lively people. This lady is called Min Ping, and she makes sure that the event is Tomitna. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I mean, after he speaks like that, even if he was misbehaving, I would have to tell the chairperson he was talking on, isn't it? Well, please give yourself another round.
Kusukisa bilo belango ya bato ikwela yanga inashe. Wazee ukumbuka ongenda yao na yebikongo ya bandate oyangaina yao bibala ya boya bo bandate ae ongaina yao na yebikongo ya bandate oyangaina yao bibala ya boya bo bandate ae libala yangai na mobile nangai mama na pika dala pala paka pika batunga ngai mama batika na sonyo batunga ngai mama batika na likombe ngai na yao na yebimponga ya bangate oyangai na yao libala ya boya bo bangate ae Nazalingo asiwe na mobali nangai nakomenga te kutupenga yongi yasa kwa mama nakomenga te akokate bakate longange hongai na yao na yebimpongo ya bangate oyangai na yao bibala boya bo bangate ae Mtwash. Mtwash. Never love away, never run away. Never love. Never love away, never love away. Never love. Never love away, never love away. Never love. Never love away, never love away. Never love. 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 Never love away. 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 Never love away. Never love. Zaga, 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 yeah. Mtwash. Check it, wa, hey. Check it, wa, hey. Check it, wa, hey. Check it, wa, hey. Check it, wa, check it, wa. Mmeweza hiyo rumba sana. Kwenye drums ni Big Man Chucho Joel. Tupe kitu, tesa kidogo. Mtwash. Kwenye keyboard ni Martin. Mato tutese kwa keyboard kidogo. DJ Waltz. Hey. DJ Waltz. Yeah. And on the bass is Mike. Mike, tupe kitu, tesa kidogo. And we are wanavokali. Rumba imeshika kweli. Ya youths, ya wazee pia. Happy Kongo ya te, oya ngaida ya ho, bibala ya bo bangate, ahe. Oh ngaida ya ho, na happy Kongo ya bangate, oya ngaida ya ho, bibala ya bo bangate, ahe.
Vocalia we shall continue entertaining us as we try to settle back in. Let us try to settle back in so that we do the panel discussion of Secretary Generals of parties as moderated by Dibal Ainer. Let us settle down in as the band continues. Karibu. We will be taking questions from the counties. Wale wako counties, please prepare your questions. Wale wako kwa counties, please prepare your questions and concerns. We will take them. We will take them.
minute. Girl, I want to know your name. I started to write you letters, and I wanted to be more clever. I wanted to get down and sweet talk to you, baby, yeah. And just like a baby, trying to come closer, not one. And I think of it every night. I just could not get it right. Oh, if we ever come close again, I know just what to say. Can we talk for a minute? Oh, yeah. Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. One more chance with you again, and I will not let it go. Please give me just one more chance. Oh, love, love, love. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. It's a revolution. Vic, could you kindly? Yeah, 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 yeah. Everyone's feeling pretty. It's hotter than July. Now it's time for celebration. And like the end of the end of July. From the dark, I hear it and the heart on the line. So the ones on the voices and never reckoned if they tried. I didn't know you would be jumping until the break of dawn. I We'll be jamming until the break of dawn. I said we'll be jamming and jamming and jamming and jamming. Oh. This has come to the fighting. Not our answer today is to let all our worries like a breeze through a finger slip away. This has come to Zimbabwe. That was right on the one. Now the time's for celebration, cause we've only just begun. You know we'll be jamming until the break of dawn. I know nobody never told you that we'll be jamming until the break of dawn. I will be jamming, 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 Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the jamming of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We're in the middle of the making of the Master Blaster jamming. We'll be jamming, 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 jamming now.
All right. Thank you. Right about now, I want to call as the SGs to ODM, take the podium. SG to UDA, take the podium. SG to ANC, take the podium. I will also call the moderator, Dibal Ainea, who will also be coming. So as they take up their seats, gonna give us one last number. Kitu ya nguvu, kitu ya nyumbani. All right.
Captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You fit my love with You please, you gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist. I needed somewhere, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this now. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better.
All right, let's give a big round of applause to wonderful caliber. Asante. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us online, if you're joining us physically here, karibu sana. I know we're time bad, but we're gonna do this. This is the last session and then we break for lunch. Lunch will be served shortly. But I just want to invite you for a very informative session. Now this is where the dialogue begins. Tutachukua maswali, tutachukua concerns in a respectful manner, in a robust manner. But without further ado, I want to invite Dibal Ainea to take it from there. Karibu sana Dibal.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Fantastic. I want to welcome you back into this session where we are going to engage the party representatives to talk about the topic at hand, which is towards electoral accountability and stable political environment in Kenya in 2022. Looking at the current state of play in our politics, most people will admit that the tension is heightening, and people also have bugbears and fears on what really this portends for 2022. So without much further ado, I want to call upon our panelists to come on board and join me to take this conversation forward. And also you'll have an opportunity to fire your questions, also share your contributions as well towards this particular topic at hand. Virtually, I want to welcome all of you from the 5 counties as well. So from you as well, we'll be advised on how we can get your questions and your contributions to share with the in-person attendance here as well. By way of introduction, my name is Dibala Nair. I'm a broadcast journalist, and I'm delighted to actually be here today to facilitate this particular moment. Thank you very much. I want to just go straight, and I will call upon the Party Secretary General of UDA, Veronica Maina. I can see you just join me on the podium as well. I'll want to call upon also on Margaret Ndanyi. She is the Executive Director of the ANC, Amani National Congress, and also the Acting Secretary General. I would like to call upon also on the Vice Chair of CMD, who is also the Party Secretary General of the ODM, that is Orange Democratic Movement, to join us on the podium. Millicent, by way of hand, Secretary General Ford Kenya, are you here? I just want to acknowledge you where you are. You don't want to join us on the panel, why? Please come on. And yes, so that we can see you as well. Thank you very much. So a round of applause for our panelists. These are the faces that we're going to see in the next half an hour or so, and be open to ask them critical questions, because it's our country, and also their faces, the faces of the political parties in this country as well. And I know from the beginning there was a question on political parties' sustainability, that we can see many of them mushrooming right now as the clock is tick-tocking towards general election next year. So the biggest question is, how sustainable are they, right? Is this just special purpose vehicles for 2022? So I want just to begin this particular forum by just getting a general introductory remarks from our panelists. I'll begin with Veronica Minor. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Just looking at the current state of play and the political tone and tenor in the country, what will be your take?
My take is, first of all, this is an important dialogue that we are having today, and a dialogue that many more people, many more actors, many more stakeholders should be having today. It's a dialogue that should take the center stage among the youth, because as we approach 2022, people have many diverse political interests across the whole nation, across the political divide. And it's important that we dialogue and agree on basic minimums, on basic operable minimums, that what kind of an environment do we need for our nation, Kenya? What's our future? As I listened to our son here, Ted from Alliance High School, talking about the future of Kenya and what he hopes to see in days to come, then we have to agree on a basic minimum on what should be acceptable, what should not be acceptable. Is it going to be business as usual in 2022? Are we still going to see violent scenes? Are we going to see police deployed to maybe distract some parties and not others during their campaigns or their meetings? So I think we need to agree as stakeholders, what's the future of our democracy in Kenya? How do we implement the constitution in a way that political leaders can gain acceptability and can gain respect, and can also respect the dignity of human beings, the dignity of Kenyans within the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you very much. Let me also introduce Edwin Sif. Well, kindly have your mics on as well. And
thank you very much, Dibal. First of all, as Vice Chair of CMD, I want to say that I'm very proud of this organization. And those who don't know is that the political space in Kenya sometimes very difficult to even sit on the same table with some of our competitors. I was hoping Veronica would confirm that in fact this is the first time and the first space that the SG of UDA and SG of ODM have sat on the same table. And it is also the first time, Dibal, that I've sat on the same table with my friend and party leader of Wiper, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, since our very noisy and public divorce. And this just confirms that this is a very important space, that in fact we get opportunity to sit and dialogue with our colleagues in the political space. I want to thank the wonderful band. I am a big fan. Teddy, you blew me away. I am happy that we are discussing sustainability of political parties. I have already seen the next SG of ODM in you. And because this party is going to be there for posterity, I can guarantee you that we are nurturing sustainable political parties. I am encouraged, Dibal, by the theme of this year's PDF, competition, collaboration in democratic development, that in fact, we as political parties, there are things that we can generally agree, because the democratic space is open for all of us. Even when our ideas and ideals might be different, we must all cooperate in order that we expand the democratic space. I am further encouraged that, in fact, even this cooperation amongst political parties is something that is entrenched in law. If you look at the first schedule of the Political Parties Act, Rule 6 there requires that political parties promote cooperation in political competition, that we promote consensus building in policy decision-making, especially on issues of national importance, and be tolerant and inclusive in all our political activities, and promote inter-party relations, respect for different political views, and mitigate differences through dialogue. I want to also confirm, and especially to you, Teddy, that as ODM, we are committed to ensuring that we guarantee a peaceful election in 2022 and a stable environment for democratic participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I was introduced, I'm Margaret Ndanyi, the Executive Director of Amani National Congress Party, headed by Musalia Mudavadi. Right from the foremost, I must thank you, Dibal, for this session. And as my colleague Sifuna has said, not many occasions we do sit together, but once in a while when we do, we are brothers and sisters. And we look at each other as competitors and not enemies. So I want to thank CMD and this People's Dialogue Festival. It brings us together to chart the way forward. I want to also extend my thanks to Teddy and the young voice from Buka. We can clearly see the voice of the young people, what they are yearning for in this country. The voice of the high school students, what they are yearning for in this country, because they are the future leaders of this country. And as it has been said before, we want to have a peaceful election. And when we sit together like this to dialogue, this is very, very critical. I want to thank CMD because it has really brought many, many youth together across political parties to sit and dialogue. And I think this has helped, because when you now meet youth from different political parties, you'll see them chatting and just laughing and just enjoying as Kenyans. And this is where we should actually lead to. So as we move ahead, we want to believe we'll have a very, very fruitful dialogue. It is the beginning of things. As it has been said, we don't want to see violence in this country. This country belongs to all of us, and we want to make it peaceful for the young generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Millicent?
Thank you very much. My name is Millicent Abudo. Currently, I'm the Acting Secretary General for Kenya after the coup. You all know that. And I want to take this opportunity to thank CMD for doing what they've been doing best. That is the PDF, People's Dialogue Festival, bringing all the stakeholders together. And again, in this PDF, this is where we dialogue on how to make Kenya a better place to be, as we've been shown by the generation to come, that is the primary school in Kakamega and also the Alliance. They want to see a Kenya that they can count on tomorrow, not a Kenya where there's a lot of fight, leaders are abusing each other, left, right. We want a Kenya where each and every one of us, we live as a family, and also we are the change makers. Also, I want to say that we want a peaceful general election come 2022. We don't want to fight. We want to show the country that this PDF, the discussions we are making today, can make a change. And that is the change that we want. As Kenyans, we are tired of running up and down during elections and after elections. So this discussion we are having here today, let's carry it on, and let it reach the grassroots. And that's why we are having the points in Kakamega, Laikipia, and all other places, so that it reaches the common mwananchi, that we need a peaceful country, and a country where a child that is carried in the stomach today can count a place to be tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, we were supposed to be joined by the party leader of Chama Cha Mashinani, that is Isaac Ruto, virtually. So as soon as we have that established, we shall also welcome him aboard as well. But let's get down to brass tacks and discuss the matter at hand. As we know, the environment, as I mentioned, is getting polarized, and people are having bugbears and fears, so much concerns within the parties. First of all, I want to really maybe peg our thoughts on different facets. We can look at the shifting political alliances and divisions. We'll also look at exploitation of socioeconomic grievances. We can see what is happening right now in Laikipia. People are saying this is politically instigated. Others are saying, no, we totally deny that. This is a perennial drought problem, and it has a recurrence. If you look at the patterns 5 years back, this has been happening. Prevalence of this and misinformation as well, especially as we're heading towards general election. We saw just the other day also Mozilla have noted some of the bloggers that are perpetrating, misinformation on social media. Some are also of the accounts, social media accounts that have been closed as well. And also the torrid times that we're living in with COVID-19 pandemic with us. How then does the political parties also try and structure their messaging, structure also their rallies in light of the pandemic that we have currently? But let me just begin with the shifting political alliances, and I'll begin with Veronica, who is just immediately near me, to tell us, first of all, how is this alliances, from your own perspective, as the Secretary General of UDA, sort of exacerbating the tensions and the rifts that we have and polarizing the nation? Do you think we should be going the coalition's way and the alliance's way? Your party leader has been very categorical. I think first of all, you need to clarify, is he a party leader of UDA? That has never been established. So we want to know categorically today, has he joined UDA or is he in Jubilee? So from what point of view is he speaking of, as a chair of UDA or the deputy chair of the Jubilee Party?
I don't know which one to go for first, but let me say this first of all, as a way of clarification, is that Jubilee Party had a coalition agreement with the UDA, then PDP. And in that coalition agreement, there were laid down provisions on how the two parties would relate. So, courtesy of that coalition agreement, the members of Jubilee Party have been in discussions, have been in negotiations in certain respects with the UDA, then it was PDP. So I believe even today, the parties continue to relate with one another. And even beyond that, even if there was no coalition, we have instances in this country where even other political parties like ODM is having discussions or even programs together with Jubilee Party. So I think what Kenyans need to do is to get used to the flexibility of people in different political divides being in a position of doing a dialogue. And I must acknowledge this from CMD, that for the first time I have sat with the ODM Secretary General, seeing him closely seated next to me, and there are no punches being exchanged between us, no insults.
Yet
we are not going to exchange any. So I would say what we need to do as Kenyans is that as people shift alliances or identify with a certain ideology, which may not have been offered by the political party where they are in existence, it shouldn't raise too much eyebrows, because that's what is causing the tension and the disharmony. Because if today I have made a decision to be in a specific political party, and tomorrow I want to shift to another political party that is supported by Article 38 of the Constitution, it's supported by the Political Parties Act, as long as I have bound myself to the procedure and fulfilled and complied with it, then it shouldn't be a big issue. But I guess from the political side or from the political perspective, then it becomes people raise eyebrows wondering why is Dibal now maybe walking around with Veronica or walking around with whoever other person who was not in their party before. So whether somebody chooses to be in this specific political party or chooses to form an alliance with another political party or conglomerates a number of political parties to form a bigger political union, I think we should be free to take any concept that people come up with, because all those are legal and all those are within the law. So we shouldn't feel uneasy about it. And as we head towards 2028, I think the idea is to tolerate, accept, and be more flexible. If you change your mind and you're a married couple, one is in this party, the other one is in the other party, it shouldn't be a big deal.
It should be a big deal because they're legal instruments, actually, which is, holding this particular marriage, right? You mentioned Section 38, yes. But are you oblivious of the Section 22 of the Political Parties Act?
Every political marriage also has exit clauses, by the way. There is no document you will find which has been scripted between two political parties, which does not talk about disputes and does not talk about disengagement.
Thank you.
So, and the other question you have asked me about whether the Deputy President is our party leader. He is not our party leader as yet. He will be our party leader because right now he's a member of the Jubilee Party. He's the deputy party leader of the Jubilee Party. So right now he's bound by the Jubilee Party, but he is associating with the UDA, just the way ODM associates with the Jubilee Party.
So you have to throw in ODM there, I tell you.
I'm just giving you the scenario so that you can...
Because you know where this conversation is headed to. Yes. Right, but deeming, right, according to Section 22 of the Political Parties Act, as it were, it has been, seen as the deputy president or members of the UDA who are affiliates of UDA, they're actually showing that they are not in Jubilee. Technically, they're in Jubilee, but they're in UDA. And this is where I want Sifuna to just jump in and clarify. According to Section 22 of the Political Parties Act. No, I've given you your time. No. I'll give you your time. I'll give you your time. Let Sifuna come in.
I think, Debal, I'm quite impressed of your knowledge of the law. I know that you are not a lawyer, but you are spot on that there is a distinction to be made between political cooperation between political parties, which is something that is allowed under the first schedule that I read for you, and the conduct of politicians to advance the interests and policies of political parties other than those on which they were elected, which is something that is expressly forbidden under the Political Parties Act. Now, we have faced the specter of that political inhygiene for a long time. We know that some members of my own political party were amongst the first to demonstrate this political inhygiene, but we shouldn't, try to sugarcoat it. The fact of the matter is that the law is being flouted across the political divide when it comes to fidelity to the political party on which you were elected. It is not possible for you to be the deputy party leader of ODM, for instance, and then you advocate and promote another political party openly at every event that you get and say that that is in line with the law. No, political cooperation is separate from what is happening in the political space. And me as SG, because we have tried as a party to try and discipline our members when it comes to such conduct, I would really have wished, and this is a conversation we have had with my colleagues from other political parties in CMD, I am sure my colleague from Ford Kenya would agree that political parties need greater muscle in order to rein in their errant members. We have been, we feel like we've been hamstrung by very, very difficult and onerous conditions that are put in place, especially by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. I can see, I think that is that Makolwa? No. There's my friends from the ORPP, I wish they were here. They know the difficulties we have gone through. I wish the chairperson of the, I think she's coming. She was invited. Yeah, I wish that Ms. Desma Nungo, who is the chairperson of the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal, was here as well. We have had a conversation with them that they need to allow more flexibility when it comes to political parties, where there's open flouting of an express provision of the law. But you find that even with elaborate processes such as some that we have undertaken at ODM that come at great expense to the party, you still find the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal siding with that member citing constitutional rights. And these members, they don't even desist. They will continue and continue. And of course... so from your own assessment, have they been doing actually a sloppy job in terms of trying to... I genuinely believe that the legal regime is too permissive in terms of the sort of indiscipline. Although there is an express prohibition in the Act, the then procedures of disciplining those members, because the Constitution and the Act itself talks about deeming that, in fact, all you need to stand and say, for instance, as SG of ODM, if I stand here and say Jubilee is the best political party, that is already enough for me to be sanctioned as a member of ODM and to be kicked out of the party. But then there are all these procedures that have been set in place in terms of rules of natural justice and the others that make it extremely difficult for us to enforce some of these provisions.
Great. I wonder what Margaret also will describe, the optics we've seen lately of the ANC and Anne Waiguru, right? In light of what we were talking about and the deeming as well, and saying we are courting, members from the Mount Kenya region as well. So that has been, you're saying you're standing in solidarity. We saw that when we had the revolving doors of the ESCC, just going right behind Anne Waiguru, and a party member from ANC saying categorically that, yes, we are wooing, we are courting. She's a beautiful lady. That is Mount Kenya, not Anne Waiguru. Just to be clear.
Thank you, Dibal. First of all, let me make a clarification that when that statement was made, it was not ANC's position. It was not the party's position. It was an individual's position of saying he is.
But he was categorical that this is ANC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's an ANC member, our very strong member. He's our deputy party leader, and he has a right to, it's a democratic right to say what he wants to say. But as a party, we want to say we have no ill feelings with Anne Waiguru. She is a governor. She is a friend. We are working with many, many friends in this country. We are even working with my brother Sifuna here in this country. So we are all friends. So it should not be seen to raise eyebrows when I'm talking to Governor Anne Waiguru or Ria or Governor Joho. These are Kenyans.
Politically, the politics is all about perception,
Yes.
especially when you choose to go and stand in solidarity, right, with a person that maybe is embroiled or alleged to be embroiled in a corrupt case. Integrity Center is the last place you want to show up yourself.
We are standing in solidarity with Anne Waiguru because she's a woman. That is one. She's a Kenyan. She has to be given her right to answer. She should not be charged to be guilty before she's proved guilty. And as you have clearly said that in a political perspective, we talk to many friends. ANC is talking to very many friends. Mheshimiwa Anne Waiguru is not the first person we have talked to. And you'll see many more other friends that we are going to talk to and bring on board. Yes.
Right, thank you, thank you. Let's hear from Millicent as well, who in Ford, Kenya. I was given to understand there's supposed to be a NEC meeting. I don't know if it happened, called by the former Secretary General that now you're holding forth for the party.
Thank you very much. Okay, what I can say is that for Kenya, we are very clear, and the former Secretary General is doing things against the law and is very aware because he was sent away and we expelled him, and we have a court case, and we have a court injunction, and he's very aware. So anything that he's doing, he's just doing to please his sycophants.
So does the political party tribunal acknowledge Moses Wetangula as a chairperson of the party?
Yeah, Moses Masika Wetangula is the party leader of Ford Kenya and not any other person, and that should go in record.
All right. Is that in contention still? Because I think that is a very ticklish issue right now, according to the former Secretary General.
You are calling him former, so let him remain former.
All right. These are party matters that can be very, very, very ticklish as well. But let's just continue with the conversation and we plumb deeper. And I wanted just to get from the sense of UDA as it were right now, massive registration that you're doing in the country. You've had also Badawi talking about voter registration, not voter civic education as well, voter ignorance as well. How are you as a party, and I know maybe you can clarify this, many people say this is the remit of IBC, but where is the share of UDA? The share of UDA on civic education?
Let me say this. UDA is the fastest growing political party today in the Republic of Kenya. And we are very grateful for the many Kenyans and the masses who have found our political ideology acceptable, the bottom-up economic philosophy, and as a result, have enlisted themselves as members of UDA. Now, in the course of our registration of members, we are doing it online, we are doing it through coordinators. We have taken that opportunity to be able to educate our members and our new members more about their constitutional rights. We have also educated them about what is expected of them from our party constitution. We have brought them to the awareness of how to choose good leaders. And we have also engaged with our aspirants, all the aspiring people who intend to become members of parliament, MCAs, governors. We have taken our fair share and we have very heavy engagements with them. In fact, in the preparation of our manifesto, we do not want to pull documents from cupboards. We are engaging with the people, taking their views, looking at their priority areas in different counties. That's what we are doing. And as we continue to do that, we have ensured that civic education is being rolled out. We are taking up our share. We have dissuaded people from using violence, misinformation, disinformation, because that's one area which I think political parties can rein on the members on. What we have is, we have many political parties in Kenya. They are not democratized. And if political parties, the processes are not democratized, then it becomes completely impossible for the nation to be democratized. So for me, I would say to my peers and to my colleagues in the governance of political parties, we must endeavor to ensure we have democratic space within the political parties.
Right.
We have seen a situation here at the bar where a political party, for instance, will only look into the punitive sections of the constitution without giving members even the space to elaborate their right of being heard within disciplinary processes. And that's what you're hearing my sister now talking about, that this one has been expelled, this one is no longer Secretary General, and it's because of that internal dispute resolution mechanism. When it fails to work, then you find people ventilate in violence, they ventilate in different ways. So I think the challenge is on the political parties, first of all, to have very strong mechanisms of resolving disputes, reining on members, so that by the time we are going to 2022, we can actually hold a political party responsible for certain actions from its members.
Right.
And let me say one more thing, because it was said here, and I think I deserve the right to reply about our political party, because of what has been said, that people are overstepping their boundaries and relating with other political parties. I would first of all ask, whoever is not a sinner, can they cast the first stone? Why do I say that? Before, in 2015, for Jubilee to come up with the Jubilee Party, I was the Secretary General that steered a process of formation of 12 political parties to become Jubilee Party, with the intention of bringing all the communities around the table to form a party where everybody felt they had a space around the decision-making table. Now that is a process. If you find a meeting of those 12 political parties seated, and you're starting to accuse that you have overstepped your boundary, then you don't understand process. Because process, if it's a conversation and an agreement of how we are going to operate in days to come, then there has to be an opportunity for people to dialogue. And I hope next year this will not be a dialogue, it will be a multi-log. I hope the hashtag will be multi-log.
Okay.
So that we can embrace all forms of dialogue and all forms of communication around the dialogue table.
Okay, right. But if I may hark you back a bit to that particular year where we are collapsing all these parties, were they 12 or 13?
There were 12, there were 13 originally.
Fantastic.
Then they ended up being 12.
What happened to the one?
The one opted out of the conversation, and because it was...
Which was this one?
Do you want to know?
I really want to know this one, because I think this is bringing a whole lot of conversation around where we are today.
I believe.
No, history, we learn from history. That's why I'm asking, which particular party was this? Why are you being cagey with information today?
I'm not being cagey with information.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not being cagey with information. I think they're even participating today, and for the sake of preserving them in this participation, I do not want to mention that.
What is the big deal?
They know themselves. They'll come in and say who they are.
No, but
they were in a conversation until it becomes public knowledge. It didn't become public knowledge because they never joined in that coalition. So I would want to protect their engagement at that level.
Does that particular party have any bearing with the UDA today?
No, it does not have, by the way. It's still very dependent today. It's definitely not the UDA. If you're thinking it's UDA.
No, I'm just asking.
No, it doesn't. It's actually dependent. I've seen their members here. They've greeted me.
Where are the members? The members that we're talking about, where are they of this particular
but from a legal
anonymous party?
Let me protect them because they did not come out in the limelight, and I want them to enjoy their dignity and their respect in the public.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just also plumb deep and ask you still, and I'll come to Sifuna for this as well. You talked about civic education and also the way you want the public to be aware that you are not advocating for violence.
Yes.
Let's take the scenario that we had just recently in Keynote, right? And the violence that we had in that particular church. We had the party leader of ODM who got, information that, the environment may be hostile, do not go. I want just to ask you and pose that question to you. Your party leader, so to speak right now, because is technically the party leader of UDA, had that information that the environment is going to be hostile. Why did he choose to go full steam ahead and, attend the church service?
If you want to find the answer, then you must ask a deeper question, Dibar.
Which is?
Because if there was going to be violence in a zone which is not traditionally violent, a zone where any party leader walks in, any party leader, including the ones you have invited, and there is never any violence, you must ask yourself, What was the cause of that violence? Who instigated that violence? Who organized for that violence? Because that violence was organized by somebody. And why did they organize for that violence? Who gave them the mandate and the protection to be able to mete out that violence? That's the deeper question.
So you will go to prove a point?
Is that what I said? No, I didn't say that. I said the person who instigated that violence, who caused that violence, who was organizing that violence, is the first person we should hold to the account. And I think the problem we are having with dialogue here is because sometimes we are looking at issues in a very superficial manner because of a very biased attempt, a very skewed perspective on how that issue has come out to be. Don't you think the deeper problem is with the person who is purporting that if I'm driving on this road, even before I know there is something you are doing, you have already posted some young men to stone the vehicles? I think that's the deeper question.
All right.
And I would say to all people who cause such mayhem and such violence.
Thank you.
Let me use this strong word. It's a very big shame to that person. As a leader, you cannot do that because as women, number one, we want to participate in the public sector, the political sector.
I think you've made your point for the sake of time. For the sake of time. Yeah, let's just also just throw it to Sifuna. Your party leader had the info. He didn't go. What did he know that?
So I do not think he had the info, and I'm not saying he had the info.
But information that came to hand to us is that he had the information.
He did not have the info.
But are you holding brief for the East Party?
Who?
Yourself?
I can speak of this situation because I know a few facts about it. You should ask the question, Dibal, and let it be answered. Who manufactured that violence? Who organized for it? What was the purpose and what was the intention?
Thank you. Sifuna.
Okay, Dibal, just to bring the discussion back to how you had framed it. First of all, as political players in this country, it must concern all of us, the specter of misinformation and disinformation. That in fact, there are those of us who still believe that truth matters and that facts also matter. You can see that my colleague Veronica sometimes becomes very shy to give answers because they might not be the most flattering of answers. There is nothing wrong with being truthful. Let people judge you the way that they will. In this country, we are facing the specter of very serious misinformation and disinformation. We have political parties that have fully fledged what they call information bureaus, but we know to be ignorance bureaus because all they do is to spread propaganda, especially on social media and elsewhere. And I have had conversations with our friends. Just yesterday, we were having friends from the American embassy, and I was saying that we have seen action taken in other political contests. For instance, in the US, when we had the election, I think it was last year, there was a very serious attempt to fact check everything that was posted on social media, especially on Facebook and on Twitter, because truth, even in politics, matters, and facts also matter. We have a specter of people who, being uncomfortable with their history, and they say history is already written, the ink is dry. Being uncomfortable with your history, people are flexible enough to rewrite their own history. Like for me, I know for a fact I didn't take part in the second liberation because I was still in school. But I can stand on a podium like this and say that I was instrumental. I was the one driving the pickup to Kamukunji that was carrying Martin Shikuku and the others. I mean, what we need, and I've encouraged even the social media sites, Facebook and Twitter, just the way that they were fact-checking individuals during the American elections, we have seen the effect of misinformation on Facebook in places like Myanmar during the elections. These things actually matter. We want the social media platforms to also fact-check politicians and even the media in this country to fact-check politicians. The question you asked again about exploitation of the socioeconomic situation, we know for a fact that angry people tend to make very wrong mistakes because of that anger. And the truth of the matter is that we have a very angry population because of the situation that we have had. The economy is not doing great. People have lost jobs. This has been further exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. So there is a population that is very ripe for being, taken advantage of by messages that promote anger, messages that promote disunity, class warfare, and so on and so forth. We would encourage all political players to campaign on the basis of the policies that they want to put in place in order to tackle the problems of Kenyans as opposed to setting Kenyans against each other. On the question of the civic education, We as political parties, in fact, are the biggest beneficiaries of the numbers on the voters' roll. We as ODM, for instance, know that there are places that the party has traditionally done very well in terms of elections. And the science and the data shows us that if we were to increase, for instance, voter registration in our strongholds by just 5%, and then increase voter turnout by just 5%, because the data from last elections shows that perhaps the best of our strongholds was doing registration of up to 70, 75%, and then turnout 80, 85%. If you compare to places like Kiambu, which were the strongholds of our friends in Jubilee, registration is at 99%, turnout is at 99.9%. So we know as ODM that in fact we must encourage people to register in our strongholds and across the country, because for us really, it doesn't matter who's on the register. Politics is about persuasion. We can get you on the register even when we know you're not from our strongholds, but we can then take it upon ourselves to persuade you, given the policies and the programs that we have for you, and that you would vote and support us. Finally, on the question of registration of voters again, I have had some leaders struggling with what is supposed to happen at registration. And my brother, again, from the Alliance Captain, told us that opinions are of no use if they are not based on knowledge. So allow me to spread some knowledge that in fact the law sets up or sets out 3 documents, primary documents that are used for registration of voters. If you look at the Elections Act, it provides that you can register as a voter using 3 documents. The first one is your national identity card. The second one is your passport. The third one, and in realization of the problems we've had in the past, is that acknowledgement slip that you are given as you wait for your ID. It is legally recognized that you can actually, register using that. There has been debate on whether you can use the so-called Huduma card. If you look at the definition of a national identification document under the Registration of Persons Act, it doesn't include that Huduma card. So people should not worry. Those 3 documents are the ones that are recognized in law. And when we go into that registration, we expect that our young people will take advantage and register.
Thank you. Margaret, maybe you can give us also your current state of play in terms of civic education and the voter registration.
Yeah,
ANC.
Thank you. What I want to say is that this country is big. There's space for everyone. And it is the duty of each one of us to play their role. If we all did that, would not have all this violence or people talking bad about each other. There is a lot of space in this country. I was hoping that in this meeting that we have IBC, the PPDT, and of course the registrar political parties, because all these issues we are talking about, even with the voter registration, they are part and parcel of it. We would like to urge the IEBC to make that exercise of voter registration to be very, very, friendly to the members out there. Because what is happening is you'd find probably they'll go out and they have got 2 Kim's kits, and you have a queue of people who are lining, and after 2-3 hours, they are done. So this one is to them, that we would want them to actually be able to listen to the people on the ground. But as a party, it is our duty. We are giving civic education. There are very many programs out there. And when IBC is launching the voter registration, as from 4th, we are also launching the membership drive to go hand in hand with the voter registration for Kenyans to understand the importance really of being a voter in the Republic of Kenya. It is the democratic right. And it is that vote that will give you a good leader or a bad leader. So when they don't exercise their right of taking the vote, then they should not complain of bad leadership, because then they have contributed to that bad leadership. So we are giving civic education to our people and masses in Kenya, not just ANC. We are talking to the citizens of Kenya. And lastly, it is important to note that we have got very many PPLC members represented in this room today. PPLC is the Political Parties Liaison Committee. It is a body just like CMD that brings 78 political parties together, and they dialogue. And it was very, very important that they're also given a voice in this festival so that they also can give their view on how things are there. I happen to be the Secretary General for the Political Parties Liaison Committee, but I would have preferred also that the chairperson of PPLC to be invited to also give their views. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Millicent.
Okay, thank you very much. As for Kenya, we encourage people now that we are going to start the registration of voting. We want people to go out, take their take their voting cards, because with this is when we'll have good leadership. And also it is said, you see, most people normally say, I don't need to vote. Why should I vote? At the end of the day, wataiba kura, you get? So I'd want to tell people to go out and take votes, because if we don't do that, tomorrow we'll start crying. And also we want to urge Kenyans, let it be a story you tell a friend to tell a friend, because there are people who are not aware this activity is starting. And as for Kenya, we are out asking all Kenyans. We are not specific for only for Kenya members to take to go and register as voters. We want all Kenyans to go out and register as voters, because this is where our strength lies as Kenyans. The other day I was talking, we were in a group and we were talking, and there's a lady who was telling us, me, I've never registered as a voter. You wonder, and it's 40 years. This is a 40-year person telling you, I've never registered as a voter. So let us go out and look for people like this lady who we are talking to. And she agreed, she said she's going to register as a voter. It is important, because if we don't register as voters today, we have so many youths out who doesn't know about voting. We want to go educate our young boys and girls, because everybody is now looking at the youths. Every political party is now looking at the youth. Even our leaders, they talk about youth, and women. We want these people to go and take and register as voters, because if they don't, then I don't think if we are safe as Kenyans. We are going to have people who are going to vote and vote differently, because it is said leadership is about the numbers that you have. And I think for us to have numbers and make this Kenya a better place, let us go out and register as voters, and let's encourage others also to register as voters. And we ask the ORPP, the other day we had issues of people being in political parties that they don't belong to. These are cases that we want also to be addressed, because today if I go to check, I find myself in DP, and I know I'm a member of Ford Kenya. These are some of the things we want. I wish ORPP could have been here to address some of the issues, because these are issues that are facing Kenyans. And tomorrow we'll have nomination. Nominations are coming. Somebody will go to vote. I want to vote a Ford Kenya member, but in the register, it is ODM. You see, that is not being fair. So we want ORPP also, as we are now doing our grassroots, we've done our grassroots and people are now doing registrations. We want everything to be done the way it should be. We don't want issues where Kenyans are going to start crying again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Veronica. And I want just to peg on the issue of alliances briefly, because also your leader has been very categorical that you will not engage in any coalition or alliances. He's a maverick. He's going full steam ahead alone. He's that confident. But in light of the alliances as well, people are of the view that this is fomenting political tensions, as it were. What is your comment?
I think the different political parties in Kenya are structured differently. They are structured in the mode that the leadership or the people within that political party determine that if they adopted a certain style of governance, then it would be a winning formula for them. Now, the way our party is structured and the way we have styled out the constitution and the engagement with the people is such that we have made sure the representation within the UDA is across the 47 counties. So we have registration taking place even in our non-traditional areas like Nyanza, Kisumu, Coast. everywhere, northern Kenya, northeastern Kenya, such that you will find the representation within the UDA is cross-cutting, and gender is taken into consideration, the youth, persons living with disability. It's a no inclusive sort of membership across the UDA. Now, as a result, there is no way somebody would then accuse UDA of fomenting by refusing to do a coalition with any party. We welcome the people who are supporting our presidential candidate. We welcome all those parties to continue finding the benefit of our philosophy and to building into it so that together we can build a new brand of Kenya that will transform lives. But the fact that right now we are not, our priority is not coalitions, does not in any way mean that we are not working with Kenyans. We are working with Kenyans. Our priority may not be to do coalitions right now. We are a very young political party, just a few months old, and we are concentrating on first building a structure that can then engage with everybody.
Thank you.
So it's not like we are, let me finish, so that, because you're letting others finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish. So we are concentrating on building our home. And then let me also say something. It wouldn't be correct, for instance, in this platform, that like my colleague here, Sifuna, is alluding that, for instance, that we are holding back information, disinformation, and, you know, giving a very long debate on the same. I don't think it's correct. What I did with not giving the information is because I respect that Jubilee Party now has a spokesman called Raphael Tuju. Any opening of files deeply, I'm a lawyer by profession, then Tuju himself should be able to answer such questions. That's just the respect of space around. And that's what we need a lot within our democracies, that if you find my home, you find my ideals, it's very good to respect that wish. And if I find your ideals, I also respect that space. When we do it that way, then we are going to find a new Kenya, which gives space to everybody, in spite of the fact that I may not agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Sifuna, they say this is a trouble alliances that we are forming, right? And that is fomenting tensions in the country. And this has become also the punching bag from UDA to OKA, the alliances.
Yeah, one of the few things that I agree with, the de facto party leader of UDA, who is William Ruto, is that we need to build national political parties. And it is founded actually in our laws. We should always go back to the law, that in fact the law does not allow regional political parties or parties founded on the basis of gender or tribe and so on and so forth. That in fact we should be encouraged to build national movements. I saw in the newspaper today, one of my friends who's a deputy governor for Nyeri saying that they want now to form a political party of women-led political parties only. I think, and her argument is that political parties do not grant enough space for participation of women. But the picture on this stage today, I think, should be able to assuage her concerns. That that in fact, out of 4 secretary generals of political parties, I am the only one. In fact, this panel, there is no gender balance on this panel because there are more women than men. But Debal, even as we do build those national political parties, we do recognize, for instance, that cooperation amongst political parties is not something that you can do away with. Somebody has a professor that we have a lot of respect for. Last time we had a CMD event, he did a presentation on a review of all the coalitions in this country and whether they really encourage the growth of strong political parties. The answer was in the negative. He said, in fact, that coalitions are anathema to the growth of ideological political parties, because when it comes to those coalition meetings, it is really difficult to see what is it that brings these people together other than pure pursuit of political power. And sometimes when you are with people in a coalition, then your ideologies and your key beliefs take secondary precedence to the need to keep your coalition partners happy, and you do things that you really don't want to do. And I'm sure my colleagues here know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, it is also a political reality that sometimes you should be able to look out and seek out those pockets of influence in places probably where you are not very strong. So as ODM, We have not shut the door on anyone. We have begun conversations with our brothers in Jubilee for a coalition agreement. We are talking to PNU. My brother from FAP was here, Kanguchu. I know that he has votes that I can use there in Central that we can support each other on. We are open to having discussions with all political parties who are like-minded for purposes of putting together a winning team for the election.
Thank you. Margaret.
Okay, just like what my colleagues have tried to put forward, I think as ANC, we are very, very open. And as it has been said, you know, it's a democratic right to have either join a coalition, an alliance, a cooperation. And this is where we are as Kenya. I don't think as it is now, one single party can say they want to do it alone or what. We are brothers and sisters and we are teaming up. We look at what are our principles, what are our ideologies, what are our ideas, what do we want for this country? And we sit together with our brothers and we map our way out for this country. As ANC, we are very, 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 you know, supporting the issue of a peaceful election. We want peaceful elections. We want political parties that can be sustained. Political parties that can stand on their own. So that you are not a political party today, and after 5 years, you are not a political party. We are encouraging political parties to be entities, you know, to have a lifetime, not after every 5 years we are folding. And we are encouraging all Kenyans. It is your right to belong to a political party. So the other day on eCitizens, when we found out that there was a mixture of names, you'd find you're in this political party, I belong to ANC, probably my name is another political party. It is not a sin to belong to a political party. It is your right. And therefore, if you feel you want to be in ODM, that is your right, in ANC, in any other party. So we welcome everybody on board and let's forge as Kenyans.
Thank you, thank you. Millicent.
Thank you very much. What I can add on top of what others have said is all Kenyans, at the end of the day, we must have a house that we belong. And we are free to belong to any political party. Because I see other leaders, now that alliances are coming up, you see now we have One Kenya Alliance. You see some leaders are like, those One Kenya Alliance leaders cannot deliver anything. I want to confirm to them that One Kenya Alliance will deliver because they have leaders with vision and future. So as Kenyans, I just want to add, Kenyans kindly belong to a political party, more so for Kenya. Thank you.
We'll give you an invoice after this for taking advantage of this spot here and marketing yourself. Right. Also, I'm given to understand that my co-moderators from the counties are ready with questions from Nakuru, Mombasa, and Kakamega. If they're ready, we can actually just pick questions from them. Then also we can throw and give you the moment to have also your questions fired here from the plenary. So if we have, let's just begin with Nakuru. If we have questions from Nakuru or whoever is ready, I stand guided. Nakuru, if you're ready.
Yeah, lady, I'm now.
Right, even as they put the ducks in a row, let's just continue with the conversation a bit. And there's a question of the gender parity. And right now we know that the Attorney General is seeking advisory from the courts regarding a dissolution of Parliament because of the constitution of, you know, the constitution of Parliament as it is right now. It is not gender friendly. They say that this can be resolved, or, you know, Plenary has it that this can be resolved from the party structures. And this has not been friendly for, you know, women. Taking cognizance as well of other able people that you're talking about as well. But from your own perspective as UDA, ODM, ANC, and for Kenya as well, how are you solving this issue of women? It is a tickling issue, a niggling worry for this country, and they always say they are shortchanged.
Can we just hold that? Nakuru? Nakuru, can you?
Nakuru is ready?
Nakuru, are you ready? Nakuru? All right, let's go, Nakuru. Let's get your concern, your question, your comment.
Yes, a concern. And I'm Naomi Gidua, Frontier Alliance Party. And I've got several concerns from whatever is happening. Going back to Honorable Kemunya, whereby he was saying that members of parliament or senators or political leaders have been reduced to social workers. It's a big concern because it is the same politicians that campaign on the same platform. They campaign on the same platform. And therefore, people will follow you. People will expect those goodies because when you are actually requesting for their book.
We can't get you clearly. I don't know if it's the microphones. What's up? Let him start. Please start again, Nakuru. Thank you very much. We apologize for that. Please start again. Nakuru, over to you.
Are we good?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good. I'm Naomi Gedua, Frontier Alliance Party. And it's a concern, and I've got allowed 3 or 4 points. Number one, I'm going back to Mr. Kimunya's, the Honorable Kimunya's presentation, whereby he was saying, and which is the truth, that our political leaders have been reduced into social workers at the grassroots. But the fact is, it is the same politicians who campaign and put their, whatever they are doing as social workers. They come with goodies on the ground, and therefore the ground will expect to sustain it with the same goodies. So can we, maybe my concern is, or my request is, can we change whatever we call civic education? Kenyans know voting is good. Kenyans know there is a general election. But Kenyans should know, and not even Kenyans, even politicians themselves should know what to campaign. What are they campaigning about? The other point is that we are dealing with a hungry population, an angry population, and a very frustrated population. I am in between the age of the youth and the old. Niko hapo napotelea hapo katikati. A very frustrated group. Cannot get jobs. That cannot get relationships going because of money hakuna. That is struggling. And you can imagine a Kenyan today earning 200 shillings a day, and that Kenya means that she or he is earning 25 shillings per hour. 25 shillings per hour. Then, akiamuka asubuhi, kerosene, iko 17 shillings on top. What are you expecting us to do as Kenyans? Who is listening to us? Mr. Sifuna, you are there. As far as Kenyans we are concerned, ODM is the official, or whatever, what do you call it? Opposition. Where is this opposition now? Why are Kenyans suffering while you are doing other things that we actually don't understand? You are doing something, but you're not understanding. You are doing something, we are not related to it. We are not relating anywhere. It is the time that we need to see our opposition rise. It is the time that we need to see somebody say no. You cannot frustrate us all of. Sasa si tunaona mumefurahia huko. And we are frustrated here. Kenyans, we don't have problems with Akikuyu having a problem with a Luo having a problem with a Taveta. We are lovely people. But when you come with your politics, you remind us who we are. You remind us who we are.
Thank you.
It is the right time. Let me finish. As a Kenyan.
We will give
as a
you
Kenyan.
more time.
Let her finish.
Because we said it is.
All right. Finish up.
Yes, we are frustrated, and it is the high time we need to see leaders go back to default setting. Whoever is supposed to be in opposition, let us hear the opposition leader today saying this is wrong. Finishing. Let us have political parties saying what they do. If one political party believes in bottom up, let me not hear as a Kenyan the other political leader criticizing the same. Tell us whether you are going sideways. Tell us whether you are coming bottom up. Let us not have our time waste concentrating on one person, but they're not giving us solutions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Let's go to Alliance Boy.
Thank you.
The Alliance High School. I'm told you have a question. The Alliance High School. Alliance.
Unmute. Yes. unmute.
Please go ahead.
My question is targeted to Millicent. No, this is yes to Millicent Abutha from Ford, Kenya. So you talked about inclusivity when it comes to voters, the youth registering to become voters. So my question is, from the last elections, 9.2 million new voters have emerged. However, the IEBC is only targeting 6 million of this youth. So my question is, how are you personally aiming to ensure inclusivity that the voices of these 3.2 million Kenyans on the ground will be heard? Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mombasa. Mombasa, your question, your concern, your Mombasa. Mombasa hawako tayari. Let's move to Kakamega. Kakamega with your question, please, Kakamega.
Yes.
Kakamega, please.
Okay, my name is Honorable Jacob Poluvisia Chivolo, MCA Kakamega County Assembly on CCM party. I would like to know what you are doing to ensure that the PWDs, women, youth, and the marginalized in society can also take an active role in elective elections, given that there's so much violence. The elections are very competitive, violent, and costly, number one. Number two, what are you doing to educate the civil society to know the roles of the elected leaders, the executive, and the legislative? Going by what Honorable Kimunya said this morning, you find that most Kenyans do not even understand the roles of the leaders they elect. For democracy to take place, our people should have education. As Center for Democracy, what effort are you making to ensure that Kenyans are educated on the roles of the leaders they elect and the type of leaders they should elect? Number three, party nominations process in Kenya is quite unfair. You find that people who are elected on the ground are not the ones who receive certificates of nomination. So we want to find out, as the Center for Democracy, what are you doing? Because most of the time when we are carrying on elections on the ground, we find that other people have been given certificates in Nairobi. So what effort are you making to ensure that nominations are fair to all, so that Kenyans can participate in the election? Then finally, I concur with Honorable Kimunya that the majority of Kenyans do not even know why they elect their leaders. So what are you doing by the 2010 Constitution to ensure that Kenyans are aware of the people they're electing and why they're electing them and what they should do? Thank you.
Let's go back to Mombasa. Mombasa, are you ready? Thank you very much, Kakamega. Mombasa, mko tayari? Karibu Mombasa. Let's go.
Hello, Mombasa, we are ready. And we are clustered into themes. Because of today's a democracy day, we could not have just like 2 questions. So we have like 3 thematic areas which we have clustered. So I will have each table asking a question on behalf of the members, and then they will be answered back. So I will start with a group that is representing politics and democracy. And then we have another thematic area, PWDs and politics. And then we have youth and politics. So we begin with the first group, NATO's group briefly for democracy and...
Kwa ufupi, briefly, please.
Thank you very much. Our question as youth, actually my name is Hamad Ali Tenguri, and I would like to put our question across as follows. How can we be how can youth be prevented from the barriers that are protecting the youth from exploiting potentials in accessing political sphere or opportunity, and even entrepreneurship opportunities? So how, as youth, are we prevented from breaking all these barriers that are hindering us from accessing political aspect and entrepreneurship in venturing our ideas and business circle?
Next question from Mombasa.
Next question is the PWD's group. So let's hear one of their representatives asking the question on behalf of the others. Welcome, Abdulaziz. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Abdulaziz Shekwe. We've tried to minimize or reduce the size of the question, but so many matters have popped up. The question is to all the political parties. During electoral periods, political parties come up with promises and attractive disability structures. Unfortunately, at the end of electoral period, the structures cease to exist. And further to this, what is the criteria used to identify PWD nominees in the national to the county representation, since these positions are very few but represent a larger group of the community? I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, the last one from Mombasa.
Thank you
Then
very
we go
much.
to Buka
That is by
Academy.
PWDs. We have the last question from Democracy and Politics Group. Neto, kindly represent the group.
Okay, my name is Michael Nato, and I stand to represent the Democrats. First question is, how sustainable are our political parties, bearing in mind they revolve around prominent personalities that can exit the political scene anytime? 2, in recent times, political parties are found for personal gain, then die off after a period, creating electoral injustices, majorly through technology. What is your take on this? And the third one, and the most important one, goes to Center for Multi-Party Democracy. It asks, since the organization is championing for the democracy, is there any way it can fund some of political aspirants or even act as a liaison between political aspirants and the funders, since at one point in time they will need funding due to the bulk of work that they do? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mombasa. Buka Academy, the back. Buka Academy, do you have a question? Buka Academy, the last one. Buka Academy. Tumewapoteza tena? Okay, there they are. Buka Academy, please, with your question.
My name is Martina, and I have this question, which goes to political parties. So during the campaign period, the political parties give out promises that they cannot fulfill, and they go on and propagate in voters' bribery. And in this case, my first question is that where are they getting that money from? Maybe this money could be used in developing infrastructure in our country, and also by practicing voters' bribery, they create some negative ethnicity in our community. So what are they doing to change that or to improve on that?
All right, that's a lot. I'll just ask one more from a viewer who is not in, in one of the designated venues. Charles Ondere says, what is the future of the Kenyan youth, being they are the ones targeted, taken advantage of every election year? The other one would be, there's a lot, we look for the others. So I think Dibal, your panel can take those ones, and then we see if we can do lunch.
Thank you. And for the interest of time, I think brevity will be of essence, because I can see it's 2 o'clock. Most of the questions are related, so if maybe you can just align them thematically as they were put from Mombasa as well, the ones which are for the youth, the ones which is also falling on the political parties, funding, that can also be well executed. So I saw you pointing at Millicent, or yeah, I could start. Yeah, Fantastic. Let's just begin with you, Millicent.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with our little girl from Buka, who is saying political parties are giving promises which they don't fulfill. And I think I want to support her on this because our primary kids, remember they were promised laptops which were never given. And I think this is still ringing in their minds. So I'd really want to say, as leaders who are going out to look for votes, let's give promises that we can fulfill, because our future generation are looking into each and everything that we are saying out. Now, I think the lady is just talking based on the laptops, and that should reach the person concerned. Also, she's talking of voter bribery. If class 8 can talk of a voter bribery, and this is a lady who was not registered, is not a registered voter, I think as Kenyans who are voters, we should think outside the box, because it's like we've not been giving the right picture, and it is time we stop voter bribery, because in some areas now, like people are running up and down, giving money left, right, and center. This girl is asking, where are these people getting this money from? Because at home, at school, they are being asked to buy books, they are being sent home for fee, and politicians have money to give out. So I think as politicians, we need to reduce on some of these things and be factual. I'll give Margaret to carry on.
Thank you. I will tackle this question on the issue of turning our leaders into social leaders. Why our people are expecting all these goodies from the leaders is because the people have no money. And therefore, we need to have leadership in place that can make Kenya, every Kenyan, have money in their pocket, reviving the industries, making sure that all the factories are working and our people are employed. Then we will have money in our pockets, and people will not expect the leaders to come down and give them money for funerals, give them money for school fees. So it all goes back to the leadership. We are all leaders from political parties. These are messages for us. And this is what we keep on talking about it in our campaigns. We need to change how we are doing things. We need to change our running calls. We do what is expected. There was another question on the PWDs, that how can PWDs, people living with disabilities, be nominated to the county assemblies, to the Senate, and to the National Assembly? I think I would ask the person, because the person is actually a leader, that it all starts with the political party. Structures. All political parties have got structures. And if the structures are working, I'm sure then they would have the people living with the disability caucus or the people living with the disability leagues. And when it comes to nomination, each and every party in this Republic of Kenya, they've got their nomination rules and guidelines, and they know what should happen. So when we are having our people with disabilities vying or not vying, but they are on the party list, we are following the guidelines from IBC and also our own party rules and regulations on nominations and our structures. So my colleagues can answer the other.
Thank you. Edwin.
Thank you very much, Dibal. Let me start with my young sister, Martina from Buka. I hope she grows up to get to where, there's an alumni of Buka here who is my assistant. She's called Michelle Alwoch. So we hope she comes to this stage as well. Number one, it is very heartbreaking to hear children of such tender age express exasperation at politicians for making promises that they then don't fulfill. I think this is a conversation that we must have, that in fact, the only way to hold politicians to account is that before somebody opens their mouth to give you other promises, you ask them first to give you a delivery of all the promises that they made. Because this is something that we must stop in our politics today. When she asks where the money is coming from, I want to tell young Martina, that in fact this money is proceeds of corruption. The salaries of these public officials are known. They are known, they are public. It is not possible for you to spend 50 billion shillings to go and earn 10 million shillings over a period of 5 years, unless the position that you're vying for is a gateway for corruption, for kickbacks, and for you to be able to peddle influence. That is just a fact. So even if they tell us, oh, we are also in private business, if one individual is in charge of two enterprises, one a public enterprise and the other a private enterprise, the public enterprises is doing so badly, but his private business is thriving, there must be questions that have to be asked about that. Number two, I understand the anger of my sister Naomi Gidua. I think she said she's called Naomi from Nakuru, that in fact, we are the politicians who go to campaign using money. We are the ones who ask for votes using money and resources. We are the ones who bribe voters. So why should we expect those voters to stop asking us for that money once we get elected? This is something that has to continue even after you are elected. And the only solution is for us to change the conversation, that we need to move from a culture of handouts, a culture of voter bribery, to competing on the basis of ideas and the things that we want to do for the country. Number three, she was telling us that we should not criticize other people's ideas. Unfortunately, I disagree strongly, because when you put forward an economic model or a proposal, it is not just a proposal for the people who support your political party. It affects all of us. And if we want to know that a leader knows what they are talking about, you must ask them questions about the things they are telling you. You must interrogate what it is that they are telling you so that you see if they understand. It is very easy for people to say bottoms up, but you ask two questions and they swallow their tongue, because even they don't understand what it is they're talking about. We have laid out, for instance, as a party, also our economic model. We have given our ideas on rural development, on universal healthcare, on modernizing our civil service, and these are things we are prepared to take questions on. Finally, Dibal, because I know you, I can see you looking at me, the question of opposition not speaking. First of all, I want to confirm that ODM is still an opposition party. I want to confirm that. Number two, we have, through experience in this country, come to the conclusion that noise as a tactic is overrated. We made so much noise, they still build the SGR. We made so much noise, your Eurobond is still not known where it went. We made so much noise, even just recently on fuel hikes, they still hike the fuel today. It is something that is very unique to this country, that you can actually put power in the hands of the wrong people, then you blame the opposition for not speaking. I have likened it, Dibal, to a watchdog that you have put on the gate. You have a dog at the gate. The dog sees you walking hand in hand with the thief into the house. When the thief steals from you, you blame the dog for not barking. It is very unfair. Then on PWDs, youth and women, it is true that not all these political parties are the same. I am very proud that ODM, we have active persons with disability leagues, women leagues, and youth leagues that then provide opportunity for young people to access politics. I am an example. I became SG of ODM at 35 years old, and it is because people nurtured me and provided me the space. It is our responsibility as well as political leaders to provide that space for inclusion and participation of women, persons with disabilities, and even the youth. On the question of funding of aspirants, let me speak now as the Vice Chair of CMD, because this was a question that was put to CMD. It is a very serious concern amongst all my colleagues in other political parties that in fact, after the COVID pandemic, many of our partners at CMD, because the law does not allow, especially foreign partners, to partner directly with political parties, CMD has been the receptacle of the support. And then through CMD, political parties are then supported through activities of the women, the youth, and other political activities. Now, the biggest problem we have right now is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has sent a note verbal to all these embassies and development partners, barring them from bringing direct support to CMD or any other organization that needs support, including the IEBC. And they have given reasons there. We continue to urge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that in fact, the phase that we are in right now, the women aspirants especially have been looking forward to this support. The persons with disabilities have been looking forward to this support. We have gotten into that danger zone because we are only 6 months away from party primaries, and this support is needed now. So it is up to the government of the Republic of Kenya to lift that note verbal to allow development partners to now directly channel support to CMD so that we can support our partner political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica.
Let me just tackle some of the issues that have been raised. And let me first start by saying, Naomi, I feel your frustration with the political parties and the systems that are being put out to govern politics of Kenya. And I completely agree with you when you say that parties should desist from just criticizing other parties' economic models. For instance, the bottom up, and I want to correct my colleague here that it's not bottoms up. That's a totally different meaning. It is a bottom up economic model, which is a
But
model
he did this intentionally.
it's a bottom up economic model. and this model deals first with political governance. It deals with the economic governance of the nation. And it also deals with the programmatic themes that are going to enhance the economy and create a conducive environment for Kenyans to be able to trade. Bottom up deals with the people at the bottom of the pyramid. It's dealing with the farmers, with the fishmongers. It's dealing with people who are in small businesses. It's dealing with the people who have not been included before in the governance structure and in the decision-making processes in the nation of Kenya. So that's the model. And I agree with you. If we can structure our parties the way we have parties structured in the UK or in the US, where when you look at a Democrat, you can tell what is their political ideology, what is their philosophy, what is their manifesto. We concentrate on each party, building the manifesto and marketing itself, just the way Safaricom markets itself against the Airtel, or the way one bank is marketing itself against the other bank. Let's have the products discussed by Kenyans, explain it in a way Kenyans can understand, then allow Kenyans to choose without being put under undue influence. So Naomi, I agree with you, and I agree that if political parties were to consistently give a message that is understandable to Kenyans, it would be easy to choose. About voter bribery, this is a challenge across all political parties, and let's not lie to Kenyans. But one of the person who is an actor in this voter bribery is the voter himself or herself. Because if you do not pressure the leaders to bring handouts for them to make a decision on who to vote as against who, then the pressure on the leadership becomes a little easier. And let me also talk about the political parties' funding so that we have clarity on the issue. It is not true that political parties' funding is just coming from corruption money. In fact, the law has legislated that political parties can actually fundraise. We right now have a deadline for fundraising, for instance, of the political party aspirants up to the 9th of December. That means the law recognizes the need for political party activities to be supported. Furthermore, the Registrar of Political Parties also gives funding to political parties when you achieve a certain number of senators, a certain number of members of parliament, a certain number of governors. You become entitled to a certain chunk of the exchequer as part of funding for that political party. And I must say this, let me raise it so that you know. In NASA, before it was dissolved, they had a very big issue of the bigger brother, that being the ODM, collecting the political party funding and not sharing with their brothers and sisters. That was one of the issues. They did not have the equitable sharing, and it's one of the issues that were raised by ANC, raised by Wiper, that the big brother had the number of senators counted in their favor because of the coalition, and henceforth a certain proportionate amount of the exchequer fund moved to the coalition, but the money was never distributed. But that's not my business. Once again, we have the spokesman right here. About opposition not speaking, I come back to Naomi before I come to the question of women and youth. The opposition not speaking, it is actually very sad that we do not have a clear opposition that is speaking out on things that Kenyans feel, for instance, today about the petrol, the kerosene, who will speak for the Kenyans. But I must say, we have been branded the unofficial opposition. So Naomi, there is hope. We will continue speaking about issues that are affecting Mwananchi. We will continue speaking about the issues that are affecting Wanjiku, Otieno, Chesang, and every other Kenyan, because that voice was extinguished when the handshake happened. In fact, as my brother was talking about UDA getting members of parliament from Jubilee, I wondered what message he would have for his counterparts being part of the program. In fact, the party leader for ODM is closely now linked, including opening projects with the government, with the president. So I don't even think they can raise a finger on that end. So the opposition, we still have divergent voice, Naomi, who are going to speak about issues that are not going right with the citizens and with the nation of Kenya. Let me come to the question of women, youth, and PWD. I believe all political parties must address this question in a dedicated and a committed manner to put women as part of the equation, because women are equal leaders. Women have led organizations very successfully. Women have held homesteads without any doubt, successfully without any doubt. And women have held positions of authority and delivered. But however, the cultural perception and the bias that if I'm seated on this seat and I'm a woman and I'm the Secretary General or in charge of this kind of an organization, I may not deliver just courtesy of gender. It's a gender bias that needs to be killed, but needs to be killed beyond words. What is the action that we are taking as political party? For UDA, we have done a 30% in line with the constitution. We are happy that we are comfortable even with up to 50%. We are making sure our aspirants, there is no organ that is being constituted right now in UDA without ensuring that we have gender balance. This panel, which Sifuna talked about, this is the first time women have outweighed men in a panel, by the way. If you trail the whole week, from Monday to Friday on Citizen, Monday to Friday on NTV, you will see the panels that are going there are totally male-dominated. But it's a challenge for all of us. We need to continue building it. We have entrenched the gender factor into our constitution, into our manifesto. We have entrenched the youth. And one of our key highlights was the Kiambaa constituency by-election. The person who got the ticket from UDA is a youth, 34 years old, and is the one who is the current member of parliament for Kiambaa. A clear indication that UDA is very comfortable with the youth, and even with the PWD, we have a PWD league, and we also have a women's league within the party structure. So maybe the challenge is on political parties to continue pushing the agenda for women.
Right, we are doing badly on time, and I just don't want us to also stand between our delegates and lunch as well. Maybe the question that has not, I can see Millicent, you have something to say, but there's a question that has not been answered. And that was a question on the parties and personalities. This was from Mombasa as well. Yeah, if a person, he is a stabilizing figure of a party and he happens maybe not to be there tomorrow, then what really happens to the party? But still, as you marinate on that, let's hear from Millicent. She has something.
Okay, I just wanted to correct my sister from UDA that money that are coming from, as Ford Kenya, we are still struggling to get the money from ODM. And
but is this the good forum to actually broach that particular subject? Yes. Because I know if we go that way, we will still be here for the longest time. I think that we can actually save it for another day. Okay. Yeah. It is a political party's funding, yes, but I know if we start, I know if we go there. Millicent, you don't want to go there.
About the political fundings, I don't think this money is being given. It's given to build the political parties. It is not being given for political aspirants to go and bribe the voters. So I think that should be clear. Yes.
But I meant about the political parties funding, the general question of how the funding happens. Because if we just tell the young people that it's just people are getting corruption money, they will not understand the formation of political parties and how the structure runs even within the legal setting.
Corruption being a daily headline in most of our televisions, I think even that lady from Kakamega who was speaking, she's very sure. It is only that she didn't mention it. She's very sure, because you cannot tell that girl, today you are in church in Migori, you give 100, you give 2 million. Tomorrow you are in a church in Kakamega, you give another 2 million. Where are you getting this money? These are big questions that our kids needs to know. And we don't want to let them know that they are being given corruption money. And we must even tell our church leaders.
I don't think it's the correct thing to put it that way. You can raise questions on where the money came from. And I would also say that, when it comes to giving of churches, the best thing is for the worshiper to determine how their relationship with God is, how they can give, how they cannot give. You cannot look at my offering and come and say, I don't like the size of your offering. If there's any money missing, and then you are saying, I'm suspecting somebody took 1 million from this corner, then it becomes an issue that is able to be, verified.
Thank
But
you.
we cannot just brush it like that. Let me also mention about party nominations, because it was raised in this list of questions. The fear that parties may not do proper nominations in 2022. That fear is very valid because most of the political parties have not done very well in that area. And why why does that happen? I don't know whether it's because some people feel they must botch them in order to garner political power. But I would say that the basic principle for good nominations is a free and fair principle. What we need to discuss in Kenya is whether we now need to involve the IEBC in giving capacity to the political parties to do the nomination.
But what about if you take podiums and you actually make or nuances?
Yeah.
Alluding that, Bona so-and-so seems to be a good leader.
That's now.
Yes. How then do people take that particular, view that you're endorsing someone, even if it's not really officially from your party?
Yes. Now, what we need to, I think as a political party, before you even come to how to build capacity in political parties, because IBC can actually just do very good training of political parties before they engage in the process of nominations. The political parties their nomination process will be as good as the preparation that they have done for that nomination.
Thank you.
The fact that they have managed to do it in a fair way and they have a budget.
Sorry, Veronica, I have to butt in because of time.
Yeah.
Let's just answer the last question. This was on political parties' figures and the personalities and parties. Yes, please.
Okay, fine. I'll go through and then you can go. Okay, I think what I want to say on the issue of the personalities is that political parties that have got structures are sustainable. Structures, right from the grassroots, that is from the polling center up to the national level. If a political party has structures, even if the party leader goes or the chairperson goes, the party will remain. So we are urging political parties, they must have structures right from the grassroots. Then just something on my sister, Veronica, sometimes there's no point of being defensive because Millicent did not mention any name of person who is giving 2 million and what did not. But you, okay, but it's okay.
Thank you very much, Dibal. I feel like you are asking about flying aeroplanes by people who dig graves. These people seated on this podium here have never conducted party primaries. You should be talking to me because they have never, actually UDA has never conducted party primaries. They give direct tickets in all elections that I know, including Kiamba. Just a minute, let me finish, you will come.
I will respond, right?
You will respond, okay. Yes. We all live in this country. And the truth of the matter is that these things play out in the public. It's not a secret. Just like your donations, Veronica, your tickets are given in public. So here's what I am saying. The challenges we have in party primaries, some are shared, some are not shared. First of all, this is a question of the capacity of political parties to actually conduct nominations in a manner that satisfies everybody who is involved. Because when you mention party primaries, people only imagine that party primaries are the Mlolongo system where people queue and vote and put ballots in the box, because they say that is the greatest expression of democracy. But if you look at the rules of these various political parties, there are various other ways of actually conducting party primaries, including the direct nominations that are favored by UDA and endorsements on podiums by the party leader. So we already know, for instance, the aspirant for Muranga governor for UDA is already known as of now. But they ask, let me finish.
Let me finish. I'll give you a chance just to respond.
No, you will respond. These are things that happen in public. So we as ODM, what have we done? We have spoken to the IEBC and told them, for instance, that the timelines that they provided for the 2022 primaries does not suit ODM. For us, we are measured by a different standard, and it is because we are one of the recipients of public money. You have every right to criticize the processes of ODM because it is your money. It is public money that funds ODM. So we went to see the IEBC and told them that for us as ODM, we need at least 3 months to conduct our party primaries, for there to be sufficient time for even conflict, dispute resolutions after that process, and so on and so forth. We have endeavored and committed to have these processes as open and free as possible. I am telling you, if ODM did what my sister did in Matungu, where a certificate was actually issued to someone in a bar at night, I would be crucified here at Uhuru Park. But because we are not measured by the same standard, ANC will get away with it, UDA will get away with it. I am happy my sister of Ford Kenya, in Kabuchai, they actually did a primary, and I was one of the people who actually congratulated them, because as political parties, we must encourage these processes.
Let me respond on this.
Briefly, yes. It's 2:30. We need to wind up here.
Yeah, let me respond. Yes, you've given him time. So I think my colleague here does not live in Kenya or was not there when our party, UDA, went to Mogoga, conducted a nomination with 6 candidates, and had the top candidate getting the ticket. I think he had traveled to Tanzania when we went to Kyogo Ward in Meru, in Menti Central, and we conducted nominations from morning, verifiable. It's all over in the social media. I think he was not there. I want to say something about Kiambaa so that you understand it. We had 1 single applicant for Kiambaa position. We issued a ticket. I think you talked about misinformation, disinformation, and the bug has just suddenly hit you. Because in Kiambaa, we had 1 applicant, and the applicant got the ticket for UDA. In any space where we get only 1 applicant, they fly the ticket. What I would want to say for UDA, there are no endorsements. I'm the Secretary General. Nobody in 2022 has a ticket from UDA. They will receive it during nominations, April 16 to April 22.
But if you have those particular nuances and pronouncements, doesn't also that particular acknowledgement by the party leader sway the party towards a certain candidate?
If that
from the podium
have been the case, why then did we conduct nominations in Rurie, in Nyandarua? Why did we conduct nominations in Mogoga?
You can do that.
Why didn't we conduct in Central Imenti, in Kyoga Ward? That is not going to happen. And in a stronghold, a political party cannot ban itself by giving a direct nomination when you have competitors in the race. That's not democracy.
Thank you, Veronica. I think we should. Margaret.
A correction. Kindly, so that it doesn't go down the line. ANC, we did not give our nomination a ticket in a bar. Our candidate came to Nairobi and we handed the certificate to him in Nairobi, not in a bar. That correction, my brother.
He's very deep with his words. I am sure he should be weighing them a little deeper before throwing them around.
I think on that light note, we should wind up the discussion because of interest of time. We have our panelists will be coming also in the afternoon. So I want to thank you very warmly. I know we have shortchanged our plenary here. In light of that, because of time, please, kindly, we have another session. We'll give you the preeminence, the priority, I should say. So for that, I want to acknowledge our panelists. Please give them a round of applause for graciously consenting to be part of this discussion. We really do appreciate it for that, for a very immersive, cogent discussion we've had. Thank you very much. I want to hand over now the meeting back to Pepe, just to continue. Thank you.
All right. Let's give our panel a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is how we do it in the People Dialogue Festival. If it's your first time, this is even nowhere how it works, okay? We normally have fireworks, literally. But that is just a snippet of how, because that is the essence of dialogue. We talk. We don't have to come up with solutions here, but we give, you say what you feel you want to say openly. Now, we're going for lunch. I know we've been directed how we're going for lunch. So we're going to go for lunch, ladies. I know we are running behind time, but let's just go for lunch and then come back. If we can do it in 30 minutes, let's do it in 30 minutes. If you can do it in less, let's do it. But we're coming back here. We have another session in the afternoon. Of course, it's afternoon, after lunch, and then we take it from there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us head out. Asante sana. One of Vocali Band will be taking us out or back, and we have more poetry. We have Teardrops the Poet later on. We have Dolan still will come back with the poet, and we still have a lot in store for you. Thank you very much. For all of you out there in the counties, we're going for lunch. We'll be right back. Don't let we're here mpaka saa 10:30, saa 11, saa 12 hivi. So karibuni sana, all of you out there. Karibuni. Thank you for being with us. Asanteni. Let's go for lunch.
a lot of applicants to lay a hold on Kenya. People, not one, not even 2013, 2017, but I think in 2003, with the economic instability, when this country was actually as one of the most optimistic, actually the most optimistic countries in the world when we attend the results. So as we speak now, we are going into the next election cycle. Next year, again, my views actually the right of the conservative been around one of the things that I recognize is in order to make the no Kenyan it's important to recognize that we are diversity. We are a nation of 43 people who have every right to feel their independence, but they chose to collectively form the Kenyan nation. And of course, we respect the truth of the because we have numbers, many people, fight. I don't like the word fight myself. But these are Kenyan nationality. And so the fact that we choose to live in a diversity is important. Therefore, to make sure nobody is left behind. That's why you're seeing that the formation of every political society. Take this into account. That's the first time a good example is the National Rainbow Coalition for the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy, which we formed with friends Raila Odinga, Moses Wetangula, and then of course NASA in 2017, and said NASA Hour with my friend MM, my DVD, with Raila, with and Isaac Ruto. And so these things are meant to make sure that we don't leave any Kenyan behind. And I think this is the matter should be solved. Otherwise, you would think of having one big party and the two Kenyans looking at each other straight in the face to say nobody, from the smallest community to the largest community, we need to learn to coalesce and to stay together and make sense out of our own interpretation of democracy. It being understood that this democracy is what Abraham Lincoln coined as a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And that actually means that nobody should be left behind. And so this is really what some of us are committed. I can give my firm commitment as a party leader again of my political party that Wapa Democratic Movement county stands for peaceful elections. We completely abhor violence. And I want to urge all other political players to follow suit, because the moment we get our youth please keep hope alive. This has been a very difficult year, indeed a very difficult 2 years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But the thing about this pandemic is they will go away. And when they go away, we will embrace what I call the 24-hour economy. We will work like bees, have 3 working shifts
so that we can revitalize our industry, that we can get Kenyans back to work. Our youth, they can go back to school and read. Universities will be places of excellence, not places where people are depressed because of poor living conditions. So Kenyans must keep hope alive. Hashtag form Mugai.
Martha Karua, the National Chair of North Kenya Party. We have been acted by the police that don't respect the human rights of the people. We have had cases from cabinet secretary. Mr. Tokyo that was media secretary. Just like he told that day years ago. Of people not feeling what to do in favor with the party. So all these things, and we also feel we are sick because of people I think leaving on what is defined, means giving an opportunity for people to manipulate. It doesn't mean all the people to get but it means that when it's there are no barriers. It also means not using anyone in sharing the nation of it. To make you think that and their lives. One has a reasonable opportunity to participate in being active of our nation overall. To be by the success, making sure that no intolerance is over the rest after elections. What we need for electoral justice is Kenyans who are in charge of elections from the top to the this would be a all the person. Remember what the position of Kenyans is. You will make or ban your
form ni dialogue.
This is Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Bungoma, party leader, Ford Kenya Party, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Kenya. As the state of democracy in Kenya, one would say, is coming of age. Remember that we started our country at independence with a vibrant multi-party democracy that soon vanished into the creation of a one-party state that was then the norm in the whole of Africa across all countries that had become independent. And by 1990s, the serious movements for return to active multipartism gathered momentum in the country, and Section 2A in the constitution that had made Kenya a de jure one-party state was repealed, and Kenya reverted to multipartism. The challenges have been there, but as of today, one can safely say multipartism in Kenya is maturing. Now we have many parties represented in the House. We also have this curious embrace of independents who are also growing in number. But I want to encourage that politicians in the country embrace multipartism, one, at the level of ideological leaning and inclination, and two, practice issue-based other than ethnic-based politics so that we can continue growing our democracy. The tenets of a stable political environment, especially when you go to the most critical events in the calendar of any political party, and that is elections, is the credibility of the electoral process, the credibility of IEBC as the referee. We want to love to see a situation where at the end of every electoral process, the winners are not exalted in a manner that vanquishes the losers, and the losers don't feel that like they have been robbed of their victory, so that we can grow, because in every contest there's always the winner and the loser, and these positions can change in subsequent engagement. So we must learn to know and to appreciate that in a contest you can't say you'll win by all means. You can win, you may not win, and the next time you may win, somebody else may not win. And that is democracy. The people we choose are the people we deserve, and the people we deserve are the people we choose. Once we do that, then let's get together and support legitimately elected leadership of the country to move our country politically, socially, and economically to a better level than we actually are today. Form the dialogue. Thank
you. My name is Isaac Ruto, former governor, Bomet County, and also the first chair of the Council of Governors. I'm also the party leader of Chama Mashinane. I want to say that Kenya has moved a long way in attaining democracy. And I think we have made quite a lot of progress. Earlier on, we were bogged down by multi-party, single-party rulership in Kenya. But since the advent of multi-party democracy, and in particular the advent and the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, Kenya has made tremendous progress in democratic space. And I want to say that multipartism has continued to contribute to that and the new constitution. I also want to state that I loved the judicial system in Kenya that has continued to protect the democratic rights of Kenyans. And in particular, I would like to urge Kenyans again to be on the lookout. There are always retrogressive forces trying to revert this country back to single party type of dictatorship. And I think it's important that Kenyans are eternally alert to these serious threats. I want to laud the CMD for its contribution towards ensuring that all political parties have space. I urge the Cohesion Commission and also the various other institutions that are supposed to watch over the radio stations, in particular the vernacular stations, must be made to follow very strict guidelines so that they don't drive the country towards very, very unwelcome routes, which we have been through in the past.
My name is Edwin Sifuna, Secretary General of ODM and Vice Chair of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I think the state of democracy in Kenya today is strong. It is the strongest it has been in we have seen a rise in registration of political parties, which is always a good indicator that, in fact, the democratic is expanding. We have had challenges and setbacks regarding freedom of media and freedom of civil society. By and large, I think we have institutions that are working that demonstrate that the state of democracy in Kenya is very solid. We have institutions such as the police that continue to stamp their authority and independence, and this can only bode well for the democratic space in this country. Personally, as SG, we are committed at ODM to have a space where political competition does not necessarily result in strife, and that we can compete on the basis of ideas, not necessarily on the basis of tribe or any other divisive, rhetoric. So you will not hear from ODM, divisive rhetoric or things that go to destabilize the peace, because it is widely acknowledged that in fact you cannot have democratic participation in a society that is fragmented or a society that right. So we all must commit as political leaders in this country to create a space where democratic rights are exercised without any hindrance or fear or favor, and that we have a stable environment within which to practice our politics. Yeah, I think ODM is a pioneer party in terms of putting in place mechanisms to ensure that we leave no one behind, especially the people who have been traditionally marginalized in political participation. I'm talking about the special interest groups like women, like persons with disabilities, and even the youth. We have committed at ODM to be the first political party to actually meet the gender threshold if you look at the people who will be elected into parliament through the party ticket. We have a very robust women league that has already taken up the task of identifying and supporting women, especially young women, who would wish to participate in the political process. So we will not leave anyone behind at ODM, especially these groups that have traditionally been marginalized in political participation. Karibuni sana, tuweze kuzungumza sisi sote, form ni dialogue.
Martha Karua, the national chair of NARC Kenya Party. I think it's fair to say democracy is on the decline. We have seen rising intolerance. We have seen action by the police that does not respect the human rights of the people. We have had statements from cabinet secretaries which makes it obvious that they are oblivious of people's rights. Just like in those dark days years ago, we have seen police disrupting meetings of people not seen in quotes to be in favor with the government. So all these things, and we've also seen the attempt to force constitutional changes on the people without following the proper procedure. I would say democracy is on the decline. We need to up our games as defenders of democracy and human rights, and especially as political parties. I think leaving no one behind, means giving an opportunity for people to meaningfully participate. It doesn't mean all the 50 million Kenyans will participate, but it means that anybody wishing to participate, there are no barriers, they'll be able to participate at some level. And it also means not leaving anyone behind in developmental matters, in sharing the national cake, in everything that affects their rights and their lives. That one has a reasonable opportunity to participate in being the architects of our nation and of our own lives. One, to lead by example, making sure that no intolerance is exhibited by members of the party, and should it arise, it is dealt with within the party mechanisms, and also discussing with party members and with other leaders, and publicly making statements on the need for tolerance, on need to conduct our affairs peacefully, on need to give space to other parties, because we're not the only party. We're just one of the parties. Just the same way we would like to be given space when we go to campaign or to have our meetings in all places in Kenya. We must wish the same for the other parties and facilitate where we can. So as a party, this is something we've been talking about, and it's something we'll continue to talk about and to practice. My message to Kenyans is that our shared destiny is in our hands. Remember the power of your vote, and that it's you and me who will decide who the next set of leaders are. That is my message to Kenyans, and that the peace of this country is in your hands. Let us safeguard our hard-won liberties. Let us allow everybody to conduct their campaigns wherever they wish in Kenya, and to do it peacefully. Let us support a peaceful Kenya, a peaceful election. And to those who may be engaged by the Electoral Commission, stop this business of being compromised. We know not all of you are compromised, but the few who do get compromised, you are the cause of unrest after elections in this country. What we need for electoral justice is Kenyans who are in charge of elections, from the clerk to the Electoral Commission commissioners. Be true to your oath of office. Remember what the Constitution of Kenya commands you to do. And remember, you will make or burn your country. Choose to make your country, not to burn it. And the dialogue.
My name is Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. I am the party leader for the Amani National Congress Party. I would like to encourage the Kenyans to participate in this very, very interesting event of the People's Dialogue Forum on the 15th of September. Naform ni dialogue. Please link up with the other Kenyans on that platform. Thank you.
My name is Edwin Sifuna, Secretary General of ODM and Vice Chair of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I think the state of democracy in Kenya today is strong. It is the strongest it has been in a long time. We have seen a rise in registration of political parties, which is always a good indicator that in fact the democratic space is expanding. We have had challenges and setbacks regarding freedom of media and freedom of civil society. I think we have institutions that are working to demonstrate such as that continue to stamp their authority and independence, and this can only be for the democratic space in this country. Yeah, personally, as SG, we are committed at ODM to have a space where political competition does not necessarily result in strife, and that we can compete on the basis of ideas, not necessarily on the basis of tribe or any other divisive, rhetoric. So you will not hear from ODM, divisive rhetoric or things that go to destabilize the peace, because it is widely acknowledged that in fact you cannot have democratic participation in a society that is fragmented or a society that has strife. So we all must commit as political leaders in this country to create a space where democratic rights are exercised without any hindrance or fear or favor, and that we have a stable environment within which to practice our politics. Yeah, I think ODM is a pioneer party in terms of putting in place mechanisms to ensure that we leave no one behind, especially the people who have been traditionally marginalized in political participation. I'm talking about the special interest groups like women, like persons with disabilities, and even the youth. We have committed at ODM to be the first political party to actually meet the gender threshold if you look at the people who will be elected into parliament through the party ticket. We have a very robust women league that has already taken up the task of identifying and supporting women, especially young women, who would wish to participate in the political process. So we will not leave anyone behind at ODM, especially these groups that have traditionally been marginalized in political participation. Karibuni sana, tuweze kuzungumza sisi sote, form ni dialogue.
My name is Isaac Ruto, former governor, Bomet County, and also the first chair of the Council of Governors. I'm also the party leader of Chama cha Mashinani. I want to say that Kenya has moved a long way in attaining democracy, and I think we have made quite a lot of progress. Earlier on, we were bogged down by multi-party, single-party rulership in Kenya, but since the advent of multi-party democracy, and in particular the advent and the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, Kenya has made tremendous progress in democratic space. And I want to say that multipartyism has continued to contribute to that and the new constitution. I also want to state that I loved the judicial system in Kenya that has continued to protect the democratic rights of Kenyans. And in particular, I would like to urge Kenyans again to be on the lookout. There are always retrogressive forces trying to revert this country back to single-party type of dictatorship. And I think it's important that Kenyans are eternally alert to these serious threats. I want to laud the CMD for its contribution towards ensuring that all political parties have space. I urge the Cohesion Commission and also the various other institutions that are supposed to watch over the radio stations, in particular the vernacular stations, must be made to follow very strict guidelines so that they don't drive the country towards very, very unwelcome routes, which we have been through in the past. My name is Isaac Ruto, former governor, Bomet County, and also the first chair of the Council of Governors. I'm also the party leader of Chama cha Mashinani. I want to say that Kenya has moved a long way in attaining democracy, and I think we have made quite a lot of progress. Earlier on, we were bogged down by multi-party, single-party.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you're enjoying your lunch, the band, the music, one of Okali, those with the vocal, will be entertaining you. Hopefully, yeah. Go. Oh, mama. Hasira zani niwe mama. Hasira zani niwe baba. Wataka kuniua bure baba. Wataka kuniua bure baba. Yule si wako na mimi si wangu. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Wazee ukumbuka rumba. Oh, mama. Hasira zani niwe baba. Hasira zani niwe mama. Wataka kuniua bure baba. Wataka kuniua bure baba. Yule si wako na mimi si wangu. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa we Bwana. Sina makosa we Bwana. Sina makosa we Bwana. Sina makosa we Baba.
rumba ya wana makosa. Riki, wataka kuniua? Mbona? Why? Ayo. Oh, mama. Hasira za nini we baba? Hasira za nini we baba? Wataka kuniua bure baba. Wataka kuniua bure baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Sina makosa we baba. Sina makosa we baba. Sina makosa we baba. Sina makosa we baba. Cheza rumba ya wanavokali. Kwa kiuno tu hivi. Kata mutu na wembe, kata mutu na makasi, kata mutu na wembe, kata mutu na makasi, kata mutu na wembe, kata mutu na makasi, kata mutu na wembe, kata mutu na makasi. Teremka, 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 teremka. Kama mnajua amekuwa mwema kwenu, naweza cheza. Wako mwana ukamtuma duniani kisa na maana nipate uzima. Jamani, wako mwana ukamtuma duniani kisa na maana nipate uzima. Jamani, ishara kwamba unanipenda zaidi, hivyo nishaelewa, sifa nitakupa zaidi. Ishara kwamba unanipenda zaidi, hivyo nishaelewa, sifa nitakupa zaidi. Na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wewe Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda mema. Na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wema Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda wema. Umekuwa mwema kwangu, acha niringe, umekuwa mwema kwangu. Yawe, umenitoa gizani nilipokuwa nimeshikwa mateka, ukanipa tumaini. kwako nikajificha. Sasa nitakupa nini? Iwe sawa na yale umetenda, hakuna ila moyoni. Sifa nitakuimbia ili kugharimu msalabani ulipie, hivyo inanibidi wema wako niseme, ili na wengine wakujue, wote waungane nami na wazee 24, na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wema Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda mema. Na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wema Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda wema. Umekuwa mwema kwangu, acha niringe, umekuwa mwema kwangu Yahweh. Umekuwa mwema kwangu, umekuwa mwema kwangu Yahweh, na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wema Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda mema. Na siwezi jizuia Yesu, na sio kama najigamba, umenitenda mema. Umekuwa mwema kwangu, hakuna como kwake, 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 hakuna como kwake. Hakuna como kwake. Huyu Yesu si sanamu, si mwanadamu adanganye. Ahadi zake zote kweli na amina, nimemuona akisema ndio, ndio, kuna kumpinga, akikuahidi hakuna wa kunyang'anya, akikuahidi kwa wakati atimiza, akikuagiza ndivyo ulivyo. Huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu si hadithi, mwambie huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu si hadithi, mwambie huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu si hadithi, mwambie huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu, huyu Yesu si hadithi, mwambie umetangaziwa, umehubiriwa, unaumizwa na je, una hofu maishani mwako? Machozi yangu yote yamalizika, ndiye nitalala na nani? Wewe unaenda mpaka ni mawazo, ndiye mpaka ni kuwazawaza. Wewe unaenda na kama ile njia ya kwenda, kama ni maisha ya kufuata, wewe dada, rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Hey, seems that's the way. Chozi yangu yote yamalizika, kama unaniacha go, kama we unaenda, we unaenda, we unaenda. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. That's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. It seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. That's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. That's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Penzi leo nenda safari, safari nani ya mbali, ukianza kunimisikia jana, tabasam kidogo, and every song and every stage I play, I will always be with you in my heart, I will miss you forever. My days are long, penzi nakupenda, my life's so cold, penzi nakuwaza, I miss your time, penzi nakupenda, I miss your love, nasema rail on, rail on, rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. That's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Seems that's the way. Leo nenda safari, safari nani ya mbali, ukianza kunimisikia jana, tabasam kidogo, and every song and every stage I play, every fan that will scream my name, I will always be with you in my heart, I will miss you forever. My days are long, penzi nakupenda, my life's so cold, penzi nakuwaza, I miss your love, penzi nakupenda, I miss your touch, I'm coming home. Rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way. That's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way.
Check.
Rail on, seems that's the way.
Check.
Rail on, seems that's the way. Rail on, seems that's the way.
Shit. Yeah. Shit. Nilikuwa na mchumba wangu, tulipendana kama nyama choma. Alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma, miaka mitatu kule Japani kusomea udaktari. Stella wangu all right, if you can please come in. We are starting this session. Ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana. Wacha nipande stage. Yana mchumba wangu, tulipendana kama nyama choma. Alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma, miaka mitatu kule Japani kusomea udaktari. Stella wangu alikuwa na mchumba wangu, tulipendana kama nyama choma. Alibahatika kwenda USA, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma, miaka mitatu kule Japani kusomea udaktari. Stella wangu karibuni nyote, karibuni. Nilimpenda Stella jamani, kajitolea kwa roho moja, nikauza shamba langu sababu yake yeye, nikauza ng'ombe na mbuzi
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza shamba sio Kimau
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza hata na designer suit
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza hata na designer shoes
kwa sababu yake yeye,
ili yapate nauli ya ndege na pesa nyingine za matumizi huko Japani. Ilivyompenda Stella jamani, kajitolea kwa roho moja, nikauza gari langu
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza hata na ng'ombe
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza nyumba ya 10 million
kwa sababu yake yeye,
nikauza hata na nywele
kwa sababu yake yeye,
ili yapate nauli ya ndege na pesa nyingine za matumizi huko Japani.
Come back, Stella, I still need you, baby. Come back, Stella, I still need you, baby. Come back, Stella, I still need you, baby. Come back, Stella, I still need you, baby.
All right, 1, 2, 3, bring it down. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Santa sana wanavokale. Give it up to the beautiful wanavokale band.
Thank you.
Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our afternoon panel discussion in a short while. We still have Dibala in here who will be the moderator. But before they come in, I want to call in 2 poets. I want to call in Dolan. Thank you very much. Wanavokala Santeni Sana. Thank you very much. I'll start with Dolan, and then I shall invite teardrops later. So kila mtu atupatie moja as to set the pace. In the meantime, if you can hear my voice and you're outside there, please come in. We are almost starting. So the poems are to set tone. Sound technicians, these mics. So we will be having the poems, the spoken word, and then after the spoken word, we'll have the panel discussion. I hope our audience who is virtual, the audience that is virtual, I hope you're still with us. Karibuni sana na wakaribisha nyote ambao mnaungana nasi kwa njia ya mtandao. Tunawakaribisha sana, tunapenda sana kukuwa na nyinyi. Tunapenda sana kwamba mmeungana na sisi hapa katika festival ya dialogue. What is festival? Dialogue festival. Tamasha ya mazungumzo. Festival ya dialogue, tamasha za mazungumzo. Karibuni sana Dolan and Russ, please come in.
Hello. Umeshiba sana. Yo buffet imekalia mali yake. Yes, we come again. It's been a long day. Okay, it's still continuing, but I'm sure you know we're taking notes. Yes, again, my name is Dolan.
So just a note, normally if you enjoy something that the poet is doing, so that you don't interfere, you just snap your fingers. Everybody snap your fingers. This is how we celebrate poems or spoken word. All right? So if you listen keenly, we want to set the mood for the afternoon session. All right, let's go, guys.
Yeah, so this is punch versus punchlines. We're headed towards another election period, and mostly, you know, there's a lot of young men who've been sacrificed at the altar of self-service, and I think so. This is a call, you know, to all the young people out there. You know, as we're headed towards the next elections, we don't want to be the people that take the bullets after the other people have taken shots, you know. We need to be smarter than that. Punch versus punchlines.
Nidunge nikutunge sote tuwe fly. Nidunge nikutunge sote tuwe fly. Oh, nidunge nikutunge sote tuwe fly. Nani atagai? Nani atagai? Nani atagai? Nani atagai?
So wakikam na mo punch, mina kam na mo punchlines. Kani mateke, waambie maneno ulimi yangu ni sharp zaidi ya sword ya Ishomitsu kwa Tekken. Wakikam na mo punch, mina kam na mo punchlines. Hata wewe jamaa nakuzia nguo stripped kwa botika najua. Dofa na kuna match lines. Chuki kiwa talk, masikio ina block ni bure kuniongelesha. Nikaku use mayai kucheza golf, furthermore we're allergic to yolk. Sikiza chief, kama shida ni beef minda kwa vegetarian. sectarian juu area chuki meleta failure. Taifa la sifa supu kunuka pupu, tukitega masikio kwa binafsi wanafiki. Afrika yenye sifa supu kunuka pupu, tukitega masikio kwa binafsi wanafiki. Matukio na sauti za chuki, matokeo ni mauti na dhiki. Kwa kweli hairidhishi, naitwa kwa kweli nikisema hainitishi. Si sote tulicheki ishara za moshi, kisha sara keja zikiwaka moto, na mazishi ya wazazi na pia watoto. Jirani kugeuka Dracula, na ni wewe nitakula, inabidi umejichomoa faster bila tandula. Mimi nashindwa kwani ni nini na yuka bila. Aniongezee vitamin na uweza kabila. Chuki ukabila nimekataa hiyo area tani kachome makaa ndio. Kuliko nikalia kiti moto nikijua kitanichoma choma makaa ndio. Bana ndio. Tupia mi ulia kwa misiba pia mi ujua danger nikicheki red na bloodshed na itikia sio tiba. Ndugu kumada ndugu, hii mada ni sugu na ndio maana sina time, sina wakati kwa vurugu.
Nitunge nikutunge sote tuwe oh, nitunge nikutunge sote tuwe oh no, nitunge nikutunge sote tuwe nani atakai, nani atakai, nani atakai, nani atakai.
Wakikaa mnamo punch, mimi nakaa mnamo punchlines. Kani mateke waambia maneno ulimi yangu ni sharp zaidi ya sword isho mitsu kwa teken. Wakikaa mnamo punch, mimi nakaa mnamo punchlines. Hata full bundle mzima hazitoshi. Dofa na kona match lines. Na kwa hizi lines na document life kwa hizi mitaa day by day. Suffice to say I'm here to stay. Usingoje kwangu kusikia words kama nimekam tena. Lishajua mwanaume sikubonga na bass, ndio maana times utanipata nikiimba na tena. Alafu hata jamaa wa digital migration atakushow bado news haupati kama hujashika antena. Pia wahenga walishanena mambo kangaja huenda yakaja, hata after kula aja uja. So nikicheki mto ni obvious na tarajia daraja. Haisaidii kuniangalia vibaya na nini kama wendo ulichagua nyama ya paja. Streets ni war zone, si ni masoldier. Nyuji niko kwa manowari ndani nikidandia matatu koja. Na kuna wengi hapa wajaifanya kazi kwa matatu, lakini bado wanajidai number 1 class register bado inanishow mwanafunzi moja. Wengine wanajidai na heights na hii ni season. Kama wendo uko juicy basi unajua nani mzito. Most of the time hautanipata nimefurahi kuzi yetu achieve your dream ya dead and Kemathi na Stephen Biko. Na wasabai nikidai haki wanadai kuniwasha wani smoke kama mimi kiko. Si fani wakituchekesha na kutupatia amani, watutakia amani. Raundi ugali taipika kwa vijiti atupiganio mwiko. Nasema si fani wakijipendekeza kwa michango hadharani, hawatutakia amani. Raundi hiki tota ibogea kwa vidole atupiganie vijiko. So wakikam na mapunch unawapea tu mapunchlines. Kani mateke waambie maneno ulimi yako ni sharp zaidi ya sword ya isho mitsu kwa teke. Wakikam na mapunch unawapea tu mapunchlines. Alafu wakitaka kujua zaidi unaweza tuma kwangu. Ndio jamaa wakikombana za ngozi na mistari anajua. Dolan kuna match line.
Let's give a round of applause to Dolan. My punch line. All right, I'm going to invite another spoken word artist before I hand over the session to Debal. I'm going to call Teardrops, also spoken word artist. He's going to give us another short piece so that we are in the mood. So Teardrops, karibu sana. Asante sana.
Revolution itaanza na mimba tribalism ikifanywa abortion. Revolution itaanza na sisi kutobaguana na rangi, na plus wanawake weusi watajivunia kujipaka kiwi kama lotion. Revolution itaanza na wananchi wakimeka big picture ya umaskini na corruption, alafu tapati wanasiasa wapatie caption. Revolution itaanza na watchman wakiwa wamesimama na rungu nje ya milango za bank wakichunga bank account na wa realize hawana hata Twitter account. Revolution itaanza na mabega wakitingizia matajiri mabega wakiambia keep your coins, we want real change. Revolution itaanza na machokora wakitu approach na business proposals za multi-billion dollars. Revolution itaanza na makanga wakigonga milango za ma3 na rhythm na sound ya drum yenye na demand na dream kuwa free. Revolution itaanza na fundi wa viatu wakilipea toned souls. Revolution itaanza na words za poets zikitoka na vidonda kwa throat imejaa na toned souls. Revolution itaanza na sisi, mimi na wewe. Revolution itaanza na kuku kichinjwa shingo alafu mtoto wake atakuwa adopted na mwewe. Revolution itaanza na wananchi wakirealize that amani ni mume na Kenya ni mkewe. Revolution itaanza na music, chants na slogans kama a people united shall never be defeated. Revolution itaanza na the poor who get empowered, not empowered. Revolution itaanza tukirealize that people's power is mightier than the people in power. Revolution itaanza na middle class wakigraduate to masters. Revolution itaanza na our leaders wakianza ku speak not to the mass but in the mass kama kasisi kwa misa. Revolution itaanza na sisi kukataa na siasa kuletea siasa kwa mazishi na kanisa. Revolution itaanza na heartbeat zetu zikibango na wachest kama fist ya gorilla yenye imeenda na gorilla war ku protect territory. Revolution itaanza na daughters wetu Turkana wakibleed na feathers under them cause away the for sanitary pads na misitu zimekuwa the dormitories. Revolution itaanza na slave ship ikisela babo oceans na overseas yendedi kwa streets za Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia ku bring back our girls wenye walikuwa slaves overseas. Revolution itaanza na marapa wakiwa na rhymes kama petrol bombs in the Sarafina. Revolution itaanza na mvua ya Noah ikinyesha na itaosha wewe watu wachafu na usafi tabaki kwa safina. Community ya wagema ikusifiwa so tembo ikutiliwa maji ona sasa Muratina inatenganisha familia Karatina. Revolution itaanza na music, chants na slogans kama a people united shall never be defeated. Revolution itaanza tukirealize that since independence bado mayouth wako independent. Since independence bado mayouth wanajiengage na wizi wa mabavu. Since independence bado wazazi wetu bado wanapigana mashamba zenye walinherit kwa zetu mababu. Since 1963 freedom bado ni cost, lazima uongane ndio upewe free. Revolution itaanza ile siku tutapata site ya kutofautisha between words za kuincite na words za kuwin site. Revolution itaanza na mapoet wakiingia hadi kwa headphones za mapunk na waambia it's about time wache kusikiza ngoma za kina Wizi Khalifa na waanze kusikiza poetry zetu zinabonga kuhusu wizi wa taifa. Revolution itaanza na mahasla, masafara, marasta, mababi. Revolution itaanza na mimi na wewe. Revolution itaanza na madansa wakitap dance songs of Lawino. Revolution itaanza na Kamau na Wino wakioana alafu mtoto wao ataitwa Wino. Revolution itaanza na sisi kutema mate kwa mchanga alafu tutachanganisha na udongo. Kisha tutasema kwa macho vipofu na chongo, not only kwa fungua macho bali kwa fungua ubongo. Revolution itaanza na mimi na wewe. Revolution itaanza na music, chants na slogans kama a people united shall never be defeated. See, revolution itaanza na mimi na wewe. Si mheshimiwa usiniringie kitambi yako moja, stop yangu iko nazo 8. Na hata korobo yangu iko na moja, but ni bring to the light. Nairobi mzima mabazi imejaa, I wonder kama Turkana kama iko ni kama Turkana kuna baa kama iko ni moja ndio baa la njaa. Na siringi ni vile mwalimu wangu wa high school niambia tia don't take notes, that's why stumiagi mashilingi. I make them hold their breath like asthma. Kwa nyumba sina 24-inch TV screen, but blood yangu kiscreen utapata nina plasma. See, makarao ni dead men walking dead on the corpse. Society shapoteza hopes. Can you fanyiko kwa news ni chafu, amwezi to brainwash after news mweke soaps. Si inauma sana kusikia that chama fisadi ndio bado inavuma sana. Inauma sana kusikia that kukiwa na protest wanasiasa kiwa na biz ni kibanda mama mboga ndio tumika kuwasha moto ya protest. Inauma sana that tufukuza no pop so si watumishi wa umma bana. See, the word donation consists of 2 words, do na nation. Do zilipeana but hazikujenga nation. Unaweza buy gazeti but hawezi buy standard. Just because umesema utake sides haimaanishi wewe ni buy standard. Wenye wanakupatia sleepless nights ndio bado wanakupatia 1000 reasons za kubuy kitanda. See, tunaishi kwa country yenye iko full of injustices. The only thing waga fair ni ile na ule sulipa kwa matatu na sometimes hike. And hapo la day keep the doctors away but not from our streets. Madaktari wakiamua ku strike, walichukua mabilioni wakaweka kwa mkono ya saluni. Niambieni kama wako kusuka. Mkianza ku investigate the backbone of the story, mnapata hii story ni invertebrate inaga hata backbone. Mkihaya lawyer wananunua judge. Mungu Baba kuwa wa judge. Your timeless tumespend hapa ni timeless. Nimejua hii life ni drama. Kiswahili na English ni grammar but Sheng ndio lugha ya mama. Na kidhani mimi wazimu like father like son then God must be crazy. Teardrop. Thank you.
All right. Mheshimiwa, usiniringie kitambi, stovi yangu iko na 8. Unatuingilia watu wa kitambi lakini ni sawa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the afternoon session. Yeah, lunch does this thing that, you know, you forget where the venue was, but it's okay. We are here, we are the people. We still have our virtual audience. Welcome very much, people who are tuning in virtually. We even have members of panel who are going to tune in virtually. So I guess I'll call Debal. Debal will come and take us to the next session. So Debal, karibu. Simkaribishe Debal na nini? Makofi ama
Thank you. I express the hope that you've enjoyed your lunch and also you're eagerly looking forward to engaging with the panelists on this second session this afternoon, where we shall be focusing on the impact of disinformation and misinformation on electoral integrity. And also we'll be training our focus on citizens' trust in democratic institutions and regulatory options to address electoral integrity issues. And I know here we can throw in a lot of issues as far as also our case scenario here in the country has been, if we go back to 2000 and from there as well. So without much further ado, for them that are joining us this afternoon, my name is Debal Nair. I'm a broadcast journalist, and I'm delighted also to take this particular session in the afternoon to engage with our panelists. If you're joining us virtually as well, feel welcome. Our panelists also who will be joining us momentarily virtually, I will be welcoming you as well. I just want to call upon our panelists who are already here. I can see their faces. I'll begin with Miss Veronica Maina, Secretary General UDA Party. She was with us in the earlier session as well. We have also with us Annie Reri, Executive Director, FIDA Kenya, and the Chairperson, ELOG. If you're here, kindly also, you can join us in this particular panel. We have with us Andy Ritu, Registrar of Political Parties. Kindly, you can also join us as well. Wapigeni makofi wakija jamani. And joining us virtually, we have Honorable Dr. Shemo Chwodo, who's an IT expert, also the Chairperson of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Shemo Chwodo, if you're there, feel welcome. And I also want to acknowledge and welcome Corinne Momal Vanyan, who is the Executive Director, Kofi Annan Foundation. Corinne, if you're there, also feel welcome as well. And I'll want to also acknowledge and welcome Olaf Bonke, who is a Senior Advisor at the Alliance of Democracies. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for electing to be part of this panel and discussion this afternoon. And I will just go straight on and say, first of all, our apologies for running late. We are pinched for time, as you can see. But nonetheless, thank you for being amazingly patient and waiting for this forum this afternoon. So we'll try as much as possible to keep time so that at least we are not also caught up for them who are in person here, caught up in traffic as well. and also not to keep you long, also our delegates who are joining us virtually. Right, the hashtag, just a tender reminder, is hashtag Form Dialogue. Hashtag Form Dialogue. So also now on the social media platform, we are engaging also people on social media. So that will be the hashtag that you can actually use this very afternoon. Again, I want to thank you in person that you're here, Veronica, and also both of you are Anne. Ireri, so I need to be very categorical. Anne and then Derito. So I'll call one Derito and Anne one. So you better choose. Do you toss a coin or something? Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will want to hear the voice of Dr. Shem Ochodo, just to confirm that you're with us, so that also our delegates here in person can see your face and know you, just as a matter of introduction. Shem.
Testing. Can you get me?
Perfectly.
Excellent. Thanks. Delighted about.
Thank you, Shem. Also, I want to acknowledge you, Corinne, if you can get me clearly. Oh.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. As a matter of interest, where are you joining us from?
Geneva.
Oh, you're in Geneva. Okay, now I've lost track of time. Is it at night or during the day?
No. We're 1 hour behind you.
1 hour behind us. Thank you for that as well. All right, and Olaf Bonke. Olaf, if you can hear me. Olaf Bonke. Olaf Bonke. All right, so you'll be joining us momentarily. And finally, I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Douglas Kivoy, Principal Analyst, Kipra. If you're here with us, fantastic. You can also join us on the panel as well. I almost missed you out, right? But thank you. At least now, we won't be accused of gender imbalance, right? With the first panel, it was just full of women. Right now, at least now you add the equation as well. So we're 2 of us, and there are 3 of them, right? That's fair enough. Fantastic. So are you happy that we can carry on and follow the conversation keenly? If you have questions, we'll give you a handy opportunity to ask your question or your questions or share your contributions as well. And then that will go both virtually and in person as well. In the morning, I know you missed an opportunity, the in-person delegates, to ask questions as well. But just to set the tone for this particular conversation, I want to begin with Dr. Shem Ochodo to set the tone of for the conversation this afternoon, because this is really right up your alley as far as IT is concerned. And critically, we know that in this country, we're trying to shake into place technology and our election system as well. And that has been a bone of contention from, we know, 2017. It has been a bone of contention for the fact that, the servers were accused, so to speak. People were raising accusatory fingers to the system that was then, that they thought was faulty, and we did not really know clearly, as they say, who won the election, because the servers up to date, they have not been opened. But I know for sure you're one person who has been advocating that IT, information technology, should be classified as a critical infrastructure. Let's just begin from there, Shem. If you may just unmute your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Thank you, Deba. Although I think it's Corinne's call to set the tone, but nonetheless, talking for the forgotten Kenyans, the diaspora, the only ones who have to struggle to register to vote and to be on the ballot as candidates. I am hoping that this and next year are going to be different. But having said that, allow me also to take cognizance that this is happening at a time when Africa is celebrating 25 years of internet that came through Kenya for sub-Saharan Africa. we are delighted, but we are also saddened that 60% of Africa and Africans still don't have quality connection. So that's the challenge that we still have. So even though we'll be talking about disinformation and fake news and so on and so forth, remember there is a whole lot of voters, potential and real, that don't have access to technologies. But talking for Kenya, just before I hand over to Corinne, because she is the real guru in this space, more on the technology side rather than content or use side. But we are well alive to what happened with the Cambridge Analytica a while back, what happened in the 2016 US elections, and what happened with Brexit. So obviously what we are talking about here is real issues of concern. And I do know issues of propaganda and all, and the use of technology. Technology can be used to manage it, but can also be used to abuse it. I look forward to hearing more from Corinne. I'll be happy to share more thoughts when my time comes. But thanks for donating that opportunity, Debal. Over to you,
Thank you.
moderator. Thanks.
Thank you, Shemo Chuodo. Yes, just setting up as a segue here, environment in Kenya, but to also give us a broad overview. I want to now rope in Corinne to take us through, and give us a sense of what is electoral integrity in the age of digital technologies and social media. As I mentioned, Corinne, if you're joining us, is the Executive Director, Kofi Annan Foundation, and she's joining us all the way from Geneva. Corinne, over to you.
Thank you so much, and Jambo, everyone, dear friends. Happy International Day of Democracy, first of all. And it's I'm hardly a guru. I just wanted to say a few words from the Kofi Annan Foundation as we start, as you start this panel. It's a real pleasure to join you all today. I'm delighted to spend this International Day of Democracy in the company, even if it's a virtual company, of activists, politicians, individual Kenyans who share our commitment to democracy. I really want to commend the Center for Multi-Party Democracy for organizing this year's People's Dialogue Festival under, the complex circumstances we know. It's really a vital platform, as your morning sessions have shown, very interesting discussions. The Kofi Annan Foundation has supported elections, as you may know, in very different regions. And I can tell you that exchanges such as the ones you are engaging in today are actually rare, much too rare. And it's unfortunate because the need for citizens, for political parties, for other stakeholders to gather and discuss the state and strength of democracy is more important than ever today. And that's because over the past 2 years, frankly, we have watched leaders in many countries use the pandemic to consolidate executive power, to reverse democratic gains, to harass or target opposition parties and civil society. Media freedoms have been curtailed. Information has been tightly controlled. And in some instances, elections have been postponed or canceled unnecessarily sometimes, undermining the legitimacy of those in power. Unfortunately, the attacks on our democratic norms, processes, values have occurred as these were already threatened and fragile and questioned. There is a widespread perception among many, and maybe in particular among young people, that democracy has simply not delivered. And there is frustration with some elected officials who flex democratic credentials in public, yet act very differently in private. So if we consider the events of the last 12 months, the vulnerability of democracy is all too obvious, and we cannot take it for granted. Look at Myanmar. One of Mr. Annan's last diplomatic engagements before he passed away was in that country, where he worked closely with Aung San Suu Kyi and her administration to help deliver positive change in Rakhine State in particular. Yet earlier this year, her elected government was overthrown by an unelected cabal of military leaders who seek only to protect and enrich themselves, even at the cost of the nation. Look at what happened in Afghanistan. And to these examples, we can add the coup in Guinea, in Mali, the assassination of the president in Haiti, efforts to overthrow the results of last year's American presidential elections. Yet against this quite dismal backdrop, one thing is clear. Citizens' aspirations for open democratic societies remain undimmed, as shown by poll after poll, including those conducted on this continent by Afrobarometer. Social media and new technologies can play, as has just been said, an instrumental role in delivering on these aspirations. And Kofi Annan was a lifelong advocate for democracy as the system that is most able to deliver development, peace, and human rights. But he argued that technology, just as technology does not stand still, neither should democracy. And in 2018, he convened a high-level commission to identify steps to strengthen electoral integrity and democracy in light of technological innovations. And the commission was composed by a dozen prominent figures, former political leaders, heads of state, academic experts, members of the private sector, and your very own Oreo Kolo of Kenya. So they assessed together the challenges to democracy and elections posed by social media, and they proposed a series of recommendations to address them. And these recommendations are applicable everywhere. After all, nearly all elections now are affected by some efforts to manipulate the digital space. But this is particularly problematic in some countries where institutions maybe are less robust, or where there's a shorter tradition of rule of law. As for Kenya, you're of course definitely much better placed than I am to discuss the impact of these technologies and these tactics. But allow me to draw attention maybe to a couple of recommendations that may resonate also here with you in Kenya. First, it's already been mentioned, the challenge of disinformation. This has exacerbated in recent years, and it's extended, frankly, far beyond the politics or elections. Some of the most heinous and dangerous disinformation has targeted the COVID-19 vaccines or measures, for instance. So the Commission argued that the scope of online disinformation is now just so large, so vast, that only through a collaborative network can actors have an impact. So really collaboration among a wide array of actors, very necessary to fight disinformation. And they pointed to successful initiatives which have convened journalists, fact checkers, technology platforms, the Electoral Commission, civil society, to collaborate in identifying and correcting electoral-related disinformation. So such networks are replicated across the world, and maybe there are approaches that can be applied here in Kenya. Second is the impact of unaccountable online speech, which is increasingly raising tensions around elections. So nearly every single recent election I can think of has involved some attempt by anonymous online accounts to steer hate and divisions, to question official results, and to incite voters to violence. So some have succeeded, although many others thankfully have not. So the Kofi Annan Commission has argued that political candidates themselves can play and should play a greater role in reducing tensions. It proposed the widespread adoption of a pledge for online behavior ahead of elections and during elections and just after elections, which I understand some colleagues from the Alliance of Democracies will expand on later. Another worrying recent trend is the emergence of new transnational political consulting firms. So these include the legions of international pollsters, advertisers, PR consultants, and others who are hired by political parties and do not hesitate to wreak havoc in the name of securing a win, no matter what the impact, the long-term impact on the country. Cambridge Analytica has already been mentioned, and yet while many cite Kenya as the testing ground for Cambridge Analytica, others may be unaware that that Kenya is also where a lot of positive programs are being developed, where there is a lot of coding going on and a very vibrant IT culture. So, you know, we always think of M-Pesa or Shahidi, for instance. So clearly you have a young and technology savvy population, 83% of whom have access to the internet, unlike many other countries, as was already said, and who understand the need to reassert and improve fundamental democratic principles. And you also have a vibrant civil society, as has been demonstrated today, and robust institutions. So Kenya is actually one of the countries that give me hope that we are not at the sole mercy of big tech or social media platforms to act, and that, you know, there is much that people can do together. If, however, you do find yourself succumbing to pessimism, I urge you to turn your eyes to the young generation of democratic activists and political leaders. Today, for International Democracy Day, we at the Kofi Annan Foundation, with our partner, the United Nations Democracy Fund, we have produced a series of short videos that we've put online and on social media, which picture young activists telling very simply what democracy means for them across the globe. And in general, the sophistication of social media tactics in young people, their mastery of new communications, has given them the ability to apply the lessons of Hong Kong and Santiago to the streets of Lagos, of Yangon, of Minneapolis, of Bogota. So I remain optimistic that in the hands of the next generation, social media can, in fact, once again become a powerful force for good to engage, educate, and empower voters and deliver elections with integrity. But that requires a lot of work from everybody, as I've mentioned before. So I really wish you a lot of success in your deliberations, and thank you very much. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Corinne. A round of applause for her. I think you've spoken quite movingly on a raft of issues as far as you know, the disinformation is concerned, and raising the awareness. The scope of online disinformation is extensive, and thereby the need for collaboration, which is very key on how we can curtail that as well. Emergence of political think tanks as well. We are all drawn into now what we call the political, in the military, they call it the military industrial complex. Now we have the political industrial complex where also businesses want to thrive when we have elections, you know, upcoming, and thereby also what you mentioned, the transnational political think tanks as well. Case in point that was given by Dr. Shemo Chwodo, that is a Cambridge Analytica. Now we want to drill deeper with our panelists on this, just also to hear from them. First of all, I'll just give introductory remarks. Thank you, Anne and Derito, for joining us as well. Thank you, Annie Reri and Dr. Douglas Kivoy. Thank you for joining us. We've been also with Veronica. So I'll just give each of you a minute just to have introductory remarks. Let's just begin with Anne. Annie Reri, I need to be very categorical.
Thank you very much. We have this tendency, my sister and I, to share panels. So
oh, really?
Yeah, so thank you very much. On behalf of ELOG, that's the Election Observation Group of Kenya, the largest domestic civil society observation group. And we have been in existence for 10 years. And I think for us, Dibal, as you have mentioned, I think my starting point is that as we discuss this as Kenyans, we then must approach elections from the cyclic perspective. That elections will not be the 9th of August 2022, there's a whole cycle before, during, and after. And so if technology, as you have stated, is a large enabler, how do we infuse technology and social media, for instance, throughout the process? So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Derito.
Thank you. I also want to appreciate to be in this panel this afternoon to discuss a very patent issue in elections, and especially a few months, we may call it a few months to election, the question of technology an election is something that cannot be gainsaid. Given from the past and what we have gone through as a country, and the question of questions on technology that has been raised. But as mentioned earlier, technology is an enabler, and we must check it from a perspective of wanting to make it work for us, for the benefit of us as a country, but also being very cautious on the abuse.
Yes.
That can as a result of a very good thing, technology, and how that then can be controlled so that it works for us instead of against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, let's hear from Dr. Kivoi.
Very much, Divan, and I want to thank all my fellow panelists and the participants who are appearing. We are talking here about electoral integrity. And what I want to say is that election is not a one-day event. It's a process. Integrity. You cannot say that you are a man or a woman of integrity by one act you've done. We need to ask ourselves, where is this man or woman coming from? What has influenced or shaped his behaviors or characters? Where are we coming from as a country? What has informed or influenced us in the way we act or believe? Because they say change is always there. So we are not going to run away from technology. But as the Registrar of Political Parties has said, how are we going to make sure that technology works for us for the betterment of our country, as opposed to it being abused or misused by a whole cabal and cartel of individuals out there who make money and thrive under this misinformation of communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Veronica, for the sake of them that are joining us this afternoon, even virtually.
Yes, my name is Veronica Maina. I'm Secretary General UDA. I'm delighted to be here once again to share the panel with my sisters and our brother here. And there are many issues that we could look at when we look at the electoral systems in Kenya. But maybe more fundamentally to note is that peace is a function of development, and peace is you would call it a factor of certain elements being put in place so that people are able to perceive that they are safe, they are secure. And when we look at the electoral processes, it has a determination on whether people perceive they are at peace, or they are in conflict, or they are not happy about certain processes that may happen. I would also want to note that our electoral process is both manual and it's also technology-based. So we have a hybrid system where it's not full technology end to end. We have real voters walking into stations. We have the KIMS kit being used for the voting system. So ideally, when we look at our electoral system, for us to now end up with a product called peace, certain factors must be put in place very securely and with a lot of integrity in the system that puts them in place, so that people know there are no compromises and that integrity will be regarded within the settings and the setups that will be put to give us the product of an election that people perceive is right and is just and fair to the people who are voting.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So let's just get granular with the topic of the day, and it's unfortunate that we don't also have someone from the IBC to be part of the panel as well, because I think that's very key when you're talking about election integrity. And I will want you not just to navel gaze yourself on your particular corner. If it's UDA, it's UDA. I want you to just be broad-minded as well. We speak as Kenyans and as intellectual also. Intellectuals on this particular forum this afternoon. I wanted just to begin for the point, I felt frustrated as a Kenyan myself that we always remain none the wiser when it comes to issues of electoral integrity. Right now as we speak, we have the public procurement authority board that has stopped the procurement process of IBC because of issues of not really following the due diligence of the procurement process. And I asked myself, we're talking about election integrity. At this particular time, cutting it very close towards a general election, is this the way to begin? To the IBC? Why should the public procurement authority board come now and stop the process and say this process is not following the due diligence of the procurement rules? Let's just begin from you, Ireri.
Thank you very much, Nibal. And as you've said, a very fundamental topic. One of the things, even before I delve into the topic or the question you've asked, there's some statistics I just want to share.
Sure.
And I think it's important to put issues into context. So these are drawn from the Digital 2021 Kenya report, where we do know the Kenyan population is slightly above 54 million. We do have internet penetration at 40% in this country. In terms of social media users, we have at least 11 million users. And if you look at even the cell phone coverage, coupled with the reality that most Kenyans either have one or two mobile connectivity devices, we are actually at 108% of telephone cover, mobile connection within the country. We have 21.75 million internet users as of January 2021. Why do I throw these statistics? Because it is important. What has happened in the country, and especially Dibal when it comes to elections, again, we have left it to be a preserve of either the IBC, the political parties, the registry of the political parties, and as citizens, we've taken a back seat until the election day. There are processes that start way before, and that's why I talked about the cyclic nature. If you ask on average Kenyans, when was the last time you checked your details in terms of being a registered voter? Are you a registered voter? Do you, I mean, this information is public in terms of engaging even with the process of IBC, what needs to happen. The IBC has actually shared their election roadmap. These are things that we don't follow often. And so even when it comes to issues such as technology, which are fundamental, and as you mentioned, the procurement, unfortunately, what happens is most Kenyans tend to now read either from the media in terms of the outcome, even before the process started. And so for us to get to this point, why I raise it is that the procurement of the KIMS kit is just one aspect. As ELOG, we have been very consistent post-2017 on the issues that we qualify as being minimal reforms that are essential to have a peaceful process that has integrity and is credible. Because remember, the elections need to pass the fair, free, and credible test. And this go beyond the IBC. I think it's only recently that we've seen His Excellency, the head of state, gazetting IBC commissioners. So you can imagine the kind of mad rush they're having as an institution to actually gel. To date, we don't have a substantive CEO of the IBC, for example. When you look at issues such as campaign financing that are topic altogether, I think we have seen what has happened with the gazettement of the limits and how the National Assembly and Parliament as a whole has interacted with it. So why I raise this is that, yes, you have mentioned a fundamental part, which is the technology, but the buck still comes back to the Kenyans. We need to get out of our comfort zones. Why I mentioned statistics, it means if we have this level of coverage in the country, it's not 100%, but a lot of people, especially now with the COVID pandemic, have increased their access, their usability of technology. We also need to go beyond waiting for the election date of 9th of August to question some of these processes. That the procurement was cast in doubt is important, but then for us as ELOG, if it needs to pass the test of credibility and fairness, that we have to start the process again within the limits of time, I think it's important. It's better than having a process that is fast-tracked, that does not meet the credibility test, only for these issues to show up at the ballot. But remember, as we have said, technology is just one aspect. As the SG mentioned, there is a manual element. And so what we need to look at is in terms of facilitating as a country, the network coverage, if you're looking at whether it's 2G, 3G, what's the minimum? And furthermore, when it comes to the basics, where even the courts have pronounced Form 34A being the basic polling station output, how well are we equipped manually to even vote as a country? Remember, technology in most instances is also to facilitate and as a backup. So we must go to the default settings and make sure everything within the process is credible. Thank you.
Thank you. Kivoi, also trust, I think, is a major issue as well. When we're talking about the hybrid system, it seems also, having learned from the past, that Kenyans are getting greatly shy, so to speak, of technology because of, it can be a spawning ground for manipulation. We have the BBI that has expressed the notion that Kenyans, we are trust deficits. How much premium can we put on technology when we talk about electoral integrity?
Well, first of all, I will take you back to the issue raised about the public procurement oversight board. It's acting within the law. You need to ask yourself, these people who start procurement late, what is their agenda? Why are they doing that?
Would you kindly just raise your mic? Yes, that's
Yes.
okay. Yes, fantastic.
Could someone be doing it deliberately? So they can say, we are late. Elections, the date when elections are to be held is stipulated in the Constitution. So you don't wake up and say that we are going to have elections tomorrow, so we must get these materials today. As I said earlier, elections is a process. I'll tell you something. Voter registration is supposed to be a continuous exercise.
Yes.
Ask yourself, how many times have you seen IBC say that they are registering voters? For me, I only see on social media, on WhatsApp, saying, oh, by the way, they are registering voters in Kawasukari. Go at the chief's office, they are registering voters there. Why is it so secretive? That already brings in the issue of trust. Trust is built over a long time. And the value, you are aware, majority of Kenyans have very little trust in our electoral body because of the way we have conducted ourselves as a country and the way that body has been operating. Remember recently in the ruling that was made in the Court of Appeal, it has already been decreed that any decision that has been made by the commissioners that have been in office it could be challenged by any other person who has an issue with it. So let's not just say that because now you have a full electoral body that is now in operation, then we are going to have a credible election. That is not the case. The process of us reaching to the day when we are voting is very key. And that is what will make Kenyans have trust in the whole process. We are all aware that right now we are hearing rumors that people will vote with Huduma numbers, others national ID. The whole issue of trust again is being raised. There are reports that there are some regions in this country, young men, 18, 19, 20, 21, they have not been issued with identity cards. If you ask the concerned individuals, they'll tell you the machines broke down, or we have got these IDs. Now I come to the voters themselves. A number of identity cards are lying at the collection centers. People have not collected them. So it's a whole cycle of things that makes every other Kenyan entangled. And as I said earlier, these criminals now who use the digital world to misinform people, they'll come up and say, hey, you see why we will not be able to vote is because we've been denied identity cards. Yet, IBC itself never told people to come and register. I have always argued, why is it a challenge to have any Kenyan reaching the age of 18, the moment you register for your national identity card, please register as a voter. That's why we are talking about technology. Why is it technology if it cannot help us?
Thank you. As also Ereri was mentioning, technology is just but one of the meshes in the gear. We have so many meshes that are at least the gear will actually be running on as well when it comes to electoral integrity. And this is where I want to rope you in and Derito, as now the registrar of political parties, as it were, because we know when we're talking about electoral integrity as well, it emanates from the party. And there is good doubt that you're sitting next to Veronica here, because we were battling with the question and we're saying, oh, we are frustrated a bit that Anish is not here. She should have been in part of this particular panel, as it were. And this has been the question that is hanging on the rafters of many Kenyans' minds. And they're asking, we know what is happening within UDA as far as, straddling on UDA and Jubilee is concerned. Section 22 of the Political Parties Act is very clear and limpid. Could you clarify for us, why aren't you, as the Register of Political Parties, not addressing this issue, and everyone is concerned. The issue of the party leader of UDA, so to speak, who is technically Jubilee and is UDA. This is Honorable William Ruto, and that's why I'm asking Veronica. She's here. She can actually attest to that particular part. Yeah. Let us speak. Then you will throw some light. So I have taken this advantage also to know, because when we're talking about election integrity, I think we have to also have integrity beginning from the parties themselves. We have to streamline ourselves with the law. Okay. Don't you think so?
Thank you. I think that's an important question. That's why I asked which question and which issue, because I wanted to understand. The question of belonging to a political party is the political right of a Kenyan, captured very well under Article 38 of the Constitution, and it's an individual choice of which party you would want to belong to. Then when those rights are articulated, as you mentioned in the Political Parties Act, as far as membership itself is concerned, that there's only several ways in which somebody ceases to be a member of a political party. One of it is you can decide to resign from a political party. You can, of course, leave voluntarily and say, I don't want to continue belonging to a particular political party. You may decide to join another political party. So you leave one and add another. You can exit because of natural causes, like you have died. But then you can also leave a political party because you have been deemed to have resigned by the political party you belong to. So the question of deeming, and I think it's the discussion here.
Yes, the question of deeming is what we ask.
Yeah, the question of deeming is what you want me to respond to.
Please.
The person who is supposed to deem is the party that you belong to. It is not the registered political party, because you are resigning from the political party. It's important to clarify that registrar is the custodian of the political party's register, not the owner of the members in that particular register.
But in enacting that particular law itself, then who should we run to?
It is the political party, and once you advise the political party that when the political party notices its member that my member is not behaving according to the ideology of the particular political party, is the political party to take that decision. Otherwise, what you're inviting the registrar to do is to police political parties, which should not, that is not envisaged neither in the Constitution, also in the Political Parties Act. A political party is expected to be an institution that has party organs. That's why you go to the Schedule 2 of the Political Parties Act. You're going to find what should be provided in a political party constitution. One of it is the mechanism in which a party should actually deal with its own members and then inform registrar what they have done with those particular members. So I do not think, and I know it is true in law, the standard in law is that registrar has no business dealing with individual members of a political party. We deal with officials of a political party because they are the one who are custodian of the membership of the political parties that are registered.
So if you deal with officials, primarily whom are we talking about?
They are party organs. For example, Veronica will tell you her party has different organs that deal with different issues. For example, there's a internal dispute resolution committee. In terms of the dispute, there's a committee that deals with that within a political party. It is captured in the schedule that such a committee should be there. There's a party that deals with discipline. Another one will deal with making decisions that regards to management of the political parties, among other issues. So the question of deeming, if the political party is not uncomfortable with its member behaving in a particular way, I don't think you have a right, even you as a Kenyan, to tell the political, if you don't belong to that political party especially, you cannot tell the political party, deal with this member, and you are not even a member. The members of that political party, because membership of a political party is well governed in Section 14 of the Political Parties Act. Once the party decides that we are uncomfortable with this issue, it's for the party organs then
to act and do what they're supposed to do with their members.
Mhm. Right, thank you. Veronica, you wanted to respond briefly?
To also say that you must also look at that question in the wider context of the politics we are in right now. Political parties are speaking to other political parties. You have seen the meetings of somebody like Honorable Mother Karua, Honorable Moses Kuria. They don't belong to the same political grouping, but they are discussing and doing these dialogues to see how they can work together, if at all, in 2022. So if you see a certain member of a certain political party right now reaching out to another member of another political party right now, you must look at that question within the wider context of what is happening in that political space. And the problem comes in when you now focus that question specifically on one individual. And this is what I've been trying to move the question from, so that we stop focusing on one individual and we are able to develop an environment that has principles that govern A equally with B, equally with C. So that if you ask the registrar to answer that question, then she also tackles the question of how ODM is interfacing with Jubilee, how OCA is interfacing with its membership. Then you'll be looking at the whole political environment, because the minute you remove one single actor within that environment and you appear to be judging them specifically and you're not putting the other actors in that same environment, then there lies the issue. There lies a source problem which needs to be sorted.
But we
so
can,
we need to
can't we
tweak
use
the
that as a
environment.
case study, even
we need
to broach
we
the
need
subject?
to tweak the environment. I'm looking at it this way. We need to tweak the environment in such a manner that it runs fair, it runs equal in terms of perception, so that even the voter, even the Kenyan can follow suit, can walk in the same path, that they know if we are holding A and C on account on this issue, we are equally holding a big brother called Jubilee Party on account on certain issues, so that you don't pick on one and then leave the other one. Then the registrar will be able, because the minute registrar handpicks one party, then the next question is from 20 political parties that why have you handpicked this, cherry-picked the issues?
Which is good, because now she comes and she clarifies for everyone what her role is, so that we don't now keep speculating about the role of the register of political parties in light of that particular issue, which I think many people have been asking, and it's good now to clarify that. So even if we'll use that as an entry point, which can be a case study, it's okay at the end of the day, but I understand also the frustration that you're expressing as well, Veronica. But I want to acknowledge as well Olfal Bonke, who is joining us online as well, Senior Advisor at the Alliance of Democracies. If you're there, I think the technical challenges that is frustrating you, but if you're there, we could give you just a minute to show us your face and also make some introductory remarks. Olaf?
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
We get you clearly.
Rainy regards from Berlin in Germany. So we are just 11 days ahead of our elections here. So therefore it's very, very interesting to listen to your debate and compare it to what we are experiencing in Germany right now. As you said, sir, I'm a senior advisor at the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, and I'm the senior advisor, especially to the so-called Transatlantic Commission on Election Integrity. And if I'm allowed technically to share my screen with you, and you need to tell me actually if you can see it right now, let me run you super quickly through a couple of points. And my impression is it might be interesting for you to learn what we have done so far. So this Transatlantic Commission on Election Integrity was founded in 2018 by the former Danish Prime Minister and NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen, together with, at that time, Vice President Joe Biden. And the idea was to build a transatlantic commission, bipartisan, of political, tech, business, and media leaders who are not in office, none of them any longer, but they had government official positions before, to discuss and to especially raise awareness on foreign election interference. So over the last 3 years, we did a lot of things. I think the main issues here, what the challenge constitute, has already been mentioned, so that we looked in the beginning solely on foreign interference. So we especially talking about the US and Europe. So we looked into Russian attempts to meddling in the elections across both continents. But we also at some point realized, okay, this is not any longer an issue of a foreign country like Russia or China or others to intervene in another foreign country, but also pretty much a domestic issue. But we also tried to address and in that raising awareness effort to make clear this is not about attacking governments, but it's really this is attacking every citizen's right to freely choose who they want to represented by. And one element, and we talked about this information already, or you discussed this, was that it seeks for the heart of democracies and open societies by sowing divisions and polarization amongst people. So the key issue, and I think that's the interesting aspect here also for the debate you had, is that the trust issue, especially when it comes to politicians. So we realized that in our case, Russia and other malign actors did not create populist or these kind of issues, but they exploit them. And in the key element actually here lacking is the trust of voters in the trustworthiness and authenticity of their politicians. So what we came up with in 2019 was the so-called Pledge for Election Integrity. We run this the first time during the European elections in 2019 in May, and we invited all candidates across the board from all parties to sign a pledge in which they commit to 5 basic principles of a fair and transparent digital election campaign. And the first is not to fabricate, use, spread falsified, fabricated, doxed, or stolen data, materials for disinformation or propaganda purposes, not to create and disseminate doctored media videos like deepfake videos about other candidates, to be very transparent when you use bot networks in your communication strategy so that you know, okay, this is automated accounts, but you are transparent how you use them. Maintain good cyber hygiene of your own election campaign and keep your staff, so the entire broad campaign staff, media literate, so that they know about the risks which are occurring these days in a digital election campaign, and be also transparent in foreign and domestic financing efforts of your campaign, including political ads on online platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Now, Twitter doesn't run ads, but especially Facebook and other platforms, so that you can maximize public trust in the electoral process. As I said, we have done this during the European elections. We have also done this during the Canadian elections in 2019. We are proud that our former member of the commission, now President Joe Biden, one of the first things he did when he announced his candidacy was to take the pledge. So we at least have 50% success rate in the US presidential elections. And then we went deeper into elections in Georgia and currently doing the German elections. And of course, you might ask the question, what is the enforcement mechanism? So what are you doing if members of parliament are violating the principles? And there we created another element, which we call the election partnership. The Election Integrity Partnership, so which is a civil society grouping which takes up the not the responsibility, but at least to observe and monitor how politicians are behaving according to the 5 principles and to report about it. So including journalists and media. In this regard, so as it had been mentioned before, so it gives kind of a level playing field so that each of the parties, no matter if they're in government or in opposition, can be held accountable by a coalition of civil society organizations and the media, so that you know, okay, these politicians really are worth our trust and our support or not, because they at least are accountable to the very basic principles of a digital election campaign. I leave it with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Olaf. Right, so we can see there election integrity diaries or disinformation diaries as well, just to keep up with what is really happening Thank you for that very informative presentation, Olaf. We shall just be hacking back to you in a moment as well. But I just want us now to continue and drill deeper on, and I'll come to you, Ireri, and just ask you from your own assessment, coming back where we were, maybe hacking back to 2007 and going to 2022, what will be the desirous, election that you, from your own consideration, will be the perfect? I know when we talk about perfection and election, that will be a misnomer, but will be at least something that every Kenyan will be happy that yes, this election has been free, credible, and fair.
Thank you, Dibal, and whilst acknowledging the valid points that my co-panelists have raised, I think in addition, from where I sit, one as a Kenyan, as a proud citizen, is one we have to continuously optimize on the participation of citizens in the electoral process. Again, making sure that we have numbers who are registered validly where they need to be registered, their details are correct, they turn out to vote, and bearing in mind that even in terms of voting, various issues do come up. There are issues that young people will face, that women will face, person with disability will face, and the key pointer questions such as violence, because violence in the country, whether it's at a nomination process or the D-Day, has a tendency to deter people from turning up. So you might have the best preparations taking place prior to an election, but if citizens do not feel confident in terms of the process and their security to come out, it does affect the numbers. But coupled with that, and I think zeroing down then to how technology would help in terms of a desirous election, I think for me, two things do stand out. One is a capacity building, continuous capacity building, especially of the key institutions in terms of technology. Are we able to spot misinformation and disinformation? What do we do with propaganda that you're not speaking much about, hate speech, cybersecurity issues within the electoral system? So that is very important that we continuously invest in that. Secondly, of course, is in terms of tasking the public authorities who are mandated in terms of ensuring that we have a free, credible, and fair process, even in terms of, one, the campaigning. So how safe is our cyberspace? As you've had, and that is one example I wanted to give from Bonke, where we have pledges, especially from the political parties and political owners who we know in this country run the parties, that will not have their parties being part and parcel of misinformation and disinformation. I think in the morning it was alluded that, for instance, and you said it, Mozilla and all these big tech companies are now taking further steps in terms of delisting persons who are perpetuating hate speech. But can we take it further, where in a country we have cybersecurity laws and data protection laws to even have prosecution and enforcement of these laws? So I think for me, it's a cocktail of factors that, one, are citizen driven, but also institutional driven, especially from the election management bodies, so that cumulatively, one, as a voter, I have faith in the system, I feel safe, I get out to vote, but I'm also certain that my vote will count. Whether my candidate of choice wins, that's a plus, or they lose, but they lose fair and square. So I think that's what we need to go, because ultimately, going into an election, you must be prepared. There will be a winner and there'll be a loser, but can it be a fair process at the end of the day?
Right, and propaganda being also a cocktail of what you're mentioning, is it a bad thing in itself? Because we have other jurisdictions where we know there is also Ministry of Propaganda, right? Will we say propaganda when we're heading towards election, or generally in election, is a bad thing in itself?
I think what we've seen, and of course, we are making strides as a country to get there, is I'll pick the issue of advertising. Advertising needs, for example, where there is freedom of expression, there is freedom to campaign, but there needs to be limits where, if it is ultimately fake news, can it be called out? Because when we are dealing, and I think you gave a very good example of the COVID pandemic and vaccines, you can see the impact it has even in a society where people tend to believe, when you say something, Dibal, over and over that is not true, eventually it ends up looking like it is. It is true. So even when we are having advertisements, whether it's on social media, whether it's sponsored hashtags, can disclaimers be made public in terms of disclosure that they are paid up, for example, in terms of advertising, and by whom? Then that way, if I'm a citizen, I am alive to listening to what Party X is saying, but I know it is driven from the interest of Party X. It is not, it is within their interest, and it is propaganda.
Thank you, Anne. I just want to rope in maybe Dr. Shem Ochodo, who's been doggedly following also the conversation as well. I don't know, what will be your inputs, Shem, on this?
Right. Thank you, Debal. I thought I should have been a politician when you gave me a chance. But that notwithstanding, allow me to compliment CMD2, the CEO, the chair. The topic, technology, is very timely, and I'm hoping we'll give a little more time to it because the other equally important points have sufficient airtime often. So I'm glad at last we're discussing this critical issue. Maybe a historical perspective. The older Kenyans will recall in the 80s and so about 40 years ago, when there was effort to introduce computers in this country, the officialdom didn't want them. In fact, some may recall, late former president did say at a rally in Nakuru that Kenya did not need computers because they're going to take away jobs. That's where we are coming from. Of course, fast forward 25 years ago with the internet, again, similar story. 20 years ago with mobile phone, initially getting a mobile phone was 250,000 Kenya shillings. And even if you had money, you wouldn't get it. So bring it to where we are presently. We have major problems with technology, and technology being an enabler can also help us solve them. Sample the following. 70% of big IT projects fail in Kenya, both in public and private, 70%. Either they end up consuming double the initial cost, or they take twice as long to complete, or they get abandoned. And there are many examples that can be given. The laptop project just being one. Often we talk about the Huduma number project. I remember as informaticians, ICT professionals, and a problem in this country, everybody's an ICT expert. That's where our problem starts. I remember some specialists did write saying, is it Mradi Bora or Bora Mradi? We did a calculation for just 2 billion shillings using existing systems. We could that Huduma number did. Did we need to start from scratch to spend 6 billion, 7 billion, 9 billion shillings? There is an issue there, but that's not my focus today. We also know Kenya attracts in terms of startup, even though in terms of IT, we do fairly well. It gets the most investments in IT startups in Africa, but 85%, only 15% goes into local indigenous companies. Should that worry us or not? Lastly, the fact that expenditure on elections, Kenya is rated as the most expensive in Africa and the second most expensive in the world. A good chunk of it is in technology. Why is this happening? To what extent are we utilizing our expertise? I think that's the area I wanted to spend a little more time on. I'm glad Honorable Sotsi has brought this ICT practitioners bill. I think it requires all the support. I'm glad Ministry of ICT supports it, and the parliamentary committee, so that we regularize this sector. And let's use professionals. Professional bodies in the ICT sector, particularly Information Society of Kenya and Computer Society of Kenya, have offered to IBC to work with them, maybe with that can be utilized, whether it's information security, whether finally, allow me to talk about trust deficit. Why are we not considering blockchain to help us restore confidence and trust so that we have secure systems? Because it's doable. I remember about a year ago, our team in Washington, DC did demonstrate to a senior former IBC official, M. Kura / M. Vote. Mobile And at the end of it, he liked it, but he said the system will never be used. I thought we would want a transparent system. So it boils down to the elephant in the room, value systems. Over to you, Debal.
Thank you, Dr. Shem. I was just about to button because of the technology really failing us, but at least we've gotten what you were saying. It's a good point that you raise, and a critical matter that why aren't we also embracing, technology like blockchain, which has proven to be very consistent and trustworthy in terms of just having the record straight as well. Let me just come to you, Anne. And I was saying, yes, we are in this big wheel and we have all these cogs in there that we need to join them together. And a critical matter that was raised in the morning, and I'll take advantage and ask you as well, is the matters of a political parties fund. And you know what recently, or you disseminated, or was it coming from the exchequer, that amount that went to ODM, it brought out a lot of noise within the distribution of the money as well. But I wanted just to get clarity from you, because I think it has been a point of frustration for the parties. They think this particular act on the political parties fund sharing is a bit discriminatory. Is there an opportunity that we can amend? And I know this is not within your remit, but from your own assessment, do you think, first of all, it is discriminatory and we need to amend that particular act so that at least everyone can really come on board? And I don't know if Veronica will share the same sentiment as well, but you take the lead.
Thank you. I think the political parties fund issue is usually a thorny one.
Yes.
Every time it come on board. But from where we sit, we must also reflect why the fund was created. It was to strengthen democracy and also strengthen political parties. To the extent of the law, the current law resulting to the funding then going to only two political parties who qualified according to the criteria set out. From where I sit, I agree, and I've always said that I agree probably more parties should benefit from the political parties fund. That calls then for the review of the law. But there must be a criteria, because you cannot open that any party that is registered at any one particular time then benefit from the fund, then it beats the purpose. There should be a review of the criteria, but the criteria should only expand to the extent that it can support more political parties who are, they have significant impact in the democratic space, so that we don't have then an abuse of the same, where every person who registers a political party then expect that immediately after registration, then I'm supposed and I'm entitled to political parties fund. But to the extent that the law may need to recheck on the threshold, I think to that extent, I agree, so that we increase the democratic space and the strengthening of more political parties as far as the space is concerned. The fund itself, I think, significantly has contributed to the political parties who are benefiting, expanding and be able to do their function. So that fact that it is an important fund then cannot be understated. The only one other issue probably that is important to note, the ban, is that to date, the fund has never received the 0.3% since inception. And the act is very clear that it should be 0.3 of the last audited account. Even the parties that are benefiting are really receiving significantly little money compared to what the political parties fund was expected when it was captured in the Political Parties Act. So as we think also of reviewing the criteria, we may also think as a country, fund allowing that we realize the 0.3%, so that the strengthening of democracy and more parties benefiting then become a reality, because it will be tragic when you then spread to even a few more other parties and the fund, the money is still the same. Then it will go little here and there. Finally, the impact will be very limited, and then it will beat the purpose why the fund was established.
Thank you. Let me just cross over to Kivoy and maybe also bringing Kipra to perspective, because I know you do a fantastic job in terms of research. The information that you dole out from your organization is credible, is a good source of policy making decisions. But the fact that we have the citizenry that is not really cognizant of what is happening around, I wonder where is the place of Kipra in terms of disseminating this information? Because I think when you go and you see from the archives, the information, the publications that you do have, the rich seam of information, rich repository of information, but it just remains with you, as an organization. I wonder, how do you have complementary and interfaces with other organizations within government to educate the citizen, that we know from this perspective that civic education is a dire need in this country?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dibal. This morning I was in a virtual workshop. We were looking at the electoral reforms in this country since 1963. And you agree with me that what we have is just token reforms or tokenism. I know the registrar of political parties may not like that term, but that's just tokenism. Now, as a Kenyan, not as a Kipra staff now, but as a Kenyan, if you ask me,
yes,
political parties in Kenya don't deserve a single cent from the taxpayers' kitty, because there is a lot of indiscipline in those parties, a lot of indiscipline. So that's where we need to start, because if we are giving, even if it's not the 0.3% that the register of political parties are saying, the little money that they get, I'm yet to see any political party that says this year we are going to take 10 million shillings only to empower and build the capacity of women and youth to ensure that they are at par with men or other well-managed aspirants. Now, Kipra, we have an MOU with the Council of Governors.
Yes.
We work with them to disseminate our products to all counties during the annual devolution conference. Of course, COVID has come in and made things difficult. But we have an MOU with the Council of Governors, the County Assemblies Forum, and other government MDS. We do our job as we ought to do. But you must understand there is one problem we have in this country. We have got a citizenry that is ignorant, is misinformed. And that's why you've had one of the panelists has said, we have got groups of individuals who are waiting to capitalize on that constituency that lacks knowledge to misinform them so that they can thrive. The Constitution of Kenya is very clear that citizens must be involved in virtually every activity that the government is doing, even the private sector.
But what is exacerbating this particular ignorance? Isn't it a lack of access to information? Because I don't think the Kenyans, they just want to be ignorant at the end of the day. They make efforts to be informed. Because if we collectively say, oh, Kenyans are just ignorant, I think that will be a misnomer in itself.
It's not a misnomer in itself, because one, I am an advocate of good governance. But you must remember, you cannot talk about good governance to someone who has not had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's one of the challenges that we have as a country. We need to fight poverty. You are not going to talk about good governance to someone who has not had a meal. And here is a politician, the SG for United Democratic Alliance. I hope that's the correct name. Let me just give an example, because you're a politician. You are waiting to give them 50 shillings. Which they use to buy bread. Me, I have come with my research findings. I'm telling them, vote for Ireri because she's a credible candidate. But Veronica has 50 shillings. She has she just wants to get the seat. I'm just giving an example. Now, can you see the dilemma that we find ourselves in? That's where we start now, talking about misinformation. Misinformation. Poverty makes individuals prone to being misinformed, even though I know men and women who are not poor, who are literate, who are knowledgeable, but they are just ignorant because they don't want to take interest in what is going on around them. And then when things go south, we will say the registrar of political parties is not doing her work. It is our role as Kenyans. We have a role to play as far as participating in all activities involving us as citizens. Where you stay, call for a simple meeting of the community around that court. See how many people will turn up. So we have a problem as a country. We like blaming institutions that have been set up to help us, but we as citizens are not playing our part in as far as public participation is concerned.
Thank you, Kibor. Yes.
Let me just do a short interjection so that we put the debate within its context. First of all, political governance is a little bit more complex than maybe what my brother is explaining to us today. If you want to know the cost of political governance that is sensible enough for people to wake up and go to school, go to hospital, you just need to go to Afghanistan, look at it, and see what the cost of not having political governance means. So let's not mix issues here. For instance, the issues of the level of discipline within the party members and governance within the democratic environment. For you to be able to sensibly talk about peace and even do this discussion here at Hilton, you need some level of sanity within the political environment. That I can say positively that by the grace of God, Kenya has that I can come in here, and I knew that we had it in 2007 when it was impossible to move from one point to the other. So let me grant it to Kenyans and to the political parties whose systems are still work in progress, that at least we have a sensible system where we can go and compete within a democracy, because democracy means there is some level of political competition, and it has its own pitfalls, it has its own advantages, its own disadvantages. So let me say, what we actually need, the level at which we are at as a nation right now, is where we are talking about transparency and openness. When we talk about transparency now, vis-a-vis the registration of voters, what we are saying to IEBC is that open up that process, ensure that at every step, we can actually scrutinize what you're doing. From the time, the number of kids you have put in a ward, how many are they, vis-a-vis the number of kids you have put in another ward. Do I have access to that registration? That is what transparency would entail. And when we are talking about the electoral process, we don't confuse that process with just the voting day. It's a whole long process. We are starting with preparation, personnel, we are starting with procurement. There are many aspects that need to be opened for Kenyans to understand, because there's no way you will gain that traction of trust unless Kenyans are understanding what have you been doing at every level. So if IEBC was here, I would say, start talking to people daily and talking to them content of what you are doing. What are you doing every day with that registration process? Are we able to say what you gave to Murang'a is what you have given to Mombasa County, to Kwale County, so that when we talk about free and fair or fair, then you have given that fair. Now, when we go to a county now like Kipia, do you think their priority today is registering as voters? If you look at the TV, maybe not, some sections of it, priority will not be registration of voters. Priority will be restoring safety and security for individuals to be able to walk to a station where they can register. That's the overarching environment. So, my brother, don't be very harsh on the political parties. Now, for a political party to organize this politics, then you must ask yourself, who is funding it? If government is funding the big political party, there are Kenyans in that big political party. Never mind, there are more than the ones in the smaller political party. Is that Kenyan in that big political party the same Kenyan who is in the small political party? Does that one pay tax? Does the other one pay tax? Then ask about, are we being fair when we give this one and when we don't give the other person? So that you give people, you commit a certain team to say, organize our politics around certain issues. That's what it means, the political funding. and making it fair to everybody. Let me go to the independence of institutions. When then you have committed the IBC or the judiciary to adjudicate some of the disputes that have arisen from that electoral process, what I think we need to do, if we are talking about democratizing, is to ensure that those institutions are so independent that they are doing what they believe or what is legislated as the correct way of conducting their businesses. So one of the aspects that we need to look at right now is, are our institutions right now independent enough? Just people saying that IEBC, we don't trust in the IEBC. Why do you not trust in the IEBC? Is it that the institution is not independent? Is it that another person outside IEBC is the one who is making a decision or a verdict on who won election or who did not win election? When a dispute goes to the judiciary, does the judiciary have the muscle to deliver, to render a judgment that is not diluted or interfered with by external parties?
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to open now the meeting to the plenary, because I know also you have questions that are lingering on your mind as well. And as I mentioned in the morning, we didn't give you an opportunity, and also joining us online as well. If there are questions, I know there are many of them, we'll give you that opportunity. But let's just begin from here. We just take two, then we go online quickly. Brevity is of essence because of time as well. So do we have any questions? We have roving mics around, so if you just lift up your hands, yes, we'll be able to see that. And kindly just ask one question. Very short indeed.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabu or W. Daniels. I serve NAC Kenya as the Executive Director. I am happy to listen to this conversation. However, I feel I am not getting what was intended in terms of technology and elections. We have veered off, but because of that veering off, let me take it on my brother from Kipra. The issue of discipline and funding, I think it is okay for us to have hygiene in our politics. And the hygiene begins from the political party. It's also not very fair for Daktari to say deny political parties money because of the indiscipline. Rather, let us give political parties money and then hold the political parties to account for what they have received and for the discipline that is expected of them. Because the initial intention of funding political parties was to make them institutions. You are demanding of political parties of certain aspects, but you are denying them the infrastructure. So are you being fair or are you being selfish? Thank you.
Right, is there any other hand up that we don't want to miss out? Maybe I should also encourage our audience online. I know there are questions there. So if there are any, Papi, you could help me so that we can continue pace also with the online audience.
We do have an online audience, but we will read some of the comments before we go to some of the counties. So we'll just have probably Alliance and Nakuru getting ready. On the Zoom section, we do have comments. Gladys Alima says or asks, do political parties have a forum to unite and advocate for the majority of people in society to get subsidized gadgets to enable them access internet? Someone else also says the marginalization of women who want to vie for political posts at the grassroots level is real. We also have someone mentioning, can the panelists discuss how to counteract propaganda at grassroots level? And Prosper Jonga says, governments should implement a moratorium on the sale and transfer of surveillance technology until compliance with human rights standards can be guaranteed. So those are just some of the comments that are on the Zoom platform. So if you allow me, maybe we can allow them to answer before, as we get the counties ready.
Okay, so they're not ready, as it were.
Alliance is ready, but
Alliance
we are
is
still waiting.
ready, yeah.
So we can go to Alliance.
Okay, yeah, so from those particular questions, countering propaganda at the county or ward level at that matter as well, can the political parties also create forum in terms of to trying to stimulate and integrate the internet technology? I think that was also one of the comments as well. You can pick up any of them, and then you can answer. Any of you. So I don't want to share a peek.
To the issue that the CEO of NAC Kenya has raised, I'm a Kenyan, we are all Kenyans, we are taxpayers. If political parties are going to spend our money, then we must see value for that money. Let us not just give political parties money because we have a law that says so. We need to ask ourselves, are we getting value for this money we are giving to political parties? Thank you.
All right. Annie Reri.
Yeah, I think I'll restrict my answer to the propaganda. I think if you look at how it emanates, it's near impossible to say we can completely eradicate it. But I think what is important, I go back to where we can work, for instance, with political parties and stakeholders within the electoral system to agree on what we call a norms. I mean, yes, it is a political competition, but every competition has rules. So I think if we start having that kind of discourse as a country, agreeing to what is acceptable within campaigning and what is not acceptable, and notably, you'll see that a lot of the propaganda is targeted against either marginalized groups, minority groups, or groups such as women, where we know we cannot answer back, we cannot fight back. So I think, for example, where we now work with the political parties to have non-violent pledges against youth and women, against fake news, against propaganda, and also candidates who have been cleared by the respective political parties to also sign on to that. Slowly, we will start sanitizing the issue.
Where do you draw the line between propaganda and hate speech?
I think it's very clear. I think one, hate speech has been defined in the law. We know what it does. We know what it is intended at.
But there's no ironclad definition on hate speech, as it were. We still struggle to define what hate speech is.
I think that just shows lack of commitment. I think at the end of the day, if I say something as and it leads to incitement, for me, that is hate speech. If I end up indicating that I was talking about my brother in a particular way, but that either leads to misinformation or him being penalized by his supporters or voters, that ends up being either hate speech or propaganda. So I think the challenge, and that's where in Kenya, we've seen a lot of mischief, especially in defining, is one, the reality that a lot of the hate speech is intentionally propagated either in vernacular, so that then I prove and say, perhaps in English or Swahili, this is what it means. In my vernacular, it doesn't. And so for us, it doesn't mean the same thing. So we need to really define this and work with institutions, even such as the NCIC. I think hate speech is hate speech, no matter what language you pronounce it at. And even in court, if you look at the judicial system, there are provisions for even interpretation. So if I state something and clearly it was aimed at being hate speech, if it's subjected to a process and we can interpret and see what it was intended to do, then that qualifies. I think the challenge from where I sit as a Kenyan is we've not seen enough of these inciters being brought to book. Then any would-be perpetrator takes comfort in the reality that others have done it and gotten away with it.
Right. And you want to respond to any of the question or maybe add an addition?
Maybe I would only want to add on, allow me just to dwell on the issue of political parties fund.
Yes.
Just for clarity, political parties fund is audited because it's public fund, and the Auditor General has a right, and he actually does audit political parties fund. And the question of 15% of that fund is specifically given to promote the agenda of inclusion, women, youth, persons with disability. And it's part of what the Auditor General has to check when the auditing is happening. Probably the impact is what my brother from Kibra and others would be alluding to, because when the money is too little, then the impact may not be felt. And then the mobilization is only around the political party's members, because you are strengthening that particular political party. So the impact may be felt within that particular political party. Then the question of propaganda. I think going to elections, we probably need to check, especially propaganda that is geared towards exclusion, especially of women, of youth, and person with disability, and the marginalized. Sometimes it is deliberately created to exclude, and probably that is an area if any person working in the governance and elections should be looking out into in terms of implementation of the law to ensure that inclusion does not happen. Because when we talk about integrity of election, we cannot say that there is integrity in election when it has excluded sections of the society that it's supposed to, the leaders who are elected are supposed to serve. So the propaganda, especially that is geared to exclude, then should actually be taken very seriously so that everybody feel comfortable participating. A woman coming into the electoral scene should be allowed to campaign as freely without necessarily being castigated just because he happened to be a woman, and certain issues are highlighted and then false messages are created around it. So I am very, very concerned, especially messages about exclusion in the electoral process.
Right, Veronica.
To that, I have noted that the office of the DPP has prosecuted a hate speech in some instances, meaning there is possibility that hate speech can be prosecuted. That's one. Number two, we need to rethink the role of, for instance, bloggers, because you'll find some of the propaganda is systematically carried out by bloggers, so that we look at what environment are they operating in, are there regulations in that area, what is the no-go zone, and also there was an attempt at some point to make the administrators of WhatsApp groups responsible and accountable for the content that is being generated from their pages. So that even a group, if I'm in a group and it's supposed to be operating within certain rules, it behoves on me as a member to shout out if it's going off what I'm expecting it to do, so that even the members themselves are responsible. And then I know for a fact that if you report a Facebook page account to Facebook, they have generated certain falsified information or derogatory or some content which is not acceptable, there's a possibility they will be nipped at the bud. And Twitter has been subject of heavy conversations, even taking down the former president of US from using the Twitter account. So I think there are ways we could try and regulate ourselves using what is available right now, as insofar as the propaganda is concerned. But finally, propaganda is also politics. You know that. It's the politics of the day. So I tell the candidates when they say there is too much heavy propaganda around me is that somehow you also have to up your game, especially my women colleagues who are looking for positions. They are overwhelmed and swamped and, just thrown away by this propaganda. They almost can't find their footing because of the kind of things that are being said. Maybe we need also as a society to support women more, reject the propaganda, especially when you know it's false, because you know whether those things that are being said about the personality are wrong. Other people could call them out, particularly the men. Let the men be the ambassadors when it comes to those issues and put the limits and say, this is the far you go, this is not true, we won't have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I think we are game now. We can continue with the online questions as well. If you're ready, as some guided, we begin with Nakuru, or which county are we beginning with?
We'll begin with Alliance, the Alliance. I think they are ready. They should be on the screen.
Okay, I have a question for Dr. Shemo Chodo. What is your opinion on IEBC? What is your opinion on IEBC's conduct of the two previous elections? And is the electoral body prepared to hold free and fair elections next year? My next question is for Anne Ireri. What influence on policy making do campaign financiers wield when a government comes into power? And what effect do you think it has on our democracy? There was also this burning question from one of my compatriots.
Thank you.
Good evening. I have another question. My name is Brian Sanaje. I'm from Alliance High School. In light with the 2022 political scene, our deputy president is dividing the nations between hustlers and dynasties. I personally feel that this is playing to the emotions of economically disempowered Kenyans. Quite timely, I must say. This is making us constantly aware of the differences between social classes, making me know that there is always a person above me. My question goes to the Secretary General of UDA, Madam Veronica. How is this helping us achieve a stable political environment in the face of upcoming election by dividing the masses in the name of hustlers and dynasties? Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question from Alliance, or those two will do for now. So do we elect to get another county? Yeah.
Yes, I think
Please.
we'll go to Nakuru next. I know they are on standby. Please, let's keep it as brief as Alliance has kept it. Nakuru.
Ruth Bolo, thank you very much. Together with Debal, I would like to invite Grace to give a comment and a question.
Kindly switch on your mic.
Sorry about that. My name is Grace Koikaruga. I'm speaking as a woman leader, a person who had vied for the position of women representative here in Nakuru County on a KANU ticket, and maybe never benefited from the political party's funds. And God willing, 2022, with politics in mind, I might be considering vying for MP here in Nakuru Town East, and I'd like to know the stand among all the political parties, mine also included. How are we as women or as youth or even person with disabilities, if we'll ever, moving forward, ever benefit from these funds? Another one that I'd also want to cut across, I'd want to ask about it earlier, is about the criteria that is used on nomination of either in parliament or in county assemblies, and especially for us women who spend our time, our energy, our resources on the ground, and maybe our votes were never enough, and then you feel totally left out. In most cases, and let me talk about certain political parties, we've seen either relatives or even going to an extent of girlfriends being nominated. So we'd like to know, moving forward, what is the future of women, because that kind of motivates and it makes people see like women, we are in politics, maybe as flower girls, or, you know, we don't know. And again, just to mention very little about the funding of political parties, I came to understand maybe the reason we could not get it, and I'd like to support it to some extent. If we can have a criteria where certain political parties are funded, because as already we are seeing moving forward, we are already seeing those, we call them briefcase parties that do not have structures. People just want to come in because they feel like I'm KANU, they want to feel like, KANU, yeah, there we can get whatever it is. I think it's good having our leaders there. Let us address these issues as we continue deliberating. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you.
We have one last one from Mombasa. I can see they are on standby. Again, please, let's keep it brief. Mombasa.
Questions, and I would ask NATO and Bonfats to just ask their questions and make it brief as possible. NATO, you start. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Michael Nato from Changamwe, Mombasa.
And my question is that the Election Act, Amendment Act, was now made it clear that there is a requirement of degree for members of county assembly and members of the National Assembly. Do you think that the National Assembly, by making that requirement for those positions, was it logical? Because what we see is an attempt to make an elitist community come up, because there is no such a requirement in the whole world. Do you think it makes sense?
Thank you. I think those are the last ones from Mombasa. Thank you. So we can begin maybe with Dr. Shemo Chwodo, that there was a question that was expressed to you in regard to the previous elections that we've had connected with the technology. Dr. Shemo, if you're there. Kindly,
yes.
Also brevity is of essence.
Yes, the issue of technologies in previous elections, a very important issue. To me, it boils down in terms of quality. You know, they say workmanship is as good both at the man and the tools as well. We often put people in charge. To what extent do we ensure we put professionals in charge of complex IT projects? I cannot belabor sufficiently about that. But allow me to take the question. I think somebody asked online, how about giving gadgets so that more Kenyans can access to technology? My premise is we have problems with elections. We need more technology, not less, to solve those problems. So in terms of public participation, in terms of education, there is so much. We are using so little of technology to educate Kenyans. We need to use much more, but it's got to be in a structured format with requisite skills to do that. Finally, allow me also to mention there is the Universal Service Access Fund that's managed by the Communications Authority. Part of it is to spread access and use to technology. I do know, and in this regard, allow me to compliment IBC for gazetting limits of capping campaign finance. I take issue with parliamentarians who have opposed that capping of finance, electoral finance, that it would be too unwieldy. We can't manage or execute it. There is what we call big data or data science. Through data science, we can keep track, combined with forensics, we can keep track of every penny a politician has received and how it's been spent. What is lacking is the goodwill. The technology to make sure we can monitor is there. And for me, in as much as I have issues with the levels of the amounts, as a first step, I wish we could go ahead and have capping of electoral finance. Finally, the talk of degrees, if you allow me, I think it's a very good law. We need degrees. Having been an MP, there are certain things that if somebody doesn't have that requisite training, it would be very difficult to unbundle and contribute effectively. However, we need a rider. There are few people who are talented, but they are very small fraction. And there are means of also picking up those who are talented, who may not have degrees, but can perform well. So I think let's have that law enacted in place. Over to you, Debal.
Thank you, thank you. I think also there was a question expressed to you, Anne Ireri.
Thank you very much, Debal. I think I'll pick it from where Honorable Chwodo has left it in terms of campaign financing. And I think the bigger question to the younger student, the young gentleman who asked it, is for all of us to question if, yes, IBC has put out there what are called capped limits, where I think to be a head of state or a president, you can spend up to 4.4 billion, an MCA probably around 3 or 4 million. The bigger question is, can I sustain that as a candidate? And if, for example, my salary as a president is known to be not more than 2 or 3 million per month, and I've spent 5 billion shillings, how do I recover that? Or if there are those who have financed me, what are the implications on my presidency and on the country? So I think what is important is, as much as we look at the limits, to understand how campaign financing works. It's not bad to be financed. In a lot of instances, it is a very expensive affair to run politics, to run for office. The caveat then is, are the disclosures the sources of these funds, and what it means in terms of, if you've given me this money as a company, are there certain agreements that are made public so that you don't have proxies, for example, in future running the country, which is not good. So going back, and it has been done in certain jurisdictions where, yes, I come out as Anne, I say I'm supporting Daktari here to run for office, but it is made public, and the source of my money is also known, whether it's fundraising or whether I've been able to get from friends. But over and above that, I think we go back to the discussion, which is, I don't want to open it now, but it's a bigger question, is why do I need at least 5 million to be elected as an MCA in Kenya? Does it mean I cannot go and sell my policies and I am a good candidate and I don't give handouts in exchange and I get elected? And that answer does not lie largely with the political class, it's also with the country. Why have we made elections in our country one of the most expensive in the world? And once we look into that, then we'll start debunking the issue of campaign financing, and we'll be able to have candidates who don't necessarily have to exchange money or spend so much, but are elected by virtue of the integrity and credible record. Thank you.
So at the end of the day, what does it really portend for Mwananchi? That if I want to run myself and I don't have the 5 million for MCA, so I'm totally locked out?
Actually,
or I can mobilize, because this is
can,
actually the message that is being
yes,
passed across.
That is a conditioning, Jabal. I would actually flip it. I would say, where is the problem as Kenyans that Dibal, you can come sell your manifesto and not give us 50 shillings and we still vote for you because you are proven you are a leader within the community. Why must it be that you come and address us as a country? We have to ask for 50 shillings. What is a 50 shilling question? What are the structural underlying challenges of our country? Poverty has been mentioned as one. What else? Why is it that we cannot have politics devoid of handouts that really characterize Kenyan politics?
I can see also, Anne, you're straining at the least to add to what she wants to say, or she was saying.
I think the question of political funding, the campaign financing,
yes,
is try to sanitize the process so that there's an equal level playing field where we say you can only spend so much. You cannot extend this, but that does not mean you cannot come and without nothing, then we elect you.
You're not locked out.
Yeah, not locked out.
I think that's the perception that people now are,
you are not
getting.
locked
Yes,
out
yes, you're
by
not
the
locked
fact
out.
that you don't have the 5 million to run for MCA. Even if you don't, and you have policies and you are able to sell them, then you are allowed to do that. The question is still what my namesake Anne is saying, the citizenry. Are we as citizens of Kenya patriotic enough just to deal with ideology and because I am a good candidate, I am telling you what I can do, I have good qualities of a leader, and then you give me your vote? I think that is the big question, and it calls for patriotism on the part of all of us as Kenyans.
Thank you, thank you. Let's hear from Veronica. I think there was a question on hustle and the dynasty narrative. Is it also, cutting that rift, into the masses?
What our political philosophy in UDA, because that question was specific to UDA and to the deputy president's engagement with the public. The philosophy we have brought about is informed and inspired by the fact that we have studied the economic, socio-political environment, noted the gaps, picked the gaps, and started to provide solutions for Kenya. For instance, we have a lot of youth unemployment, youths losing hope. In fact, what I've been expecting Kenyans to do is to one day get into social media and really thank UDA for thinking, having a mind brewery, thinking through how we can resolve that question of youth unemployment by empowering the people at the lowest ladder, at the bottom of the ladder. So this political philosophy of bottom up then bridges that question of whether if you don't have money, you can actually come and vie as an MCA or as an MP and be assured of pinching that position courtesy of your political leadership attributes. If you look at Kiambaa politics, our candidate, is one example we are using through to encourage the youth that they can come to UDA and ask to be aspirants in certain positions of MCA. Our candidate in Kiambaa is not well endowed in terms of finances, was not rich, was a very humble man, a son of a single mother, somebody who did not quite have a very steady income, but he dared to apply to be an aspirant in Kiambaa, and UDA walked the journey with this gentleman. So what I'm saying is that we are bridging that gap by giving youths hope that in the coming season, if they would put UDA government into power, the conversation has changed. Before, it was more of leadership deciding, making decisions on programs and policies of what the Kenyans should have. Now the conversation is starting more on the lower side. It's the farmer who is saying the reason why I cannot have good produce is because of, say, fertilizer, input, capital, and then we sort out those issues at that level. Just the way when you want to build infrastructure, you go and look and say, what is the problem with this area? Is it accessibility? Then you go to infrastructure. So it's just reversing the conversation so that you are meeting the needs down first. You empower the people. When they are strong enough, they can pay the taxes that will eventually create a more stable economic environment. Yes.
Thank you, Veronica. Right, let's hear from Douglas as well, and we should be preparing also our headline thoughts. I think we've exhausted most of the questions as well. So lastly, let's just hear from you, Mr. Kiboy.
Thank you, Debar. Our sister from Nakuru County has raised a very emotive issue, and that's the indiscipline I was talking about. Because this indiscipline is not just confined to how funds are spent. Look at the way those nominations are done. That is the indiscipline that I was talking about. Then coming to the issue of campaign financing, Dibal, you are wondering why I'm going to spend 5 billion or 5 million to be a member of county assembly, because there's a lot of money I'll steal in the county. That is the ethics, the ethos of this country are wanting. Then lastly, our young brother from Alliance, the issue of having a degree. It is very important that we have standards. Even him, for him to have joined Alliance High School, there is a certain pass-off marks that he had.
That was a question from Mombasa, actually.
From Mombasa?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sorry. Now, the issue of degree, it is very, very important that we have standards so that we can have members of county assembly who can engage the executive, members of the National Assembly, senators who can engage the executive, who can engage the judiciary, because they are the ones who are going to do the budgeting for the country. I'm just wondering if you have a senator or a member of county assembly who has no idea how budgeting is done, then you leave the executive, the governor, the presidency, and the other arms that are in charge of funds to spend money as they wish. And that's why we come back to the issue that the registrar of political parties has been saying. How are these funds given to political parties being utilized? That is my question. How do we utilize these funds that we give to political parties? How do we utilize these funds that we give to counties? Whenever the Auditor General releases his annual reports, I'm yet to see any county assembly that has a sitting to discuss those reports in the assemblies. We need standards at every level of leadership, even in our communities. It may not be a degree, but we need standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I just want to cross over to Olaf just briefly, I'll be remiss, of course, if you don't, or we close and we have not really asked a single question, or for that matter, just on a matter of comparative analysis between Kenya and maybe Germany, we can just have some learning points as well. Here we actually have a hybrid system in terms of electoral process, the manual and the electronic. I wonder how Germany is doing it. Olaf, if you're there, do you have a purely electronic system of election, or it's a mishmash of manual and electronic? Olaf, if you're still there. Well, I think we lost him at some point. We didn't engage him as much. Thank you. Right, let me just come to you, Annie Reri, just to give your headline thoughts, because now also we are pinched for time.
Thank you very much. Once again, to appreciate CMD and the organizers of this PDF for 2021, and also the valid points that all my co-panelists have raised. I think from where we sit as ILOG is to reiterate that technology, and especially social media, will be very important in 2022. This has even been exacerbated by the issue of COVID-19, so we have to invest in terms of technology. How then do we go about it? I'll still reiterate. One, ensure that we build the capacities across the board in terms of handling the technology, enforcing different aspects of the technology, monitoring and regulating that particular technology. And secondly, working across the board, across the sectors with all the relevant public authorities to ensure that we all play our part, whether as citizens, as EMBs, as political parties, so that we are able to bolster and ensure that we have the element of trust across the board within technology. Finally, let's look at elections, not again as an event, as a process. What lessons do we have from the past? What can we invest in currently? And what can we take into our future? So that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie Reri. Shema Chodo, also I give you this opportunity to just give your headline thoughts very briefly.
Thank you, Debal. First, for the young people, I want to encourage them. Kenya's prowess in technology is already world-renowned. Areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on, please pay more attention. And of course, remember, for the alumni networks, Alliance, Nakuru, and others, please take advantage of technology and link out with the Kenyan youth, both inside and outside the country. In terms of disinformation, we may want to think of quite heavy penalties. Zambia just passed a law assented to May, June by the outgoing former president. For example, if one there's deliberate disinformation, one can be fined what they call 500,000 units or no less than 5 years in prison. No country has ever been built by propaganda and disinformation. This is why we have leaders who specialize in that. You don't build a country that way. You need a country that's built on honesty and truth. That's what has made Singapore move. So I think we need to have very punitive action against people who promote hate speech and disinformation. Lastly, Debal, in terms of disinformation, I know there was mention of COVID. Without fear of contradiction, our diasporas have come up with probably the best remedy: traditional medicine, African medicine. I say this as Africa was just celebrating 18th year of traditional medicine day. Let's pay attention. But the disinformation for vaccines is both ways. It's wrong to tell people to believe that once you're vaccinated, you won't be infected. Just as it's bad to convince people that it's wrong to be vaccinated. So it cuts both ways, but let's take advantage of technology to educate and enlighten our people and promote our products, African and Kenyan products, to the world. We sometimes underrate the solutions that we have. Otherwise, congratulations once again. Looking forward to more credible, free and fair elections next year that includes the forgotten Kenyans. 3 million Kenyans. Hopefully they'll also be registered to vote, the significant votes, the diaspora. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Anna Nderitu as well, your headline thoughts, briefly.
I think I first want to thank the organizers of the forum and reiterate the importance of soul searching of all Kenyans as far as the truth against propaganda. Because especially allowed election, the propaganda, before somebody hits the set button, you should think through what that message will do to an individual. A message just by a tweet or a Facebook post can cost a life just because you have given the wrong information. So I think the question of soul searching as we look towards the next general election, so that we communicate the truth and we also are careful, even if it's politics, as it was, as Veronica mentioned earlier, then you know to which limit then that politics can go, so that you don't harm life, because we all need a peaceful country, we need a peaceful election. My second thought is then on the question of trust, the question of strengthening the institutions, and also knowing that these people who are working in IBC, in registrar political parties, in political parties are actually Kenyans. And they all mean well for this country because they are here. So that we support institutions rather than castigate them, trying to bring them down to the extent that the people working here feel very discouraged that they cannot, and those duties must be done, and done by Kenyans. So I think my call is to request Kenyans to support institutions, including political parties. We are in the formation stages of democracy. Indeed, we are only about 30 years old since the Section 2A was repealed. That is about 1992. We are actually less than 30 years. And we are comparing ourselves when we talk about political hygiene and discipline and democracy to big guys who have been there in 300 years in the democratic space and done it, been there, done what we are doing today, but matured. So we also have to give ourselves time to mature and to grow into becoming a mature democracy, to have patience with each other, but also having the courage to challenge what is wrong and accepting that challenges, especially for even people who are holding public offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Right. Finally, Veronica.
Many thanks once again to CMD for the opportunity to enjoy this very rich discourse during the International Day of Democracy. We have appreciated it as political parties. To the diaspora, right now they make up about 3 million voters, and if census is taken today, maybe they are way beyond 4.5 million voters who could vote. Currently, there are 2017, there are 5 nations that voted, including South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Malawi. And we would hope that the IEBC would expand that bracket so that we have more inclusion based on the fact that diaspora is injecting over 300 billion Kenyan shillings into our economy. They are big players in this economy, and it's important for them to exercise their basic right to vote. Regarding our electoral system, it's a hybrid system. It's both technology-based and manual-based. Agents are so important in assuring the integrity of the process. So let the political parties continue preparing themselves, ensuring they have agents who can attest to the, to the validity of any vote process that has taken place. Normally, the technology is used to transmit the result, but the counting happens at the polling center. And that means everybody who is at the polling center can actually give you a proper transmission of the result that has been tallied at that specific polling center. That's a huge development in the electoral process in Kenya because there is no carrying of boxes.
Thank you.
And then finally, just want to thank even Dibar. We meet him on air on the other side.
Yes.
Thank you for carrying through the processes. It's been a very rich day.
And
Asante sana. And the band, Asante sana. We have enjoyed the music.
Thank
It
you
was
very
truly
much.
Kenyan and very rich. Thank you.
I wanted, Dr. did you give your headline thoughts as well? I think I started with you.
Mine is very brief. The issue of misinformation, disinformation, those bloggers and the individuals who post those messages online, if you follow them closely, they have affiliations to political parties. So it is important that political parties are able to control the kind of information they disseminate to Kenyans. Those bloggers are on payroll. They are given 528 shillings per week. Some of them, we know them, I know them, 1,000 shillings per week to post those messages. So political parties will not run away from the responsibility of ensuring that what they disseminate to Kenyans is the correct information. Thank you.
Are you by any chance planning to run for any electoral office?
I don't have many.
No elective post that you're running for. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure about that. I am not planning to run for any political seat.
Fantastic. I want to thank you warmly for being part of this conversation. It's been such a treat to have you. I want to thank you, Annie Reri, Executive Director, FIDE Kenya, Chairperson, ILOG as well, and the Registrar of Political Parties, Honorable Dr. Shemo Chodho, IT expert and chairperson, Kenya Diaspora Alliance. Also, Dr. Douglas Kivoi, principal analyst, Kipra. Veronica Maina, Secretary General, UDA Party. Olaf Bonke, Senior Advisor at the Alliance of Democracies in absentia also. Thank you so much. And also Corinne Momal Vanian, Executive Director, Kofi Annan Foundation, for being part also of this particular session this afternoon. Thank you so much also for you engaging online and those questions that you papered our panelists with and then were ably answered by them as well. Thank you. And I want to thank you also for being amazingly patient. You in person here since morning. I think it's going to actually 6 o'clock right now. So I want to commend you for being, again, amazingly patient until now. Thank you very much. The session continues tomorrow. Now, I have no other choice but just to hand over to Papi.
Yeah.
Our AMC.
Small Papi will take over. I think the one person we haven't thanked is our amazing moderator. Please, let's give him a hearty hand clap. At least I know you've been paying attention. That truly was felt all the way from here. Thank you once again, everybody, for coming. And I would like to close the session, but unfortunately, or fortunately, you will still see my face tomorrow. So tomorrow we have an amazing lineup of panelists set aside for you. We start at 8. I repeat, we start at 8. So you can come as early as 6, 7, but we begin at 8. Great. So you please, as we enjoy some amazing tunes from Wanavokali, you're allowed to interact, network, exchange, contacts, exchange ideas, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8.
We want to thank the sign language interpreters. Thank you very much. Sign language interpreters have done an amazing job. I want to thank the MCs. MCs unajua wanasaulikanga sana lakini si kwa ubaya. So we're going to thank MCs. Thank you, MC. You've done a good job. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We do this again tomorrow in the same way. Asanteni sana. Wanavokali, take us home. Kesho kutakuwa na muziki zaidi, poetry zaidi. You don't have to leave immediately. You can interact and, yeah. You can see Madam Veronica, see how you can join that party. If there's any other SG, if there's any other party that want to recruit and you want to join the party, just join. See the people who are here responsible for parties and learn how to become members. Asanteni.
day and every night we'll be together. of my single bed. We'll share the same room. Jah provide the bread. Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? So I wanna love you. I wanna love and treat you right, and treat you right. Every day and every night we'll be together. No pride over our heads, we'll share and shelter. My single bed, we'll share the same room. Shall provide the bread. Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Love that I'm feeling. Is this love? Love, 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 love that I'm feeling. I wanna know now. I got to know, got to know. So I throw my cards on the table. I wanna love and treat you right. Treat you right. I wanna love you every day, every night we'll be together. I wanna know now.